Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a specific
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Good one today. We got a good, nice southern meal today. And look at that right there. That chicken all seasoned up. And I put a little hot sauce in my marinade today. And we about to eat nice and country and good today. Look at that. Tossing, 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 tossing. We got a capital city mumbo sauce. It's nice, it's safe. It's a mix between barbecue sauce and sweet and sour sauce. I got the 12-ounce bottle. 10 minutes. We're going to be eating good. It's going to baptize that chicken. Look at that right there. As soon as it hit the oil, you want to roll. Look at that right there. Look at that. Look at that right there. You know it's crispy by looking at it. Get some of that rice on here. Look at that. Put that right there. Put that right there. Look at that. Put that macaroni right there. Look at that macaroni. Look at that. Look at that right there. We're going to come over here. We're going to get that cornbread first. Put that cornbread right there. Now we talking. But hold on. Got these red beans. Oh, yeah. There we go. And to top it off, that baptized chicken. Here we go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. It's a man plate right here. Yeah. We'll put on top just like that. Just like that. Just like that right there. Now, give me a nice Pepsi. Give me some hot sauce. I'm going to catch y'all on the next one. All right, we got a good one today. We got a good, nice.
Well, good good afternoon, everyone. I actually meant to come on somewhat earlier, and then I got to editing a video essay, and took me longer than I thought. I hate editing, so there we go. So this is more or less a pop-up show called the Trump in Review. And the one good thing about President Trump is he gives a lot of stuff to talk about. Most of it bad, but some of it good. So we go from there. And at the end of it, I'd like to have a look at the video I put together, the video essay I put together, just to see if there are any flaws. And I pray I don't have to do re-editing. I hate that process. So one of these days, with the show supporters, if I can gather together enough of them, I'll be able to pay an editor to do it. But that's a future vision. Hold on one sec. Why am I? Looks like I'm hung up, and I know what the problem is. Let me go ahead and fix this up right now. Hold on one sec. All right, well, let's see what is happening here. Why is this happening? All right, well, we're going to try this again. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. If it's Trump news, it'll be interesting news. There we go. All right, well, sorry for the technical difficulties. Hey, what's up, CK? How you doing? I want to go ahead and start out with a story about a Kansas family farm. And I just scanned through it. I didn't really get knee deep into it, but I figured it'd be worth talking about exactly what Trump is doing to people who would tend to be in his demographic. He is not making them happy. So let's listen to this.
This news story was written by Annie Gowan and Ricky Cariotti. A third-generation farmer was barely getting by. Then Trump's cuts hit. Leavenworth, Kansas. In the dawn light at his first farmer's market of the year, vegetable grower Jacob Thomas set out lush Bibb lettuce he'd cut just hours before, plump stalks of green and purple asparagus and coolers with 60 dozen blue and brown speckled eggs. Soon, the downtown market would fill with customers he hadn't seen since fall, when he and his wife Jennifer were making ambitious plans for the future. So much now depended on these customers. The young couple had taken a 10% hit when the Trump administration abruptly cut $1 billion from two programs that supplied local produce and meat to schools and food banks across the country. Robust sales here would help offset that $8,000 loss. There have been other blows too, which collectively have put the Thomases' small farm operation, always just barely making it, on even shakier financial footing. Plans for a new warehouse and an expansion of their farm store are up in the air because of the administration pausing, then unpausing a $750,000 federal agriculture grant. They plowed up a spot for a new greenhouse only to learn that another grant for $8,000 would never come. They worry that 2,000 chrysanthemum cuttings ordered from Canada will be ensnared in the country's tariff dispute. A third-generation farmer, Jacob and his family are mainstays in this close-knit community near the Fort Leavenworth Army installation, where they grow vegetables on 15 acres, as well as other crops, mostly hay to feed their cattle and sheep, on more than 500 acres. On their wedding day 11 years ago, he and Jennifer rode the biggest tractor they could borrow through the main street from the chapel to the reception, the bride sitting shotgun in her flowing dress. But a decade of farming has taken a toll, and last fall, Jacob began treatment for depression and anxiety. Sometimes, when the stress feels overwhelming, he can barely eat. "The financial insecurity makes my depression worse," he said recently. He was trying to remain optimistic, reminding himself that it was still early in the year, and just because one program went away, there's still plenty of time to pivot. Though the Thomases and many of their neighbors voted for Donald Trump last November, the consequences of his administration's wide-ranging cuts and chaos over tariffs have already had a profound impact on this hilly corner of northeast Kansas, one of the hardest-hit states for agriculture during Trump's last trade war. For many, the pride they felt when the president spoke of his love for farmers in his March 6th address to Congress has given way to a growing sense of helplessness, frustration, and anger. "For every farmer I've talked to, this has been earth-shattering and life-changing," said Brian Zessiger, a winemaker and former Republican state Senate candidate who runs a tasting room just steps from the farmers market. "I don't know what they were supposed to achieve, but from our perspective, you just hurt a lot of people." As the sun rose, the first customers began trickling by the Thomas's stand. One, an octogenarian who has known Jacob for over a decade, asked about the farm as she bought a dozen large eggs, $6, and a pound of hamburger, $7.99. "How are things going?" she asked. "Oh, it got caught up in all the grants being paused," Jacob replied. "Now we're trying to restart. Fun times." The mayor pro tem of Leavenworth, Nancy Botter, stopped and bought some spring onions. "I'm glad to see you're here," she said. She had heard that another longtime local farmer was preparing to sell out. Jacob had heard the same, but he's determined to keep going. Pressures and uncertainty. "Come on, piggies," Jacob called from the middle of a muddy pen. He and two farmhands were trying to load 23 Berkshire and Duroc pigs, some weighing over 300 pounds, into a trailer to take to the processing plant. Their bristle-haired subjects squealed, protested, and slipped away from the open door. "Dad, can you do anything about that pig or not?" Jacob asked his father, Dale, who was leaning up against the fence. Dale swatted the wayward one on its hindquarters with a stick. "Come on, pigs. Join your brethren and sistren," Jacob urged, pushing the rest into the trailer. It was one of the first brilliant and sunny days of spring at Jet Produce and Meats, located on land that has been in the family for 70 years. The American flag on the farm store's sign spiraled in the stiff breeze, and daughters Lisa and Sarah, ages 6 and 4, were playing nearby. Lambs dozed in their pens. Goliath, the calf Dale was bottle feeding, cried for more milk. The rest of the cattle were scattered in an emerald field across the road. Jacob planted his first vegetable garden while he was still in high school, but he didn't begin raising vegetables in earnest until he was a student at Iowa State University and fell in love with horticulture. He wanted to feed people. His wife, by contrast, was a military brat who thought she would become a chemical engineer. Jennifer mustered up the courage to ask Jacob out the day after they graduated from high school, figuring she had nothing to lose. "I like you," was her opening line. The two took over principal management of the business in 2014, though Dale and his wife, Chris, remain active, with him working full-time and her managing one of the stands they have in weekend farmers markets in 3 nearby towns. The older couple live next door and cook dinner for the family every Friday and Sunday. "It's like a postcard of what it should be," said Austin Reynolds, a fellow farmer, neighbor, and friend. The Thomas's farm is beloved in the community, with more than 7,500 fans on its Facebook page. A recent hot debate was what to name the frog who had taken up residence in the potting shed. Answer: Potter. The operation has never been very profitable, however. "We're barely making it," said Jacob, 33. "Our idea of an extravagant vacation is going to Omaha to the zoo." He grows the food, and Jennifer, who's 34, figures out how to market it, a puzzle she has normally been eager to solve. Yet lately, the financial pressures have gotten to the point where we don't talk about it in front of our kids, she said. Before this year, Washington, D.C. felt remote, and the goings-on in the federal government during various administrations never really affected the family's operation. Jacob considers himself a Republican, but very much dislikes Trump, and previously supported challengers like former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. He reluctantly voted for Trump last fall, seeing him as the lesser of two evils. The first big blow of 2025 came right after Trump's inauguration, when the president issued an executive order pausing billions of dollars in federal grants, including that $750,000 award that was part of an effort to bolster resilient food systems. The new warehouse Jacob and Jennifer planned to build could have more than doubled their vegetable output, and also served as a hub for smaller farmers nearby. They also hope to expand the farm store on their property, where they sell their meats and produce, plus homemade pies, local cheese, and honey from local businesses. They later learned that the grant was reinstated, but the project remains in limbo due to rising construction costs, a disrupted building schedule, and doubts over whether Jacob can secure his part of the financing. The whole episode stung, particularly since they got little response when they asked for help from the Kansans in Congress. That included Senator Roger Marshall, a Republican who had visited their farm on a campaign stop and surprised everyone when he pulled an onion out of the ground, wiped it on his pants, and took a big bite of it. The only politician who listened was Representative Sharice Davids, a Democrat from the Kansas City area, who isn't even their representative. The second blow came shortly after Trump addressed Congress, asking for Americans' patience during the adjustment period of tariff negotiations, while predicting that our farmers are going to have a field day right now. Only days later, the U.S. Department of Agriculture announced it would be axing the funding for the programs that purchased local produce, eggs, and meat, for the country's schools and food pantries. In the state of Kansas alone, producers are out $2.6 million this year. The funding last year comprised 65% of sales for the 30 or so farmers in the Kansas City Food Hub Cooperative, who are now scrambling to find other markets. The Thomases hope to link with a new grocery store. Historically, if you got a government contract, we're golden, because the government always pays, Jacob said. It might take a long time, but they do pay, Jennifer added. Today I don't feel that way, Jacob said. For the first time in my life, I don't trust the government is going to follow through.
I want to make a point for the anti-black blacks and the anti-black bottom feeders. This is an excellent example of welfare in one way, shape, or form that isn't going to welfare mothers. Farmers and corporations are huge beneficiaries of government, largesse, if you want to call it largesse. And for some reason or another, and I'm just going to be blunt because I've been drinking a couple beers, dumb motherfuckers who are just so racist they can't see America for the trees totally miss stuff like this. Okay, this farmer basically supplies schools, with fresh produce, which basically school lunches and other programs, totally missed by the anti-black blacks and the anti-black bottom feeders. They just do not understand America, American culture, or American politics. All they know is their racist lens of viewing America. It's either black or white, never much more complicated than that. So that's why I fucking mock them, because they have no clue half the time what they're talking about. They're drunk on fucking black and white, not on actual reality.
On their word. The family also lost 640 acres that Jacob's father had rented from a neighbor for 45 years, when that other landowner ended the arrangement with little explanation. Jacob was so upset he couldn't eat for 2 days. There's a lot of truly stressful days. A lot of days. What else can happen? Dale said as he drove with Jacob to the processing facility, the unlucky pigs jostling in the back. When people ask how we're doing, it's like, do you want the truth or what we tell people? Earlier in the day, father and son had gone into Leavenworth to put out the farmer's market sign at the place on the downtown sidewalk where they set up on Saturdays every year. I can't believe you've been doing this for 10 years, Dale said. I thought it would be easier by now, Jacob said. Glimmers of good news. The market's opening day was a success, Jacob said, as he totaled up the take from the register and cash box. They'd sold about $1,800. Very promising, he said, with customers purchasing dozens of $5 herbs and perennials, as well as $20 ever-blooming strawberry plants and $25 hanging flower baskets. If business keeps up like this, he calculated, they might be able to make up the $8,000 hole in their budget from the loss of the USDA funding that bought food for pantries and schools. He and Jennifer also had gotten other good news in recent days. Separate funding aimed at bringing fresh produce to a low-income housing complex in Kansas City had not been terminated as feared. Plus, they'd gotten a lead on land to rent from a different neighbor who was retiring. Still, they had barely made a dent in the 60 dozen eggs, with only 8 dozen sold. Oh well, Jacob thought as he reloaded the unsold eggs in the trailer to return home. Maybe their farm store would be busy later. About this story, editing by Susan Levine, photo editing by Natalia Jimenez, design and development by Madison Walls.
Also want to point out, like, my personal experiences with farm stores. They are just awesome. I used to live up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, up in Northern Virginia, and I lived in a place called Linden. And you come down the mountain, and the next little, and this wasn't a city. It was literally, I don't think Markham even has a city hall. It's more just a bunch of people living together. but there was a farm store there that I used to stop by almost every day after work just to see what the guy and his wife, the farmer and his wife, would have. I absolutely love these little roadside farm stores. They are just awesome. And I'm kind of a foodie, so it's natural that I would like stuff like that. As a matter of fact, there's a about 20 miles away. My sister and I stopped by a little farm stand, um, and got boiled peanuts, and I had to get tomatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, summer squash. What else did I get? I got a bunch of different things because when they're in season, fresh vegetables are just awesome. So if y'all live near farm stands, support your local farmers. It is actually my uh, one of my things. These farm stands, these farm stores, these local farmers, just and there are a lot of them in the South. It'll be some guy selling watermelons off the back of a truck, and those are the best watermelons you can possibly get, and generally cheaper than you get at the grocery store. So anyway, let us move on. So next in the this week in Trump is judge orders Trump administration to pursue return of improperly deported Guatemalan man. And this just popped up actually. So on Friday, U.S. District Judge Brian Murphy directed the Trump administration to assist in bringing back OCG, a gay Guatemalan man, hard to say that, who had been mistakenly deported to Mexico despite his concerns about facing persecution there. The order came after the Justice Department admitted that its assertion that OCG had indicated no fear of being sent to Mexico. It was founded on incorrect information revealing errors in his case. OCG fled Guatemala in 2024 after receiving death threats due to his sexuality, was granted protection by an immigration judge in February, yet was forcibly sent to Mexico 2 days later, where he had been previously abducted and raped. Judge Murphy characterized the situation as deeply troubling, acknowledging that errors can occur, but expressing concern about the circumstances surrounding the ruling. Meanwhile, OCG's attorney described the decision as uplifting and committed to supporting efforts for his return. This ruling adds to a series of decisions blocking deportations under Trump's hardline immigration agenda, requiring the Department of Homeland Security to ensure migrants can meaningfully voice safety concerns before removal. And that reminds me of, let's see. So I usually put these stories in order, but there was something here about Trump's budget bill, the big, bad, beautiful bill. And I bet I did not bring it up. Damn it. Well, in that big, bad, beautiful bill is a provision that talks about Supreme Courts. Oh, Portia, I've actually had gardens before, back when I lived up on the mountain. I haven't done it here, mainly because, well, for reasons, and who knows? It won't be done this year. You could always do a bucket garden or something like that. But yeah, we used to do a garden every year. There's a story about me. One of these days, I'll tell the story because I was surprised my wife let me do this, but my plan was to basically just plow under the front yard and do nothing but a big garden right on the front lawn. And never got to do the whole lawn, but we did a portion of the lawn, and hell, it was up on the mountain. No one really cares. So the HOA didn't mind us doing it. So I have done gardening, and I love it. And one of these days I will again. So anyway, I cannot believe I did not bring up this story, but in the Big Bad Beautiful Bill is a provision that basically neuters courts, and I can't remember the specifics of it. I'll go ahead and do this next story, and then I will find that while this is playing. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but since we're talking about judicial stuff, we'll just play this Harvard story.
Judge blocks Trump effort to bar international students at Harvard. This article is by Stephanie Saul and read by an automated voice. A federal judge halted on Friday the Trump administration's attempts to block international students from attending Harvard University, the nation's oldest university and one of its most prestigious. Harvard had sued the Trump administration earlier in the day, and less than 24 hours after the Department of Homeland Security moved to bar international students. Later Friday morning, at the university's request, the Boston judge, Allison D. Burroughs, issued a temporary restraining order against the federal edict, agreeing that Harvard had shown that its implementation would cause immediate and irreparable injury to the university. The administration action and Harvard's response signified a dramatic escalation of the battle between the administration and Harvard. And the university's forceful and almost immediate response served as evidence that stopping the flow of international students to Harvard, which draws some of the world's top scholars, would destabilize the school. In a letter to the Harvard community delivered Friday morning, Dr. Alan M. Garber, Harvard's president, wrote, "We condemn this unlawful and unwarranted action," adding that it imperils the futures of thousands of students and scholars across Harvard, and serves as a warning to countless others at colleges and universities throughout the country who have come to America to pursue their education and fulfill their dreams. The lawsuit, which accused the Trump administration of a against the university,
Oh my Lord.
followed an announcement on Thursday that Harvard's Student and Exchange Visitor Program
These AI
certification had been
readers are
revoked,
horrible.
halting the university's ability to enroll international students. The lawsuit was the second time in a matter of weeks the university had sued the federal government. In the new lawsuit, the university accused the Trump administration of exerting clear retaliation for Harvard exercising its First Amendment rights to control Harvard's governance, curriculum, and the, quote, ideology of its faculty and students. With the stroke of a pen, the government has sought to erase a quarter of Harvard's student body, international students who contribute significantly to the university and its mission, the lawsuit said. Without its international students, Harvard is not Harvard. The administration said Harvard had not complied with a list of demands sent on April 16th that contained records of protest activity dating back 5 years, including videotapes of misconduct and records of disciplinary actions involving international students. Harvard's lawsuit also said that the university had been working to comply with the April 16th request, along with a letter attacking the university for failure to condemn anti-Semitism. Despite the, quote, unprecedented nature and scope of the demands, calling for information on each student visa holder, about 7,000 students across Harvard's 13 schools, within 10 business days, Harvard had submitted the required information on April 30th, the lawsuit said, and also complied with a follow-up request. Yet on May 22nd, DHS deemed Harvard's response insufficient without explaining why, or citing any regulation with which Harvard failed to comply, the lawsuit said. It references President Trump's posts on Truth Social, his social media site, as evidence of his vendetta against Harvard. A White House spokeswoman, Abigail Jackson, responded to the lawsuit with a statement. If only Harvard cared this much about ending the scourge of anti-American, anti-Semitic, pro-terrorist, agitators on their campus, they wouldn't be in this situation to begin with. Harvard should spend their time and resources on creating a safe campus environment instead of filing frivolous lawsuits, the statement said. Tricia McLaughlin, Assistant Homeland Security Secretary, issued a statement saying that the lawsuit seeks to kneecap the president's constitutionally vested powers, adding that it is a privilege, not a right, for universities to enroll foreign students. The Trump administration is committed to restoring common sense to our student visa system. No lawsuit, this or any other, is going to change that. We have the law, the facts, and common sense on our side, the statement said. The Trump administration has explained its attacks on Harvard and other top private universities as an effort to combat anti-Semitism and confront liberal biases on campus. During his campaign, Mr. Trump invoked the term Marxist maniacs to refer to the Ivy League. After he was inaugurated, Mr. Trump's administration has sought to use nearly every lever the federal government has at its disposal to force schools, Harvard especially, to bend to its will. There are now at least 8 investigations into Harvard spanning at least 6 federal agencies. Separately, the Trump administration had sought to use the federal government's international student system as a way to remove foreign nationals from the country. Immigration officials targeted a handful of pro-Palestinian student activists, but also ended the legal status of hundreds of students, creating a general anxiety among international students at colleges and universities nationwide. Most of those students have had their status restored, but a few high-profile cases are being argued in the courts. At Harvard, a conflict had been building for weeks, as the Trump administration's Joint Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism criticized the university for anti-Israel bias. On April 11th, the task force sent a letter demanding that Harvard comply with a list of demands that ranged from hiring an outside monitor to police the ideology of professors and students to barring international students hostile to American values. Dr. Garber responded on April 15th with Harvard's first lawsuit, in which arguments are set for July. And despite statements from both sides indicating a willingness to compromise, the attacks on Harvard have continued, emanating from a variety of federal agencies, with the administration freezing nearly $3 billion in contracts and research funding. At the same time, a proposal making its way through Congress that would increase taxes on university endowments could cost Harvard an estimated $850 million a year. The wider academic community was shocked at Thursday's move by the Trump administration. In a statement, Sally Kornbluth, president of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, called it a grave moment. "I write to you in profound disbelief," she wrote in a community email late Thursday. The action the federal government took today to bar Harvard from having international students is devastating for American excellence, openness, and ingenuity. Harvard enrolls about 6,800 international students, or about 27% of its student body, and the administration edict could ultimately affect both existing students, who would need to find other schools to attend, and newly admitted Harvard students headed for the United States in the fall. The administration's announcement on Thursday potentially upends students' lives, and would also be a major financial blow to Harvard. With many of Harvard's international students enrolled in high-cost graduate programs, the tuition generated by foreign students likely generates several $100 million a year for the university. Noting the potential disruption of the administration action on the lives of students, lawyers for Harvard urged the court to block the order immediately, pending a hearing. Without such an order, the request said, thousands of international students who were scheduled to arrive on campus for the upcoming summer and fall terms will no longer be able to enter the country. In issuing the temporary order, Judge Burroughs set a hearing for May 29th. In an interview on Thursday, a Harvard student from Ukraine, who asked not to be identified, said she feared losing her visa not only because it will disrupt her education, but because returning home amid the war with Russia is not an option. She is considering going to live with relatives elsewhere in Europe.
Yeah, a lot of problems with Trump and these universities. I'm going to tell you honestly, there are enough, um, Harvard graduates, that are kind of at the top of the ladders of, whatever elite or whatever you want to call that class of people. Um, Trump's going to lose this one. He's going to be pissing off even conservatives who, hold some of these universities in high regard. Um, I It's a fight he's probably not going to win, mostly because he doesn't have a lot of Harvard lawyers uh, fight, fighting on his side. He has people like Janine Pirro, who might have gone to Harvard, but you know, too many Janine Pirros going up against actual like good lawyers. I pretty much think that I'm going to enjoy this fight. And I hope all the Trump fans in the audience are getting steamed. That's my intention. So Phoenix Fish, yeah, bouquets and boutonnieres. That's what you should call your garden. A bunch of flowers. Let's see. You built two huge beds out of cinder blocks. My family doesn't eat the veggies or help like oh, nobody's, you know, you have to have like really young kids. Like my son used to pretend to help, but half the time he would just take his little die cast like Hot Wheel cars, and it was kind of cute. He would build, like, he would take his Hot Wheels tracks and he would build a road in the garden. He would spend hours out there just kind of terraforming, I guess. He would take his little Hot Wheels cars and tracks and stuff, and he had a little toy bulldozer. He would be building roads out there. And you know what? He was out of the way and occupied, so that's a good thing too. You know what? I Look, Juan, the bottom line is it's not the harm that gets done to Harvard, it's the harm that gets done to Trump and his movement. They're going to lose this one. They don't seem to understand that the argument that they build a lot of canard type arguments, like the emergency, the invasion at the border, or the anti-Semitism. From a Black American perspective, there's a reason blacks want to just sit this out, because people like Trump will get like enraged at the fake arguments about anti-Semitism. They don't give a shit about black people. There's all kinds of racism that happens in this country, and it just so happens that the anti-Semitism, which a lot of it, the Jews will not replace us. Republicans, I haven't heard him address them yet, so I'm unimpressed at this, anti-Semitism on elite campuses. He hasn't addressed the anti-Semitism in his own fucking party. So, whatever. I'm not worried about Harvard. Harvard will be here long after Trump dies. So, I'm not overly worried. He is an old man. I think, let's see, I don't think they'll lose in courts. Where the hell will occur politically, just like because of optics. No, I don't think Trump's going to win in court. I simply, and even if he does, he's only going to be in office so long. And the way it goes, MAGA is going to end when he is out of office. These executive orders can be reversed. Now, some of the damage he's doing to the administrative state will not easily be reversed, but in a way, tearing it all down If they decide an education department, for instance, is needed, the silver lining might be is they build a better education department that is not as prone to, the capricious malevolence, to put together two fancy words, that Trump and his little minions seem to have for education in general. They are anti-intellectual, they are anti-academic, they are anti-college, is why is part of the reason why he's going against these institutions. So I'm frankly unimpressed. The only people that would be impressed by what Trump is doing is Trumpophiles or MAGA nuts or whatever you want to call them. Trump is a bad president. He's doing damage to the people who thought he was going to be, for some reason or another. He telegraphed all the stuff he was going to do, but apparently people who were MAGA files thought he was just kidding. He wouldn't do what he said he was going to do, and sure he's going to do it. Why would he? So the next story, this is the one I was looking for. Hidden provision in Trump's big bill, I call it the big bad bill, could disarm U.S. Supreme Court, and it will. And, for those of us who play lawyers on TV like me, this is a problem. It says here a provision hidden in the sweeping budget bill that passed the U.S. House on Thursday seeks to limit the ability of courts, including the U.S. Supreme Court, from enforcing their orders. So basically, what Trump wants to do is turn these Supreme Court orders into, he wants to turn like judgments into options. You know what? If the court rules against me, I have the option of following. I have the option of complying. No court in the United States may use appropriated funds to enforce a contempt citation for failure to comply with an injunction or temporary restraining order if no security was given when the injunction or order was issued. So basically, unless you pay money, like some sort of bond, your order, your court order, if you win the case, it's optional whether, the people you're suing have to follow it or not. This dude is a fucking wrecking ball to the Constitution. So right now, he plans on having both the judiciary and the legislature subservient to the executive. And the problem is Republicans are not going to remain in power forever. There could be a Democratic president, and I pray, I fantasize that it's me who gets elected a Democratic president. There would be rending of garments and gnashing of teeth at what I would do to MAGA. I wonder how long Liberty University would survive an onslaught about their historical anti-black stances. I remember Bob Jones University for quite some time. I think it was in the 80s. It wasn't until the 80s or maybe the 90s, but I think the 80s. If you can even have interracial dating on Bob Jones University in Greenville, South Carolina. And when I heard it, because I lived in Greenville for a few years, I could not believe it. I'm like, what? So this big, bad bill that's called Beautiful is a menace to the courts. And there's a lot of hidden stuff in that budget bill that I'll just call them poison pills. Trump he's crafty. I'll give him that. So I could read the rest of this, but I think the part about, unless you can afford to have a court order, I guess you have to pay for the marshals or something. I don't quite get what the point is, but taking the Supreme Court and neutering a co-equal branch of government is un-American. And Trump does not want to play by the rules, and that might be good for the the populists. Except the populists are going to be the ones who actually suffer. The billionaire class, they don't give a fuck. Of course, they'll be able to pay the bonds. The Supreme Court. Let's see. I read Bob Jones. Yeah. They. Yeah, the Supreme Court thumped him, but there has been progress over the years, Juan. I'm not going to doubt that. I just think that Trump is picking the wrong fight. You don't go in and, defund, medical research over, a vendetta. I don't see that is the American way. So anyway, I won't belabor it. Y'all know how much how much I like books. So any assault against the acquisition of knowledge, I take personally. So let's see the next one here. Next elite college story is Trump administration finds Columbia University violated Jewish student civil rights. Trump administration claimed that Columbia University violated federal civil rights law regarding Jewish students' harassment since October 2023. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office for Civil Rights accused Columbia University of violating Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The findings document the hostile environment Jewish students faced at Columbia University over 19 months, affecting their education and well-being. The Trump administration encouraged Columbia University to work towards meaningful changes that will protect Jewish students. That is very vague. Let's see if we can't. Let's look at the right-leaning articles. Let's see. Failed to address anti-Semitism and did not properly follow its own policies. HHS documented the Jewish students at Columbia experienced a hostile environment. Okay, that's not very specific. Let's see if this this helped. This is Haaretz. I'm not familiar with it. The publication. The U.S. government did not outline any new actions against Columbia University, which the Trump administration has already pressured into making changes amid its crackdown on campuses with oh shoot, you have to subscribe to this. Well, that sucks. Let's see if we can find a free one. I'm just looking for details, exactly why Health and Human Services got involved. Uh, sorry about that. So I'm gonna have to go to a different one here. You know what? I think what I'll do is just go and save this story and see if I can't find specifics about what exactly they're saying Columbia University was negligent about. I don't see anything very specific. Just apparently, apparently the students got their feelings hurt, and that's a big issue. All right, well, we'll move on. So let's see. Next in Trump news, Trump signs executive orders aimed at easing regulations on and expanding nuclear energy production. I'm actually kind of on the fence about this. Um, it seems like a good idea. On May 17, 2024, I hope they mean 2025. President Donald Trump issued executive orders designed to reduce regulatory barriers and accelerate the expansion of nuclear energy production in the United States. Again, executive orders can be reversed, and it takes a long time to build a nuclear plant. The orders respond to growing electricity demand from data centers and AI, seeking to quadruple nuclear power production in 25 years, despite expert doubts about feasibility. They shift approval authority from the Independent Nuclear Regulatory Commission to the Energy Secretary, mandate 18-month license decisions, reorganize the NRC, and create a pilot program for new reactors by July 4, 2026. Trump described nuclear as safe and clean and a hot industry, while critics warn the orders risk safety, weaken independent oversight, and overlook unresolved nuclear waste storage challenges. The orders aim to revitalize a stagnated U.S. nuclear sector facing overregulation and global competition, but experts say rapid expansion is unlikely and safety must remain a priority. So, again, there's a lot of assumptions in this executive order, um, namely that MAGA will persist past Donald Trump's lifetime. Bob Jones sounds based. Yeah, it's based in the Bible for sure. So, Elias Rodriguez hit with federal charges and murder of Israeli embassy staffers. So, they did catch the guy who killed those two staffers. Says here, and this is from the Washington Examiner. Elias Rodriguez, the suspect in the shooting deaths of two Israeli embassy staffers, has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and the murder of foreign officials, among other charges. Rodriguez is suspected of killing Israeli embassy staffers Yaron Luchinsky and Sarah Milgram on Wednesday evening outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington. In addition to the murder charges, court documents revealed Rodriguez was charged with causing the death of a person with a firearm and discharging a firearm during a crime of violence. Janine Pirro, the new interim U.S. attorney for Washington, D.C., called the shooting a horrific crime at a press conference Thursday, adding that it was not the act of a hero, no kidding, and that anti-Semitism will not be tolerated, especially in the nation's capital. Upon being arrested, Rodriguez was seen on video chanting, "Free, Free Palestine." He's linked to the revolutionary communist group, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, which advocates overthrowing capitalism. Pirro vowed that the shooting would be investigated as a hate crime and a crime of terrorism. Charges against Rodriguez carry the possibility of the death penalty. So, Janine Pirro, sober and on the job. That's a good thing. So let's see, what else is in Trump news? Um, this is interesting and a very bold move. Upending norms. The Senate votes to, excuse me, to undo California. Excuse me, my throat is getting dry. Senate votes to undo California's EV rules. Definitely want to hear this.
News today, the Senate has just voted to revoke California's right to require companies to sell more electric vehicles. Now, California has a unique ability to set air pollution rules that are stricter than the national standards. And the way that lawmakers voted today is controversial. It went against the advice of their own parliamentarian. NPR's Camilla Dominowski joins me to talk about this development, this major development in the EV policy battle. Hey there.
Hi, Mary-Louise.
Tell me a little bit more about what current California EV policy is.
Yeah, the policy that's really at the heart of this debate here requires car makers to sell more zero-emission vehicles, more than a third of new sales starting in the next model year, all the way up to 100% of new cars being zero-emission EVs, basically, by 2035. California is the only state that can set its own rules like this, and that's because they've been regulating air pollution for so long, but other states can choose to follow California. And it's also important that every time California makes a rule like this, which they've done many times, they need permission from the Environmental Protection Agency, a waiver. This particular waiver was granted under the Biden administration, and now Congress has voted to reverse it.
Walk us through the stakeholders here. Who stands to lose? Who stands to gain?
Well, the oil industry and traditional automakers are big winners here. Both of those industries have called California's mandate unfair and unfeasible and lobbied very hard against it. This is also a win for anyone who says that these kinds of rules deprive consumers of choices by shaping what cars companies are able to sell. On the other side, California is a global leader in the push to fight climate change. And environmental groups say that dismantling the EV requirement undermines that, which affects everybody. And then public health groups say emission standards save human lives through cleaner air, which is a local impact that's big in California. Revoking these EPA waivers would be a blow to those health goals.
Okay, so sounds like there's a debate over that Congress did this at all. There's also a debate over how they did this. Explain.
Yeah, Congress used a law called the Congressional Review Act, or the CRA, which allows lawmakers to undo rules from agencies with a simple majority vote. No filibustering is allowed. And the question is an EPA waiver a rule? The parliamentarian, Congress's in-house rules interpreter for the Senate, said, no, it's not a rule, so the CRA doesn't apply. Her guidance is non-binding, but it's extremely rare to disregard it. And in this case, the Senate did. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said that this busts norms and that expands the use of the CRA in a way that gives more power to the majority, which he said Republicans might regret the next time Democrats are in power.
Republicans should tread very carefully today. What goes around comes around.
Now, Republicans say that Congress is acting within its rights here, and Senate Majority Leader John Thune said he doesn't buy that Democrats are really upset about procedure.
I think they're somewhat frantic at the prospect of losing this Green New Deal policy.
So, Camilla, what comes next?
Well, President Trump is expected to sign this. This is a major priority for him. California officials have said they will challenge it in court, which will be interesting because the CRA says that it is not subject to judicial review.
And PR's Camilla Dominowski, thank you.
Thank you.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Nora Raw. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration's attempt to revoke...
Well, this next story is not going to affect me, but it will affect a lot of people who might be using iPhones in the future. Trump says Apple must pay a 25% tariff on iPhones not made in the United States. So, let's see what is in here. Key points. President Donald Trump said in his social media post that Apple will have to pay a tariff of 25% or more for iPhones made outside the United States. This is the latest jab at Apple from Trump, who over the past couple of weeks has ramped up pressure on the company and CEO Tim Cook to increase domestic manufacturing. Some Wall Street analysts have estimated that moving manufacturing of the iPhone, which is produced primarily in China, to the US would raise the price of the smartphone by at least 25%. So that is interesting. President Donald Trump said in a social media post Friday that Apple will have to pay a tariff. Wow, 25%. I have long ago informed Tim Cook of Apple that I expect their iPhones that will be sold in the United States of America will be manufactured and built in the United States, not India or any place else. If that is not the case, a tariff of at least 25% must be paid by Apple to the U.S. Shares of Apple fell 3% on Friday after the post. Apple's flagship phone is produced primarily in China, but the company has been shifting manufacturing to India in part because that country has a friendlier trade relationship with the U.S. Many fights are being picked, and all these people have to do is outlast Trump. Very interesting. What he's going to find is that these executive orders are easily reproduced. Hey, Kushti, how you doing? Yeah, it'll be paid by the consumer. Basically, there are people who make the argument that tariffs are basically a tax on the consumer. So that's what Trump is going to do, and all I have to say is there. I really don't get why he wants to do this by executive orders. They are so easily overturned. So trying to figure out what the strategy is. Well, good to see you, Kushti. This is basically all news and other boring stuff, but I am so glad to see you over here. This is what I've been doing. I've been doing something more productive than bugging Rap Raven and the Black Betterment broadcast. So at least I've been doing something productive, right? So I'll drop the link. Let's see, I pinned the link at the top of the Stanley chat. Let me drop the link into the John Galt chat if anyone wants to come up. I have no idea. How does that affect people liking? I don't think it actually does affect. The 25% tariff is an import tariff. So, if American companies are producing stuff overseas and then having to ship them over to the United States, they are basically being treated like a foreign country. If you import something into the United States, we're just going to put a tariff on it. So it's all done to encourage U.S. companies like Apple to bring, to bring their manufacturing processes back to the United States, which has the effect of producing jobs and other economic benefits. Problem is, it's not going to happen. It may happen. I don't foresee Apple bringing. I don't see them bringing their manufacturing process for the iPhone here. And the main reason being, it takes forever to build factories in the United States. Regulations, and other things. We spent decades offshoring these manufacturing processes because paying people in places like China and Asia in general, Mexico, companies could pay less in wages. American workers are expensive, and offshoring manufacturing processes saved companies money. Um, and Trump, in a way, is kind of a rogue billionaire. You know, people made billions, companies made billions offshoring the process. Forcing them to bring back the process is going to be much harder than it was offshoring. It's definitely not going to happen in 3 years. So there we go. Now, what I have here are a bunch of editorials, and I'm going to play. I have like four of them, three of them. Yeah, four of them, and I'm going to play the ones that are the most damning on MAGA and Trumpism.
Trump's assault on Harvard is an astonishing act of national self-sabotage. The revocation of Harvard's ability to certify visas will lead to a mass exodus of talent. By Yasha Monk. Do you think the world needs a publication which consistently stands up for principles like free speech and due process, irrespective of who attacks them? If so, please support my work by becoming a paying subscriber today. The best way to understand Donald Trump's administration, Ivan Krastev told me a month ago, is as a revolutionary government in the form of an imperial court. And the most important thing about revolutionary governments is that they quickly develop an unstoppable dynamic of their own, one in which the logic of events pushes its originators to ever more radical actions which they themselves might not have anticipated taking a few months or weeks ago. You're not running the revolution, Krastev remarked with his inimitable lucidity. The revolution is running you. In no field of public policy is this insight more applicable than in the administration's attacks on some of the country's and the world's most eminent universities. Since taking office, Trump has targeted universities in a bewildering variety of ways. By cutting hundreds of millions of dollars in grants from federal agencies, such as the National Institutes of Health and the National Science Foundation, by significantly reducing the percentage of federal grants which flows to universities, allowing them to maintain laboratories and other key research facilities, by attempting to deport international students who engaged in pro-Palestinian activism, irrespective of whether it was violent or peaceful, by threatening to increase taxes on returns from the endowments of woke universities, and by singling out particular institutions, including Columbia and Harvard, with threats that they would no longer be eligible for any federal funding at all. Even among this litany of increasingly radical attacks on higher education, the Trump administration's latest broadside against Harvard stands out for the extent of its cruelty. In a letter she promptly posted on X, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, informed Harvard that, effective immediately, she was revoking the institution's ability to certify foreign students and visitors for visas. Unless courts intervene or the administration makes a U-turn, this will force the vast majority of Harvard's 6,793 international students, over a quarter of its overall student body, to leave the university. Some might be able to transfer to other American institutions. Most would in a matter of days or weeks have to abandon their studies and return to their countries of origin. Trump's action would deeply disrupt the lives and the careers of thousands of talented young people, the vast majority of whom have done absolutely nothing to provoke the administration's ire against their institution. It would have a highly negative impact on important research happening across the university, with some leading labs and fields from medical research to quantum physics effectively ceasing to function. It would lastingly damage America's hard-earned reputation as the world's most coveted destination for ambitious researchers. In short, it would lead to the most remarkable and the most distinguished exodus of talented students in the history of American higher education. Universities are such a tempting target for the Trump administration in part because they have over the past decade squandered the trust of big segments of the American public. As late as the mid-2010s, a clear majority of Americans still reported a great deal of trust in institutions of higher learning. In the latest polls, the share of Americans who feel that way has fallen to about a third. The reasons for this decline in trust are many, and, let's face it, they are real. Universities have spent ever more money on fancy dorms, state-of-the-art sporting facilities, and an ever-growing army of administrators, all contributing to a steep increase in tuition costs. They have allowed their staff and their faculty to become ideological monoliths, making many campuses deeply hostile to all forms of conservative thought and turning some fields into self-parodying producers of arcane nonsense. They have been deeply inconsistent in their commitment to free speech, punishing students for microaggressions against some groups while turning a blind eye to macroaggressions against others. And there is even good reason to think that some universities have simply defied a recent Supreme Court ruling on affirmative action, continuing to give some applicants a big advantage on account of their race even after this practice was ruled illegal. Lawyers for Harvard, for example, claimed that the number of its black students would plummet if the university were no longer allowed to engage in affirmative action. And yet the number of black students in the first class admitted after the decision was only slightly smaller than before, though with a large drop for Harvard Law School. Are you in or near London? Join me for a free community meetup at the Perseverance on Lamb's Conduit Street on Wednesday, June 4th from 6.
So basically, my biggest concern is that brain drain. Not only that, but these are young people who will hold a grudge against America for years. Not only, I really don't get what, basically he wants to punish Harvard. Most of these international students pay full price to go to Harvard, and they are a moneymaker. And what Trump is trying to do is hit these elite universities, in their pocketbooks. And the reason being is people on the right and populists in general have had a problem with these elite universities for decades. And if you are in America, America has always been anti-intellectual. And it just so happens that, enough of these presidents over the centuries have, gone to these elite universities. So it's kind of been a standoff, kind of a stalemate. And now we're at a tipping point to where people, and many of these people have gone to elite universities. Trump got his undergraduate degree from University of Pennsylvania, though I think he was a transfer student. He didn't do all 4 years there. But for some reason or another, people on the right have always been against universities, mainly because they feel that, pretty much since the 60s at least, liberal / progressive, ideas and professors, and basically they think that American culture has been pretty much ruined by these universities who are just borderline communist. If you actually want to hear even some of the folks on this John Galt in the John Galt universe, are anti-college, anti-book, just anti-intellectual. And I haven't been able to figure it out. They basically think if you can hold a trowel and you know what grout is, you'll be able to be a millionaire. And that may be true, but just like any other profession, you have to be extremely good at being a tile layer or a bricklayer or a construction guy. The mediocre bricklayer is not going to, be a millionaire. Same thing with any endeavor or any profession. You got to be actually the best of the best to really be elite at that sort of thing, whatever your profession is. And for some reason or another, the anti-blacks don't seem to get it, especially the anti-black blacks. They just think if you sit there and watch body cam videos, you actually are making some difference in the lives of, legacy Black Americans. And all you're really doing is, you are watching the body cam video, but you might as well be in the body cam video. You're as big a minstrel for showing a body cam video as you are being in it. And for some reason, folks can't figure this out. And God damn it, if I mention a book, it's like, I dropped a nuclear bomb in the middle of the anti-Black Klan meeting. So I hope I'm pissing some people off because I think it's fun. Let's see, and I dropped the link in the John Galt chat. Feel free to hit it if you're feeling froggy. So let's see, what else do we have here? Oh, this is a favorite. This is that South African of the meeting with a president. Is it Ramaphosa? I hope I probably am not. Ramaphosa. I think it's either Ramaphosa or Ramaphosa. But the MAGA crowd was claiming, all kinds of victories. Like Trump literally showed a video and had a stack of paper that he wasted expensive color ink on and proved absolutely nothing. There's not a debt. All the videos and the articles are basically people saying kill white people. Okay, well, free speech. That doesn't mean you actually follow through. So it's a Pyrrhic victory at best. The only people who think that Trump won in this Oval Office visit were the anti-Black blacks. They're the only ones. The anti-Black whites haven't said much about it. So these are going to be a few clips, and I'm not going to go through the whole essay, but a few clips. And I love the title of this. Basically, the title of this Substack essay is "He's Such a Fucking Embarrassment," talking about Donald Trump. And I kind of agree. So apparently this is a Newsmax clip from YouTube. Let's see what's in there.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's a great honor to be with the President of South Africa, President Ramaphosa. And he is a man who is certainly in some circles really respected, other circles a little bit less respected, like all of us, in all fairness. Like all of us.
We all like that.
We also have a few.
Yeah. Well, I watched the whole thing, whitehouse.gov. The White House basically posted the whole video. And when you take it in clips, it's so easy just to take, these little one sentence comments and take them out of context. But if you watch the whole thing in context, I don't see where it basically, if anything, it was kind of a stalemate. Trump wasn't able to do a Zelensky, and that's because Ramaphosa was very composed. Trump kept dangling the bait, and Ramaphosa just kept his composure, which was awesome. I'm sure Ramaphosa has plenty of things that would be concerning. And I don't keep up with South African politics or culture or anything. So, y'all might know more than I do. Hell, John might know more than I do. But what I saw in that Oval Office was basically a guy who knew how to keep his composure in the face of a white supremacist American president. So Let's see. Let's see. This is a quote. This is Trump holding up a picture of something or another there. And the caption is, "Look here. Here's burial sites all over the place," said Trump. "These are all white farmers that are being buried." But the image is a screen grab from a February YouTube video of Red Cross workers responding after women were raped and burned alive during a mass jailbreak in the Congolese city of Goma, according to its caption. Yeah, this dude, Donald Trump seems to think that his audience is so dumb, or at least, and he may be right, they may be dumb, but a few smart ones actually blow up these pictures and read the caption. Um, so, where did this misleading material originate? From the darkest fever swamps of the internet where conspiracies run wild, that's where. Someone downloaded this vile shit, printed it out, and handed it off to Donnie, who gobbled it right down because it confirms his white people are the real victims worldview. And we know who that someone is because Donnie comes right out and name checks them. Oh shit. Well, let's hear this.
I have many friends from South Africa, but many of those friends are not, they can't go back. I have Elon is from South Africa. I don't want to get Elon involved. That's all I have to do, get him into another thing. But Elon happens to be from South Africa. This is what Elon wanted. He actually came here on a different subject, sending rockets to Mars, okay? Yes. He likes that better. He likes that subject better. That's right. But Elon is from South Africa, and I don't want to talk to him about that. I don't want to. I don't think it's fair to him. That's right. But
Kirsty, more accurately, I'm streaming two different sites. One is the at Stanley Cross channel, at Stanley Cross 6000. The other is the John Gall Urban Landlord channel, and everyone should subscribe to both of them. The main site is the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. And while everybody's out there, please make sure you hit the like button because I always forget to mention and do the housekeeping. Make sure you support the host, me, the Stanley in the Stanley versus the World. And please make sure that you also support our executive producer and the cause of this effect, Portia J. Please make sure you support her too. She does a lot in the background to make the hosts look well organized. And unfortunately, I always seem to, she wants to organize, and I always slip up and just, I don't reflect the quality that Portia J expects. So please make sure you just make her feel better, few bucks, $10 a day, just so she doesn't feel so bad. She sometimes regrets her, the monster she created. So there we go. Hopefully Portia's not too disappointed. And by the way, this is truly a pop-up. Last night, I had a whole bunch of Trump stories that were just kind of aggregating in the in the background. And I originally planned on doing the show at around 10:45 this morning. And I got, again, to repeat myself, got stuck editing a video for the Stanley Cross channel. Occasionally I do video essays, and I don't like editing, but, I did it anyway because this is, something that, I actually think is pretty cool. And I'll show it at the end of the show today because I think John's going live maybe at 2:30 or so. So this isn't going to be an awfully long show. At least I don't think it will be. So anyway, that's why the show is late. And Kushti, it's not really that professional. from YouTube, you can basically record the show and distribute it to multiple individual YouTube pages or channels. And I had a channel for years that, apparently if you meet certain criteria, you'll get channel status on YouTube. And I probably had it for 5 years and literally never did anything with it. And last January, I wound up kind of putting it together and, resurrecting or constructing the channel as a backup to the John Galt channel. And I've kind of been, doing it a little bit along ever since. Because I do the live shows, which is mainly a John Galt venture, but I get to stream it to my channel, and then every now and again I do the video essays. Really should be more disciplined about it, and as I get better at editing, I will be. But the problem is, I really don't get that much that I'm interested in. John is the owner of the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. John Galt is his name, and you'll see. Let me drop John's channel information into the Stanley cross chat. Hold on one sec, because I can't remember what it is. I think it's at the Urban Landlord. Hold on one sec here. There we are. Yeah, it's at the Urban Landlord, Kushti. And you will love this because it is the height of anti-black let's see, at Urban Landlord. Yeah, it's the height of well, they think they're black conservatives, like Thomas Sowell type conservatives, but they're not really. Um, but I try and disabuse them of the notion, but they never take me seriously. So there it is. Subscribe to that channel too, Kushti. You will definitely find it interesting. And talk about Rap Raven's going to have a lot of case studies. He's going to be able to do several shows a week. You just wait. I kid you not. So let's see. What else do we have here? So this meeting with the South African president, Ramaphosa, again, I didn't see anything, just like that made Trump look that good. For some reason or another, the Trumpaholics think he came off like looking good. I didn't see it. And what I loved is that they could not do a Zelensky in the little peanut gallery off to Trump's left on that couch. They didn't have shit to say. So that was a bonus. Oh yeah, hey, Kushti, anytime y'all want. Rap Raven's always welcome here. And I promise I promise he's going to get royal treatment. I know I've been a lot over the years on his panel, so I promise that he will get royal treatment. He deserves it. He deserves reparations for all the stuff he's had to put up with. So excuse me. Let's see. This is another thing that the same author of the last one, this guy's name is Jeff Tiedrich, I think that's how you pronounce his name. This essay is called "It's Time to Leave Joe Biden the Fuck Alone," and I would tend to agree with that. And I get that a lot from the MAGA crowd. You know, every time I start, you know, pointing out the problems with Biden, I'm sorry, with Donald Trump's lack of leadership and just the recklessness, the bull in the china shop style of leadership, they want to go, well, what about Biden? Or what about Kamala? And my response is, they're not president. Donald Trump is. And y'all need to just own up, because there are farmers who are suffering who voted for Trump. There are Venezuelans who thought they were in, you know, Donald Trump's warm embrace, and he's deporting their kinfolk. So, you know, no one is safe with the menace of MAGA. MAGA the menace. So, let's see. I don't know that there's anything in here worth actually reading. But, you know, the point about, you know, soon enough, no one's going to be able to blame Biden. And, you know, right now, you know, saying, well, gee, was he senile, et cetera, et cetera. That's really not going to be enough to counteract the damage that Donald Trump is doing. He is his own worst enemy, to be honest. So next is something else I'm going to let the AI reader do. This one's called "There Is No Piecing Back Together, Piecing Back Our Badly Shattered Constitutional Order." I don't know. You know, the funny thing is I don't know that destroying it or tearing it down to the ground in the very childish manner that Donald Trump is doing, building it back might actually, you know, improve some things or modernize things. So I think there is a silver lining to the temper tantrum that Donald Trump and the anti-blacks are doing right now.
There is no piecing back our badly shattered constitutional order. We are past the point of crisis and have entered an era when our political disputes will be settled by the raw.
Christy, I'll be honest with you. I have not kept up, you know, other than, you know, the tidbits that I might see in the news or, you know, just out on the internet. I've not been keeping up with what's going on in South Africa, mainly because I don't live there. And, you know, I'm not really into the, you know, the Pan-Africanism. You know that. You know, South Africa is a sovereign nation. I expect that they'll be able to deal with their internal or domestic politics. They don't need my help. They don't need the U.S.'s help, in my opinion.
Exercise of power, not the law. By Andy Craig. Since January 20th, the United States has been in a state of rapid constitutional collapse. Congress's power of the purse, its most fundamental prerogative, has been usurped. Statutory laws have been suspended by claimed emergency powers. The requirement for Senate confirmation has been made irrelevant. A transparently political purge of both the civil service and the armed forces has been launched. The president has threatened aggressive military force against longtime allies. A decree was issued to strip constitutional citizenship rights. Our treaty obligations have been blown up. With a self-sabotaging trade war, mass pardons have been used to gleefully sanction political violence. Courts have been defied to send innocent people to a Central American torture camp. The world's richest man has deployed a gaggle of racist hackers to shut down government agencies on a whim. And just as we were going to press, news broke that Harvard University has been barred from enrolling foreign students because of its refusal to hew to the president's ideological demands. But this stomach-churning agenda has also been mixed with the absurd. Trump has repeatedly insisted, for some incomprehensible reason, that the word groceries is old-fashioned and unfamiliar to people. He has shared a satirical video showing war-ravaged Gaza transformed into a MAGA amusement park. The Army Corps of Engineers randomly flooded farmland hundreds of miles away because Trump had some vague, cartoonish notion that it would help with the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles. The Mad King behavior we might expect in a Timpat autocracy, the surreal insanity of an Idi Amin or Muammar Gaddafi, is now the reality of the United States government. It's easy to get bogged down in the mire of so many crazy and dangerous things happening at such a rapid pace. The flood the zone with shit tactic, as Steve Bannon memorably put it. It is important to resist the big picture being crowded out by the nearly impossible task of responding to each outrage individually and in isolation. And the big picture is we now have a federal executive, the most powerful official on the planet, acting on the firm belief that he is not constrained by the rule of law and determined to run roughshod over the other two branches of government. America has been flung into a constitutional crisis in the most massive and fundamental way imaginable, ruled by a regime which is not merely doing unconstitutional things, but is anti-constitutional at its very core. Crisis is precisely the right word.
Turn on
this is not mere political
light.
disruption.
Trevor,
it is
can
a
you get this
full-blown
coffee
constitutional
pot back
crisis in the proper
in place?
technical sense of the term. The normal rules of the system have been thrown into untenable contradictions where something has to break. The whole mechanism is disintegrating before our eyes. We stuck a wrench into its core by putting an anti-constitutionalist into its highest office, and now the broken gears are spewing left and right. What we will be left with is a government only superficially resembling the one codified in the Constitution. The reality we face is grim, but not hopeless, yet. It will, however, be a political environment unlike any we have previously known. It will operate by different principles and mechanisms than the familiar model of a coherent system under the rule of law. The weeks, months, and years ahead will not just bring turmoil. They will challenge the basic premises holding America's governing institutions together. Still, it will remain up to we, the people, to decide what comes next. At the end of the day, reasserting our constitutional foundations and eventually reconstructing a stable system of law atop them will depend on our ability to secure the imprimatur of raw popular sovereignty. America will have its say on the matter of its own undoing. Though what should deeply worry us is that it is far from a given that it will choose to recover its constitutional legacy. A fractured government, power without rules. For most of its history, the government of the United States has conducted itself, however imperfectly, within its established constitutional framework. Presidents, legislators, and courts have at times stretched, manipulated, and even disregarded constitutional rules, but they have nearly always recognizably operated within the Constitution's basic structures. Even at the height of the Civil War or during World War II, Congress continued to function, elections continued to be held, the courts continued to issue rulings. This governing framework and the fragile cohesion it supplied is no longer intact. And in its place is a model of governance where conflicts are resolved not by reference to the law, but the threat of force by those who wield power. In our new reality, legal structures and procedures may persist on paper, but they will no longer guide the government's actual operation. Rather than following a unified legal code, different branches and actors within the federal government and between the states and the federal government will engage in battles for power without guardrails. For example, spurious federal charges against the mayor of Newark over a visit to an IC detention facility were dropped not by the legal process, but because of the public backlash. At the same time, similarly baseless charges against Representative LaMonica McIver, Democrat, New Jersey, are still moving forward despite the flagrant unconstitutionality of prosecuting a member of Congress for exercising her official legislative oversight functions. In both cases, the administration is pushing for as far as it can get away with politically, unmoored from the normal rules and procedures for criminal prosecutions. The whole fiasco amounts to a previously unthinkable and unabashed politicization of the justice system. The interaction of our various institutions will be disjointed and irregular, and in many cases will lead to unusual and unexpected outcomes. What matters in many cases will be which actors and institutions have the strongest popular backing, and, with it, the most credible threat of superior force. The ultimate backstop, as always, is the social sanction which assigns legitimacy to those who wield the state's monopoly on the use of force. With no agreed-upon framework to mediate these contests, executive, legislative, judicial, and state-level actors will clash based on sheer political capital, not deference to a unified constitutional system defining their respective roles. These struggles won't necessarily erupt into violence, a possibility still remote and hopefully to be avoided, but the threat of force will loom over every interaction. Each decision will hinge on the perception of popular support and legitimacy, who can muster more real or virtual mobs, rather than adherence to written constitutional law and settled constitutional norms. A new constitutional order, no simple restoration. Once the rule of law has fractured to this degree, there is no easy return to the status quo.
I'm going to stop that right there. If anyone wants the rest of the essay, I can drop the link. Now, I think there's a problem going too far in the other direction. Of course, I'm not Juan, I'm not, trained in the law, but I don't see anything just yet that can't be undone, especially since, these executive orders don't carry the force of law. So I think that the damage hasn't been permanent. Of course, there's still 3 years to go. So who knows what can happen. I don't think it's a crisis just yet. I think we're going to get there. I'll tell you what I think will be kind of a linchpin will be if this big bad budget bill passes with that part about courts being being unable to enforce contempt charges. If that happens, I think that might be a thread that unravels. When you start taking apart, the judicial branch is literally like the base part of a nation of laws. If you start saying the laws can't be enforced, then that is going to be a problem. And it will have the force of law, if it gets passed in that budget. So stay tuned. I think the Senate's not going to go for, I don't know if the Senate's not going to go for that part specifically, but it's not going to be smooth sailing through the Senate. And the bad thing is you don't need 60 votes to pass budget bills. So this is for Kushti here. Dozens of white South Africans arrive in the U.S. under Trump refugee plan. Kushti, do you have an article? Because you said that there's you hear tell that that the refugees are getting land. I hadn't heard that part. Refugees, refugees by land. By law, don't get land. It's part of the resettlement process. So let me know what you got. I can research it. Or I can just make you an admin and you can drop what you got. Let me know which you prefer. But I'm going to play this video first.
These are the first group of white South Africans who've been fast-tracked into refugee status. The Trump administration made a big thing about cracking down on immigration and suspending the refugee resettlement program. So questions are being asked, and why has such an exception been made for this group of people?
But it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about. Farmers are being killed. They happen to be white. But whether they're white or black makes no difference to me.
South Africa's foreign minister says that there has been no land confiscation, and Donald Trump's claims that murders are happening in large numbers is not backed by any police data. Usually the processing of refugees here takes months, even years, but for this group, it didn't take that long. And we spoke to the UNHCR, and ordinarily they would have been involved in the vetting process, but they said not only did they not take place, but they were never approached.
I asked the Deputy Secretary of State why the special treatment.
The President has recognized the dire situation of this particular group of people, and again, they went through the process.
Human Rights Watch say there are thousands of people who meet the threshold for seeking refuge. Black Africans, Afghans, for example, but they have been denied refugee status. They have described this move by the Trump administration to let Afrikaners in as a cruel racial twist.
Okay, well, let's read. I don't know that they'll actually need jobs immediately, Kirsty. Their basic needs will be met by law. There's a couple refugee acts. Can't remember the exact name of them, but they basically deal with asylum seekers and refugees, and the U.S. by law is required to provide, the food, shelter, medical. But I don't know whether, how long that's required. So I'll scan through this story here. It says a group of 59 white South Africans has arrived in the U.S. where they are to be granted refugee status. South African government said the group were not suffering any such persecution that would merit refugee status. If I'd been the South African government, I would have just said, hey, can we send you more? The Trump administration has halted all other refugee admissions, including for applicants from war zones. Human Rights Watch described the move as a cruel racial twist, saying that thousands of people, many Black and Afghan refugees, had been denied refuge in the U.S. A group of white South Africans who landed at Dulles Airport near Washington, D.C. on Monday received a warm welcome from U.S. authorities. Some held young children and waved small American flags in the arrival area adorned with red, white, and blue balloons on the walls. The processing of refugees in the U.S. often takes months, even years, but this group has been fast-tracked. The United Nations Refugee Agency says, confirmed to BBC it wasn't involved in the vetting, as is usually the case. Let's see. In January, President Ramaphosa signed a controversial law allowing the government to seize privately owned land without compensation in certain circumstances when it deemed equitable and in the public interest. The government says no land has yet been seized under the act. There's been frustration in South Africa over the slow pace of land reform in the 3 decades since the end of the racist apartheid system. While Black South Africans make up more than 90% of the population, they only hold 4% of all privately owned land. Wow. One of Trump's closest advisors, South African-born Elon Musk, has previously said that there was a genocide of white people in South Africa and accused the government of passing racist ownership laws. Claims of a genocide of white people have been widely discredited. Yeah. I don't see. I'll do some research if I think of it after I'm done. Kushti, I doubt that they've been given farmland. That's generally not part of the. Hey, Kushti. Oh, you're here, so I don't have to talk to. I don't have to talk to you through the microphone. How you been?
Fred. I've been good. I thought I'd come and, I didn't know that you had this show for this long, so I definitely wanted to come and show a bit of love and some support for a little bit. I'm feeling under the weather myself, so it's only for a little bit, but I thought
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right, it happens. But I'm glad that you're showing this. I'm quite surprised to see the BBC have this approach on it. I thought they'd probably be up Trump's bum like they normally are, but at least they're showing a bit of some sort of clarity there in what I heard you read. So I only asked about the land because they originally were
Okay.
meant to be farmers. So and I got that from they showed it in the clip that you played where they were talking to an official, but it's basically a clip where they just first touch into America. They're literally like they look like goldfishes in a bowl. They're just all standing against the wall, like a press conference was about to happen, and then you literally see the official coming to welcome him in. Gives him a speech, talks about how he's descendant from immigrants as well, and look how where he's become, and all of that kind of speech. And he knows that you're all farmers. Is that correct? And most of them are like, yeah, we're farmers. So, if you're bringing a bunch of farmers over, what else are they going to do but to farm the land? And I just think that that's interesting because of what you said about. Well, I don't know much, so that's why I do like to ask you questions about like what's happening with the politics, as you know. But I just find it interesting with the uproar with the farmers that's currently happening with their struggle, and then there goes Trump bringing in a bunch of farmers from South Africa. I mean, what else are they going to do but farm?
Well, I'm not going to doubt that there will be a fast track in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, because there's already
But
been one, isn't there? How
well,
quickly
yeah,
that they'd
getting them here.
arrived. Yeah.
But the places they're going, I know one of the places is North Carolina,
Yeah.
which is in the South or nominally in the American South, and yeah, nothing but farming there. Um, and I want to say Idaho or where they're going to four different spots.
Really
So they won't all be together.
interesting. And do you know if the spots are predominantly white or predominantly
Oh
black, or is it
yeah.
mixed?
Well, North Carolina, the South in the United States, it will be majority white. There are no states that not since before or shortly after the American Civil War has there been a state that was majority black. South Carolina and Virginia are two that I know of that like way back, like 150 years ago, were predominantly black, but it's fairly rare in American history and certainly, excuse me, certainly not these days. And it's just um, kind of the way it goes.
Yeah. Interesting. So you've got
But I think pretty much any state they go to is going to be majority white. There are no states that are not majority white. California might come the closest, but I think whites are even in the majority there. And they're not going to California, by the way.
yeah. But where they're going, although there's a high population of whites, is there still a high population of black people there? Like, is there still like a
Well,
lot of
North
black people?
Carolina is not, I don't know what the percentages are. I can look them up. But
Yeah.
North Carolina, there are plenty of black people, especially if you go towards the coast.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
going
you're
to be
not
so
like places like
interesting for the
Charlotte.
economics.
Charlotte, North Carolina. Oh yeah, Raleigh and Durham in North Carolina. Again, not a majority, but you're not going to be able to walk downtown and not see.
Not see a black person.
Right, and I actually thought to myself, because I watched part of the video of the conference, or the reception, and I kind of thought, well, it would be very interesting to see what the interaction between these people and American blacks would be like. Because
Yeah.
black people in America, they're not, they're not
Passive.
subservient.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
you're not going to be able to walk
Call
down
them
the street.
coloureds.
Yeah, they're not going to defer.
Yeah, so that's why I was just so fascinating on this story that I'm so interested to see how it develops, where they put them, what they eventually get. and how the people actually react, especially the white Trump MAGA people, I guess.
Well, the funny thing is there are plenty of black MAGA people too. Nowhere near the numbers, in the other demographics. But the John Galt channel that I mentioned, it is like black MAGA. Um, and I'm probably the only one on that channel, that'll do a whole show that's anti-Trump. And I do it. Oh, I do it with glee. I think it's hilarious.
Oh yeah, I've got to catch one of those shows. I have to. Oh, so
Well,
you're
you
just not
know me.
so you're just not trouble over our sides then. You're trouble. You're exclusively trouble then.
Oh no. You actually thought, well, I wouldn't say trouble as much as I just kind of enjoy tweaking noses. But that doesn't, I think
You're good
Trump.
trouble.
I think Trump should. I think America gets what it votes for, and in this case, I don't know that Kamala was a great choice, but she wasn't Trump. Trump is a particularly bad
Type of
um,
beast. For real.
yeah. He's I've said he's the most American president we've had in quite some time. He has basically taken the worst of American instincts and habits and packaged them in something that's suitable to be voted into office. So
A great way.
the good thing is there's no one like him. Not even his kids are like him. So um, that's a good thing.
It's going to be an interesting next few years, that's for sure. Ready is.
I don't think I think we'll survive it, but I'm not 100% sure like I usually am.
We'll survive it, but at what like we're going to come out of it pretty wounded on the other side.
This week, a group of
Let's have a look at this. This is interesting. Oops. So, to be honest, one of the things I don't do is I don't really get that much. I'm kind of a domestic policy guy. I'm not that concerned, other than the 59 refugees coming here. I'm not super concerned about what happens in South Africa. They have a government. They should be dealing with it. I think America has enough internal problems that we really shouldn't be, um, misunderstanding other countries. And the only reason South Africa's on the radar is because of Elon Musk.
Exactly. But do you think that's the consensus of everyone else? Does everyone else wonder why this big interest into these particular white South Africans?
Well,
for example,
I
you see
think
the Trump folk, do they actually sympathize? And do you think
yes.
if they end up they are okay? So do you think if they end up giving them land, knowing the struggles that's happening to the actual American farmers, do you not think that that's going to ruffle their feathers?
No, I don't actually.
Okay.
And the most interesting thing is the blacks for Trump. And like I said, John Galt, Trump fan, the guy who owns this channel, about 90, I would say 98% of the black people in this space. And I think it's fair to say that the John Galt urban landlord space is primarily a black channel, though we have plenty of white participants.
Okay.
Well, John Galt did a show yesterday defending Trump, and basically, as a matter of fact, I'm going to show this video, and then I'll bring up part of the show he did yesterday when he reviewed that meeting with Ramaphosa. And here's the deal. I had done the morning show because I do like 3:45 in the morning Eastern time, generally till 9, maybe 10, but I try and limit it, not too much past 9. I watched the whole meeting, and after I was done, John, went and reviewed the meeting himself, and his review of it was 180% opposed to my view. Now, here's the thing: I don't do a whole lot of stopping the video every minute or two to make a comment. I find that annoying. I will tend to let a video play the whole way through for context and then come back and review it. Now, there are exceptions. Somebody says something egregious, but usually I like to watch a whole video for context. So what I'll do is just play this one because it's, a little bit over 4 minutes, and then I'll go back and find John's show from yesterday because it is interesting. And I would love to get your reaction. You're gonna
Oh
love.
no, I'm not reacting. I'm about to run right now back into your chats. That scared me enough to go back.
Oh, no. Don't worry about it. I'm the host of this show. You'll be okay. But let's play this, and then while this is playing, I'll find the other one. And if you want to go back to the chat, I understand that too. But I guarantee you, this will make you want to come back up, even if you go back to the chat.
Group of 59 white South Africans arrived in the US, where they've been granted refugee status. President Trump says the refugee applications were expedited because the people concerned were victims of racial discrimination, something South Africa's government denies. The Afrikaners are descended from Dutch settlers who arrived 4 centuries ago to South Africa and who led the government which brought in apartheid, a racially segregated political system which has led to discrimination against black South Africans, and it's no longer in force. Well, usually it takes years for the US government to process refugee applications, but this group waited only 3 months. Well, our North America correspondent Nomia Iqbal has been speaking to one of those who made the journey.
If you're white, you're wrong in South Africa. You're a land thief. You are a racist. The whole time it's being told, and there is racist white people, plenty of them.
You say you're not a racist white person?
No, not at all. I've got many black friends. I think I've got more African black men as friends as white friends. I'm tired of being told just because I'm white, I'm a thief. Just because I'm white, I'm wrong in this. I had nothing to do with apartheid. Nothing.
Is there anything specific that's happened, Charles, that made you think, I've got to get out of here? I've got to leave?
After the death rates and stuff and my machinery being cut up, and I'm still, after reporting everything to the police, not getting any protection or anything like that, the only thing that's left on my farm is a sign that says mining area. All the fences has been taken off. Boom gates has been broken off.
There are voices out there, including the South African president, who has called you cowards.
Yeah.
You've got other Afrikaners who are saying that you're not refugees, you're opportunists, that you've abandoned the country. What would you say to those people?
I had to leave a 5-bedroom house, which I will lose now because I'm not going to pay for it, behind, my car behind, my dogs behind, my mother behind. It is not, I didn't come here for fun, but my children are safe.
What was it like when you got off the shuttle bus and came into that hangar and were greeted by the Trump administration?
It was overwhelming. I didn't expect that because I thought we're going to be in a shuttle bus, taken somewhere, and we will start working. All of us that is there, we know we're going to start here from the bottom because we are the new people here. We're going to start from the bottom.
Do you ever worry that you might be caught up in some big political game here? That you're a pawn somehow?
Yeah, it's a scary thing, but people mustn't think we're just taking advantage of this. We're coming here to make a contribution to the country.
Old tweets of yours have been dug up in which you appear to have made anti-Semitic comments, and so people are questioning, should you be here? What would you say to that?
I would like them...
What would you like to clarify?
I've deleted the comment, but I was actually thinking I should have not deleted it if you can look where I commented on, it was Passover, the Orthodox Jews, and I'm Christian, were spitting and screaming and bumping Christians walking with the cross. For me as a Christian, that is not acceptable. In Israel, and I went and I said something on Twitter, which I copy and pasted from somebody else's page, because if you go read my post, you'll see it's not the way I write.
So you had quoted someone else. I mean, the quotes.
I copied and pasted it.
The quotes were anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
They said Jews are dangerous people. They're untrustworthy. They're not God's chosen
I was
people.
super angry.
So you did it out of anger.
Yeah, and I was in hospital at that point of time. I was on morphine. But that's not an excuse.
Drugs don't make you an anti-Semite, though, do they?
Even now, if I would see any person going against my religion, I will speak up against it.
You have high hopes being here in America. Is there a part of you that is anxious that it might not work out?
No, to be honest with you, because of my belief, I believe this is God's plan for me.
Okay. Well, this is, I'm going to replay a little bit of John's review of that meeting between President Ramaphosa, and I hope I'm pronouncing it right. It might be Ramaphosa. But anyway, John has his own unique brand of critique for this meeting, which of course is going to be about, probably about 180 degrees out from my assessment. So, Kushti, you will enjoy this.
I'm not even sure what time. Probably depends on what time I need to, what time I get to where I gotta go. I got a couple things I need to do in Northwest today.
Oh, and Kushti, this is John Galt.
Make my way there. So it'll probably be about 7 o'clock. So I hope you guys are able to check in about 7. But it should be live in effect by 7. But before we get out of here today, guys, don't let me forget to call them. I do need to check and make sure that they have internet. Make sure they have the internet there so that we can make sure we have a successful broadcast there. Did you talk to the manager lady? Damn, now I forgot Stanley. But I'll get back to her. That's why I'm going to call her again today. It's Friday, man. They should be, getting their orders and supplies in for the weekend run. So hopefully they're there a little early. But here's something interesting. Again, I thought about Trump and saying,
our economy, because through growing the economy, we're then able to create more jobs. Because crime really thrives where there is inequality and unemployment.
You see, the Ramaphosa is trying to convince Trump that crime is based on inequality there. I'm not sure if that sells because this lady's going to talk about one of the delegates there with Ramaphosa is going to say something very interesting.
And that is one of the reasons that has brought us here to improve our investment relations, our trade relations, so that we can preserve the number of jobs that your companies have created in South Africa. By virtue of what we export to you, we are able to create up to 500,000 jobs in the auto industry, in the agricultural industry, and a number of...
Bro, like none of that shit is going to be worthwhile if you can't stop the rapes and the trash. People are not raping because they're broke, bro. Like, you're not going to convince Donald Trump or anyone really that rape is a crime of poverty.
Other industries, mining, where we export things to you. And we also know that as South African companies invest here, you are also able to create jobs. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship. So our main real reason for being here is to foster...
You know what's so interesting about this is that China, I'm sure, tries to do business in South Africa. We could look it up. And they don't give a damn about any of their relations going on in South Africa. The rapes, the trash, whatever. China will come in and get what they can get, and they'll leave them niggas living in trash. They will. And they'll leave them niggas raping each other. Donald Trump at least has come in and said, hey, man, look, you can't just be willy-nilly killing farmers. And just as easy as we give refugee status to people from Honduras who keep going back and forth to their country, we're going to give it to the most productive people in your country if you're willing to kill them. We can make use of these people. Can you stop killing your most productive people?
The trade and investment so that we are able to grow our economy, your support, and so that we are also...
This is really kind of amazing that you got a president from I think South Africa is either the first or the second biggest economy in Africa. And here he is going to white countries begging for investment. Bro, you got Africans all around you. Resources, fucking water. I mean, the whole ocean. You know, I tell you, listen, it blew my mind. I was in Ghana. And
all those African countries have the resources that the United States does. It makes no sense to come to the United States.
They import fish. It fucking blew my mind. And these people have a fucking ocean around them. And they are importing food. Truly amazing.
Able to address it. All these societal problems, because criminality thrives when people are unemployed, when they have no other hope to eke out a living.
But you've taken over this country. This country wasn't this bad down when the whites were in charge. You took over, and now rampant crime and violence has spread. And now, like, I don't even think he sees what he's saying here. He's going to the white man and say, hey, man, like, can you help us? Like a reverse colonization.
So that is what we need to resolve. And your support, your partnership with us is what is really going to give us a strong capability to move forward.
Like, I would love to ask him, why do you need to partner with me, bro? It's billions of you Africans in Africa. All around you are other Africans. Why do you need to partner with me, bro? Like, for what? Why should I partner with you? Why you blacks are screaming, kill the boy. And Trump made him watch it. He made that nigga, he smeared the shit in his face. And nigga, watch this video of your people talking about killing white people. And here you are asking me to help you. These niggas, I don't think the nigga understood it. I want you to listen to this black lady. Oh, this black lady is.
Do you have anything to say? I mean, I don't want to leave you out. You know, the guy won 3 or 4 majors. 3 or 4.
Oh, here's the white man.
That's a lot. By the way, 2's a lot. A lot of tournaments you won too. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. President Ramaphosa. I grew up in an area in South Africa that is.
Now, I want you to listen to this white man, and he's about to directly contradict what these Africans are saying. Like, they don't want to talk about it.
Farmland area, Polokwane. Yeah. And, there is some issues up there. Obviously, my dad was a property developer as well as a part-time farmer. And yeah, some of these buddy farmers got killed.
So he's talking about the farm murders. He said, yeah, we do have a problem with farm murders. But the Africans don't want to admit it, that their people, their brethren, are committing some of the worst atrocities you could ever imagine. I remember watching a South African video about them killing the farmers, some of the most savage shit I've ever seen in my life.
Farm is still going. My brothers run it. But it's a constant battle with farms they're trying to burn the farms down to chase you away. So it is.
He just said they're trying to burn the farms down to chase people away. Now you think about that shit. Only that nigga was saying, I'm gonna burn the farm down to chase the farm away. Then the next step is, well, what the fuck are you gonna eat when the farmer leaves? I don't believe they can't think that far.
It is a concern to try and make a living as a farmer, and at the end they, without farmers, there's no food on the plate. So we need the farmers to produce the food.
And the president's sitting there like just stupefied. He can't say shit. What are you gonna say? No, that's not happening. And this man is saying, will it happen to me?
He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't even want to do what you're doing, right? They love farming. They don't want to leave. but it's a struggle.
Yeah, and you know, food and fresh water is the most important thing in life. You know, without those two things, you can't survive.
How is the water there?
The water is great. Obviously, all the water comes out of the bore.
Now, what did we just hear? The white man said the water is great. Well, he said, and why the water is great? But then we just heard the black man say, well, the water's fucked up. Ain't no water. They went to the tap. There wasn't no water. That's what happened. But this man said the water is great. Well, how's his water great and the other man's water is fucked up? Here's explain.
All out of ground for us down there. But yeah, it is a battle to get the water out sometimes when all the equipment gets stolen all the time.
He said, we drill a borehole. And then he said, the niggas come and steal the equipment. God damn.
That you're trying to get battle to get the water out sometimes when all the equipment gets stolen all the time that you're trying to get.
Who's stealing the equipment? Ramaphosa sitting there like a lump on a log. His people, the nightshades, are stealing the fucking water pumping equipment.
Does your family and your brother, do they feel safe on the farm?
They live behind electric fences, you know.
And he said they live beyond electric fences. Stanley said them for the cows. And them electric fences for the cows. Oh, he said you don't even know if these people are cow farmers or animal farmers.
Yeah. Yeah, this is stop it right here, right quick. There are different types of electric fences. The ones that I have seen on farms, and indeed my family is used on our farm, are, you know, just a single, like, barbed wire looking thing, you know, with just enough of a shock to keep, you know, the cows or horses or whatever inside the fence. Farms, you know, like these rural crawl type farms, KRAAL, they may not have the capacity to generate, you know, enough voltage for like one of these fences. The electric fence that John is talking about is built to keep people out. That's like a chain link type of fence. You don't ever find those. Now, maybe South Africa is different. I've never been there. Maybe John knows something I don't. But those chain link electrified fences don't tend to be on farms. They tend to be the simple electrified fence to keep livestock in. Those types of fences are not going to keep human beings out. They're going to keep cows in. And John is so just like, I don't know whether he's never been on a farm. He's from Alabama, so surely he's been on a farm. Surely he also knows that, especially in the South, you can have a dairy farm, for instance. A dairy farm has cows. Farm may be, a misapplied, maybe dairy ranch is better, but farm in the United States tends to be kind of a term that can, apply to growing crops or husbanding animals. And sometimes farmers do both. They husband animals and grow crops. Hence, farm tends to be kind of a Swiss Army knife, for land used for agriculture. John has a problem with actually understanding English. And many in this John Galt urban wonderland of anti-blackness, they sometimes have a problem understanding how English is applied and used, and they have a bigger problem comprehending English. So, that's how it is. When I say electric fences are used to keep cows in, there are several different types of electrified fences. Usually, in America at least, they don't have chain link fences keeping animals in. That's, maybe I made a big assumption. I can admit that.
They could be growing fruits and vegetables and crops and shit. Do you think the cabbages
Hey,
get
Ignat,
up
what's
and
up?
leave the farm? Is that what the fences are for? The cabbages?
Try and be at night safe, but it is constant. Whenever you leave, that something could happen.
It's constant. Whenever you leave, something could happen. And done by whom, sir? Answer that question for us. Tell Mr. Donald Trump. Who could do something to you, sir?
And
There's nowhere to live.
you know, both of them has been attacked in their houses.
Donald Trump said, "That's no way to live." What?
There's nowhere to live.
You know,
No way to live. This is what the blacks created. He's head nigger in charge. And he's created a place where Donald Trump just said, man, that is nowhere to live. And what this nigga must be embarrassed. Nigga, you created this. At your hands, at your governors, nigga. This white man telling you in front of your face, nigga. This ain't mumbling Biden, nigga. This a real white man telling you in front
Real
of your
white
face
man.
to one of your fucking citizens. That's no way to live.
Custy, I
This
told
nigga
you.
ought to be embarrassed. He ought to be fucking embarrassed. He ought to be embarrassed. You can't embarrass these niggas.
Both of them has been attacked in their houses. My mom's been attacked in the house when she was 80. So
He said my mom was attacked in the house when she was 80. By whom, sir?
attacked in their houses. My mom's been attacked in the house when she was 80. So it is difficult. But you know, the guys live a great life despite everything going on.
Something.
Wait, Ramaphosa thought he had some here. Oh, Ramaphosa thought he had some here. He gonna have one of his delegates speak for him. Oh, watch this shit.
President Trump, I brought along the president of the largest trade union in our country.
He said, I brought along the president of the largest state.
Solosi, because she leads many, many workers.
He said she leads many, many workers. I want you to listen to what she said.
1 million, 2 million workers.
That's an interesting question, Kirsty. John Galt actually thinks he is an apex black man. He thinks more blacks need to be like him and his cohort. And it's a weird phenomenon, but John Galt is not uncommon. He isn't an anomaly in the U.S. black community. And he is, what I call a legacy Black American. He has deep roots in American history, culture, all that stuff. So, there are Black people who basically think that Black Americans, and not so much African immigrants, but actual Black Americans who have been here a while, at least throughout history, we are the fuck ups. We are ruining the United States. They are essentially, I call them anti-black blacks. They are racists. And, in America, it's not particularly an uncommon thing. And if you interrogate John, he will tell you that, hey, this, so many problems with the Black community. Apparently, he doesn't have them. He doesn't identify with them other than, hey, I know what to call them. The N word, and nightshades is his other N word. Hey, it is what it is. You just have to know how to deal with it. But I bet, Kushti, I want to hear a Rat Raven case study on this. You thought I was kidding. Oh, this is so hilarious. Are you shocked now, Kushti? And you thought I was a problem.
Maybe we should give her a chance to say something, because she's come all the way to join us.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Let me see. Hold on. Stanley keep talking about these fucking electric fences. Let me see what we got. Electric fences, farms, South Africa. Well, you got to get it right. What are they used for? Electric fences are commonly used on farms in South Africa to protect livestock and property. Okay, that's Stanley. He's partly right. But they can also pose a significant threat to wildlife, particularly pangolins and tortoises, while these fences are effective.
Kushti, John does have his own channel. As a matter of fact, John's channel is where I started Stanley versus the World from. Now, I have to give John credit. He does not mind someone who, kind of, is the principled oppositional dissent. And, we get along generally. We just don't see America. Our worldviews are just totally different. So he does have a channel. It's as a matter of fact, let me do the housekeeping part. Everyone, please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. It is a real thing. Make sure you hit the like button most of all, because it helps, both channels out. So, I see you, Fred. Bottom line is make sure you support the host, me, Stanley, as in Stanley versus the World. Supporting the host means you are supporting the channel. And by the way, I still have a couple more newspaper subscriptions that I would love to have crowdfunded, mainly the Washington Examiner. And I need one more conservative newspaper, like strictly conservative newspaper. But I'll know what that is when I find it. I don't think the Savannah Morning News is that conservative, but because it's been years since I've gotten it every day. I bet my father still gets it. But the other thing, our executive producer, Portia J. Now, let me tell you about Portia. She is even more kind than John Galt. She and I get along famously, but I know she's like, what the hell did I do? Stanley versus the World as a concept, as a show, was her idea. I don't think she quite knew that how much of a damn I don't give for the anti-black blacks. I love trashing them just as a sport because they're generally so limited in their understanding of so many things like American culture, American history. I literally have a dude looking up an electric fence, and I know what electric fences are. I do know that a chain link fence is not generally on a farm. Now, I have limited experience. I haven't been to every farm all over the world, but generally, the voltage needed to power an anti-human fence is going to be expensive and not very useful out on an actual farm. And there are farms. Again, I've never been to South Africa, but I know enough to know that a lot of the farms out, these crawls, are very remote. The power needed to do a human repelling fence, if you are a poor farmer eking out or scraping a living from the land, you're not going to be able to pay that electric bill. And I just don't know why, like, a 50-year-old man can't critically think his way through this anti-black stuff. So that's all I have to say. And I'm kind of going on too long myself. Hey, Mela, how you doing?
I'm terrific, just like you. I have an affinity for you and John Galt and Portia and everybody that I've encountered on this channel, and I just wanted to check in with true affection. In the event that I can contribute something significant to what you're discussing, I'm more than happy to do that.
Okay, well, basically, I have a friend of mine from the UK, who is in the Stanley cross chat, and we, she thinks they thought over. There's a show called the Black Betterment uh, broadcast, which I would also recommend. Let me see, because people
The
need to
black,
tune in.
wait, Black Betterment broadcast?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Triple B. Okay, all right.
But hold on, let me bring it up. Black, because I would be remiss in my duties if I did not promote this. Because I believe me, I have caused so much trouble over there.
But you're extending
that
their vocabulary while you do it.
No, these are British. This is a British broadcast, so it's probably a mutual exchange. They have pretty big vocabularies over there.
Okay, that's good to hear.
So I'm going to drop this into both chats. Um, Give me one sec, because I can't talk and type.
There are people that can talk and type, Stanley.
No, you know what? I took a computer class in high school instead of an actual typing class, and it was a bad decision, to be honest.
You know what? They designated me for drafting instead of typing. I'm not a typer myself. Ironically, I was able, with my government status, able to I was able to become what's called an office coordinator. And someone's like, how are you an office coordinator, but you can't type? I was like, hey, those government points, those government veteran points. And they were like, surely we could teach her how to adjust. And so I get it. It's not what you know, it's what you come with. And so we'll wait on you because we appreciate you. Okay? And that's what it is, man. We'll wait on you because we appreciate you. And that's what it's all about. There are people that will, it's like, okay, he explained. Give him a minute or so, and we'll do that because of who he is. That's a
But let me mention one thing about Kushti and Rap Raven, the Black Betterment broadcast. It is very pro-black, and I personally, have gone on there, and I don't ever agree, 100%, but it's almost like the opposite of the John Galt channel. I tend to be kind of a moderate. Rap Raven and Kushti, who is always a sweetheart. She's just the sweetest woman. If you think I caused trouble on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, I'm an equal opportunity troublemaker. I'm just not shy about telling people when I disagree, but I always try and ground it in something I've read or experienced or something. But I very much encourage, especially the John Galt Urban Landlord crew, go over to Black Betterment and listen to Black people. Black people are extremely diverse. They are extremely dumb, but they're also extremely smart. We are as diverse as any demographic in the United States or on Earth. And I just think that Black people limit themselves when they think there's only one way to be Black. It is demeaning. It is delimiting. It is a lot of bad stuff when you basically, and this is one thing, back in my college days, talking negritude. I once, way back, you'll never believe this,
Did you
Kosti,
say
but
negative?
negritude. It was a
Oh,
movement back in the 70s. I took a modern African lit class, and I was a chemistry major in college, but I wanted to take this class, and the professor was fairly famous, and I loved it. I loved the class. It was so loose. I like writing. So anyway, negritude. Um, there is the one thing that I pointed out in this paper is that when black people or just anti-blacks in general start saying black is this or black is that, black should be this or that, you're literally taking away the humanity of black people. Okay, if black people are supposed to be one way or another, cookie cutter, stereotypical, what have you, that's literally robbing black people of their humanity. And
absolutely.
it does not matter whether you are a John Galt or whether you are a fucking Klan member. The results are the same. And I am fucking so against the freest black people are the ones who get to do what they want to do. As long as they're not breaking laws or harming other people. But I just don't get people like, the bottom feeder whites or the anti-black blacks. Motherfuckers, y'all think black people should be this, and if they don't do that, if they marry outside of their race, they're not black. That's some bullshit. As a matter of
Yeah.
fact, I would, and I'm a little biased, but I would say they're the freest or the blackest. Motherfucker, I'm so black, I didn't give a fuck about who I married as long as I loved her. That is the ultimate freedom.
Yeah.
And I was successful. Our progeny, our son, is more than likely gonna be more successful than me. So, because I fucking want him to be, I trained him to be, and he worked hard enough to get into an elite engineering school. The dude, that union of people, produce someone who is going to be, hopefully, if he doesn't fuck up, an engineer, a good engineer, a smart engineer from an elite university. This is black success. This is what black people can do. And you are a fool if you think we're all, you know, in the hood or should go back to the hood or be hood like. You're fucked up. So sorry, Mel. I had to go on that. I
Yeah,
have just enough beer to rant.
it's it's interesting when someone runs across a young man who's on the path of success, but assumes that they're the hood version of a black person. And what I would ask at this moment is, have you taught your son how to respond to opposition by virtue of being black in an area where everyone around him, including himself, is successful? There's going to be somebody that eventually, like, so where are you from? With that whole "what are you doing here" mask. There are black successful young people that encounter the mass of questions that add up to "what are you doing here?" And they start asking them questions that they don't ask others. And I
Well,
was wondering,
one
have you
advantage,
taught him to do
one ad-
that?
one advantage, and it's kind of a backhanded compliment, Trump and his cronies managed to get rid of affirmative action. So my son didn't do affirmative action to get in to his elite university, for starters. And second of all, I've told this story several times on this channel. My son was maybe 4, and I can't remember the exact circumstances, but someone asked him something similar to what you asked, like, who are you? Where are you from? And you know what his response was? I'm Trevor. That was his response. And that is spot on. Fuck everybody else.
Yeah,
You
that's
need
good enough.
you need to, number one, tell the truth. Number two, understand who you are. And you may not, kids want to understand themselves. In my experience, you really don't understand yourself until you have to like explain yourself to your kids or your wife. I think families are a weird dynamic, because you have to explain yourself. You have to be true to yourself. You have to be true to your family. And for better or for worse, there are people who will just go, Stanley, you're old. Um, you be true to yourself, and everything will flow from that. Be yourself. Try not to, lie. Sometimes you kind of have to. It's situational, but be yourself. That's really all anyone needs. Now, you need to be working to make sure you're your best self. You can't be a slouch. But the bottom line is be true to yourself, your own values. Now, sometimes you might have to go, well, shit, if I lose this job, it's going to take me months or years to find another job. You got to read the room. You got to know where you are in space and time. But in most cases, like, look, YouTube isn't my job. Um, I literally have the privilege of being me. Stanley Cross is my real name. I don't hide behind some fictional character in a novel. I am me. I don't pretend to like or approve of shit that I don't like or approve, and that's rare. I'm a black man who gets to say what he wants, and hopefully, it's at least relevant or smart. And you know who Imperius is, right, Mela?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, he said something, and he didn't know I was in the chat um, the other day on another guy's show. And you know what? Now, you never expect to hear Imperius give someone a compliment, but he basically said, well, Stanley, for a liberal, is a good guy, even if he's wrong. He sincerely believes what he says. And a lot of times he can actually back it up, with something he's read or an experience or something. And you know what? Coming from Imperius, that was like awesome. That motherfucker will trash you. He does not respect you.
Yeah, I recall the name, and I recall that he's highly intelligent and will call people out based on what he perceives is their true character. And if that's what yeah, if that's what he painted about you, that is a compliment.
The thing is, some of the more intelligent people don't know how unintelligent they are. But you know what? Every time I get into a conversation with the guy, we wind up just like talking about something esoteric, or just look. We, believe it or not, I grew up Catholic, and I've had, we have read some of the same books, and I'll just leave it at that. And yes, Kushti, you're just finding this out. I'm a center left guy. So, hey, I'm a Constitution guy, and not particularly conservative, but um, I kind of like the Constitution. I kind of like books, and I'm surprised I never mentioned that. So, but Kusti, I adore you. So, whatever. I'm coming out of my shell now.
That's
But
a compliment. You adore her. That's
no, she's a great woman.
me.
She
Me
is
too.
always so kind, and just she
That's
kind of just.
good
I
that
think
you
she
can
rolls.
recognize that. That's good.
She rolls her eyes at my quirks, or just gets pissed off and tosses me off the channel. So anyway, let's get back to this John Galt thing. And look, I will go, until it gets boring. But I'm glad you're here, Mel. I haven't talked with you in quite some time.
Thank you.
But everyone, please make sure you subscribe to that Black Betterment broadcast. You need to broaden your horizons.
Effective at deterring predators and controlling animal movement, they can also be fatal for small animals that come in contact. Let's see if they say anything else. Protection. Let's see, are these people putting? Maybe Stanley's correct. Maybe the white man don't know what the fuck he talking about. Oh, electric fences are a common security measure for farms in South Africa, primarily used to protect livestock, crops, and property from predators, intruders, and theft. Theft from what? Who's stealing? Who's stealing? Are the Africans coming onto the farm stealing? They can also be used to deter intruders, human and animal, and provide a visible and effective barrier to humans. Stanley, coming in or out. Let's see what else we have. Let's see what else we have. Is there any other thing? Farm murders. Let's see. I want to make sure that farm murders, security, murders. So we do see that they do keep humans out.
Okay, and this is where experience kind of helps you here. Electric fences can keep humans out, but not generally the type of fences that are on farms. I literally have relatives, like my father's side and my mother's side, who have had agricultural lands and farms on the Sea Islands of South Carolina, and especially in South Georgia. And I've seen electric fences on farms. Their goal is to keep cows and livestock in. Generally, they have shotguns for fucking keeping humans off. They don't necessarily need high-powered, high-voltage electric fences. They have guns. Now, I don't know, what the gun laws are in South Africa, but electric fences are somewhat less, maybe more deterrent, but they don't keep chain link fences. I've literally never seen an electrified chain link fence on a farm, especially out in the rural. The electric bills are expensive, and they are like, humans aren't the problem. That's what you have shotguns for. Now, I've never been to South Africa, so maybe things are different. I think John's been to South Africa, so he might know more than I do.
See, here's why install electric fencing, Cape Town.
See that? Wait, hold it. Let me stop it. Let me stop it here. That's not the goddamn type of fence that your average poor farmer is gonna have. Let me roll it back a little bit. Oops. Let me play it forward. Just look at the type of fences that they're showing for people fences. You don't generally find those on like yeoman farmer type farms. See, this is where critical thinking, experience, and a little bit of book knowledge comes in. You don't do this.
Why install electric fencing, Cape Town? And see what it says here, Stanley. You could be
Okay,
right.
how many goddamn farms are in Cape Town? Now, is it Durban or Cape Town? There's a big mountain that I've heard, like, you know, in the area. I think it's Cape Town. But your average dirt farmer, your average, like, small farm is not going to have a fence that looks like that. Motherfucker, use your common sense.
Electric fencing was originally developed in New Zealand. Electric fences deter and detect. It is an effective way of deterring potential intruders, which is why it is used throughout with great success. The fence is also connected to an alarm which will go off when the system is breached. The system has proven to be very effective and can replace the services of security guards.
Again, and let me just help little Johnny out here. There are several different types of electric fences. We're talking about an electric fence on an agricultural enterprise. They do not have alarms. They do not replace security guards out on a, out in the rural. Dude, use common sense. It is very hard sometimes for people to apply. See, thinking is actually kind of like multitasking in a way. You have to use books, you have to use experience, you have to use just plain old common sense and put them all together to come up with a cogent answer sometimes. And sometimes people just aren't quick enough to do it on the fly.
Which also can be a threat because your security guard could be teaming up
fucking security guard. How does that apply?
To monitor your premises, these systems offer scalable solutions.
How many motherfucking farms? How many motherfucking farms have security guards?
That is ideal for homeowners and business owners throughout South Africa. Can be linked to your existing security.
Now look at this motherfucker acting like he has a point. Throughout South Africa. Motherfucker, these are small farmers. Small farms. Alarms, security guards, linked throughout South Africa. These are small farmers. What the fuck is he talking about? Anything. Anti-blacks will do anything to fucking be right. Even defy common sense or critical thinking. Look at him.
Apparently.
Let me rewind this. Do you see the little?
I heard it.
Well, hold on. Let's watch this little jig one more time.
Teaming up with criminals to monitor your premises. These systems offer scalable solutions with a variable number of zones that is ideal for homeowners and business owners throughout South Africa.
Throughout South Africa. This is fucking hilarious.
He did put emphasis on that. Psychologically speaking, Not that I'm a psychologist. What I will say is that when it comes to anti-black rhetoric, oftentimes they're referring to what they would do. And they're,
Well, I guess. Hey,
like
Kelvin.
this whole pretending, like for instance, if I was in white people's shoes, this is what I would do, and then they start speaking on it in that way.
Well, see, that's even better. White people, he meant they would wear white people's hand-me-down shoes. They don't wear white people's shoes. They wear the hand-me-downs.
Anti-black people would take whatever they get from white folks.
They will polish those run-down wingtips. You know, the heels a little run down, but
oh my God.
The heels are run down, but you know what? Massa gave it to me as a token of
I got this from a white guy. I feel where you're coming from. I can't say I agree, but I
oh, you don't have to. Hey, is your agreement necessary? I'm just having a good time.
I just comprehend what your thought process is. I comprehend it.
Well, the bottom line is, being blinded by the white just doesn't do it for me. And these fucking anti-black blacks in the John Galt urban landlord space, y'all hit the like, are blinded by the white. And any one of y'all motherfuckers who wants to hit the link, I would enjoy. It is Saturday. I'm a couple beers in, and I want want to mock some anti-blacks.
Y'all hit ready to rumble?
Fuck the rumbling. That's too white. I'm not gonna rumble. I'm just gonna roast them in the old-fashioned 60-year-old Black American way. We'll take it back to the schoolyard so I can roast your ass like it's 1976.
Here's the thing. Are you going to put up a square deal? Or are you gonna just
Oh no. Why would I do that?
Are you gonna just eliminate people that offend you? Or are you gonna actually
Hey, you know what? It depends on the person. If I don't know
so
you,
why should they hit the link if they anticipate
Oh,
that
I don't. You know what? The people who know me know. You know what? That's the other thing people don't seem to notice. I'm pretty predictable. So, if I don't know you and you come up and you're an asshole, yeah, I'm gonna flush you. If you are like you, yeah, I might just have to suffer through because I'm not gonna just toss you in the back unless it becomes necessary.
Okay,
I am discerning.
now that I have permission to challenge you,
Oh, go right ahead.
what makes you such a Black experience expert?
Well, I'm Black. Grew up in a Black neighborhood, have Black parents, etc. That big 6-0 that I hit in March. By the way, Kushti, I hit the big 6-0 last March. That should count for something.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, well, it does to me.
Get specific about your experience in the formative years.
What do you mean formative? You mean as a kid?
Yeah.
I went first through sixth.
Were you in an all-Black classroom?
Yeah, first through sixth grade, and then
Okay.
they closed.
Your plane.
Well, I lived literally in an all-Black neighborhood, and there's a video I'm going to play. I'm sorry, what?
That helps your claim about being a real.
Well, here's the deal. Hold on. Two parents who were middle class. An English teacher and a cop. all black neighborhood. There were doctors, there were lawyers, there were teachers, there were mechanics, there were, um, all manner of um, middle class, maybe some a little more upper, some are a little lesser, but it was I could go a whole summer and not see a white person. Um, Maybe not the
That
whole
helps your
summer because
claim.
you might go to the mall and the Oglethorpe Mall in Savannah, Georgia. But literally, I could probably go at least a month. I lived in an all black neighborhood, with the normal, I had a basketball goal in the backyard. We played football on the corner. My mother would flash the lights off and on.
Oh,
And they
you're reminiscing now. I
right, but
wanted
well, of
to,
course, no, you asked my credentials, and reminiscing is part of it.
yeah,
Point
and I
point
think
is point is I
point is,
literally for the first 6 years of my actually kindergarten, so 7 years, all black. Except for the nuns. My first grade teacher was black. Wonderful woman. I used to see her every now and again when I went back to Savannah. Second grade teacher was Sister Ann. She was white. Third grade teacher, fourth grade teacher. No, my fifth grade teacher was another nun. So three of the six teachers or four of the seven teachers I had were black. All black Catholic school, St. Mary's in Savannah, first through sixth grade, all black.
shout out
They
to St.
closed.
Mary's.
They closed the school. So my last 2 years, I went to the Cathedral Day School. First integrated education experience I ever had was seventh grade, and then from seventh through the end of college was pretty much mostly white. So
Okay.
I have a good mixture. And then Navy, mostly white. So I have a pretty good grounding. That's why I don't let motherfuckers challenge my blackness. Y'all, but the wonderful thing is that I've always had a thing for proper English. It's just the way, I don't know why. I just have never had to code switch. And you know what the beautiful thing was? Even in that first through sixth, people just knew who I was because I never changed. I was the nerd. However, people would come up and go, "Hey, Stanley, can you help me with this math or can you help me with this English?" Of course I can. So, even the nerds, if you aren't an asshole, I've even had some people go, "Hey, if you fuck with him, you're fucking with me." Um, I actually have had black friends since kindergarten. And the one thing I do know is black people don't really give a fuck how proper you speak your English. They just care if you're not an asshole. So I don't get wrapped up in you sound white. I've literally had more you sound white from white people than I ever have from black people. Black people, they didn't give a fuck as long as, hey, you know what? If I'm going to check you, because we used to call roasting checking back when I was in grade school, they didn't give a fuck. I can roast you in proper English. That's even worse. So anyway, enough reminiscing. Bottom line is I don't have a doubt about where I came from, who I am. And then even better than that, you go spend 2 or 3 weeks or a month in South Georgia with my black grandparents, who happen to be my father's parents, or my black grandmother, who is my mother's mother, because my grandfather died when my mother was a child, so I never met him. Um, Black grandparents. Go spend a week down the family farm. I'll tell you a story about my sister sitting on a fence on the pigsty and falling into the mud. We still tell that story. Um, dude, I'm blacker than a lot of motherfuckers in this John Galt space.
And I just wanted you to say that out loud so people can understand and not be confused about your standard of thought. You come from a foundation that is clearly authoritative to discern who or who is not anti-black. So I'm glad you said that out loud.
Well, you know what? Shit, black people have a lot of problems. Who's going to deny that? What I'm saying is that you actually have to, not all black people are bad, not all black people are kangs. You literally have to take it on an individual basis. I don't assume that all black
And
people are
you have
good.
the authority to say that
Well, it doesn't really take
because you're
authority.
a
I mean, that's
well-rounded
more
man.
experience.
You're a well-rounded man.
I could be better. We could all be better. But what I'm saying is I don't just whistle Dixie. I people can disagree, I read books. It's the way I am.
There are
However,
people that speak from only having a quote unquote, as they would say, a hood experience. And so they spew
well,
their
you have to be careful there because I've never had a hood experience. There's some things I don't know. I might have opinions
okay,
on.
now we're digging into the
I've
crevices
literally
of your
not said, well,
foundation.
maybe you need to hang out more. No, you know what? I literally had Fred will remember Wolf. Wolf once told me, and Fred, you might have been on that Discord call. Fred said you have no fucking clue, or to that effect, have no clue what goes on
So
in the
you've
hood.
never been exposed to a hood experience.
I had a girlfriend once, but that was 6 months.
Okay.
You know what though? It was a Savannah hood, which isn't, Yamacraw was not Cabrini Green. Yamacraw, as it goes, is, there. I could tell you a story about one day I had gone to Kentucky Fried Chicken of all places, to take over to my
Let's
girlfriend's
hear it.
or her apartment or whatever it was, and so this kid. Um, I pull into the parking lot or into the parking space right in front of her house, and all of a sudden the cops come screaming into the parking lot, and this kid was literally like maybe 5 feet away from me. He takes off running and tosses his gun into the bushes. Right on the side of the steps leading up to my girlfriend's place. And you know what I did? Nothing. I'm like, well, goddamn. That was close. I went in and, we had chicken. It was, but that's also the Navy experience. You don't fucking panic ever if you lose it. But no, I'm like, this kid, he just looked like a normal kid. And the cops come screaming in, obviously looking for him. And he took off, tossed the gun. And I wasn't that curious because I did not want to get involved. Now, there's a little bit of a backstory to that, which I won't get into, but you know, um, that's my hood experience. I don't have a lot of it. I do know that I'm just not going to discount someone because they grew up in the hood.
Well, you have that fortune. There are people that have experienced injustices and atrocities that construct their attitude about Black people, even though they're Black themselves. And that's where that comes from. Because it puzzled me a long time when I would hear Black people have disdain for their counterparts. It just puzzled me until I realized there are occurrences that a lot of us haven't experienced that plants a seed of bitterness that will never be erased, and will, thereby they're forever gonna just have disdain for Black people because of their experience. And that's what
Okay,
that
well,
comes
that
from.
is actually a malady. That's not a good thing. And I know it's good to understand the causes, but that doesn't sway me one way or another. It's pretty much a pathology. If you are so fucked up, if your experience was so stunting that you automatically think one way or another. And again, I'm not even doing the, hey, I'm better than thou. I'm just saying, I'm sorry to hear that there are people like that. But you know what? Don't expect me to be that way.
Right.
And
Exactly.
if you are, then good luck with that because I will have responses. I don't care. And see, this is the thing. I really don't care about your hood experience. If you had a bad experience, if I can help, I certainly will. But don't use that experience as a crutch, especially if you are like a 50-year-old
Exactly.
man.
It's the
Okay,
crutch effect.
if you haven't gotten over it by 50, well, I can't help you
It's
and
the
don't
crutch
care
effect.
to help you.
Yeah.
You've had 50 years to unfuck yourself.
Pretty much. And there are people that have been through stuff that I can't relate to. For instance, there are women who have been through SA, and I've attempted to befriend them on YouTube panels. And I had to, as they would say, a come in the Jesus moment. Damn, I really don't know what it's like to have gone through what she went through. So um I need to just step back when there's this erratic behavior out of nowhere. There's this constant attempt of demeaning herself or others. There are certain there are certain impulses that people are inspired to conduct that I can't relate to. And I had to admit that to myself as opposed to playing like, oh, I'm diplomatic. I can get along with anybody. I can't because I don't know where you come from. I have no idea. Like, I can't relate to that. And so it's okay to communicate with people. Just understand when they say something that's off the wall that you can't relate to, that it's because you literally can't relate to it. And that's just what it is.
Well, let me take it one step farther. I don't seek to relate to it. I don't care.
Well,
YouTube
that's a
is not
different
YouTube.
personality aspect.
YouTube, no, it's actually not a personality as much as why should I care? It's YouTube. It's not. It's not like I'll ever meet this person.
A lack of compassion is not a personality trait.
Sorry, YouTube
Lack of
is not
wait a minute, wait.
YouTube. Nope, you need to wait a minute. Let me
Oh,
define
I do.
YouTube
Okay.
and what
I
I
thought I
think
was
of
a
YouTube.
guest. I thought I was a
YouTube
welcome guest.
YouTube is not a conduit for compassion. Don't think of it as that.
So compassion is a warning sign.
No, compassion is something you can't actually convey over the internet.
Why?
Lack of touch. Half the time, I have no clue what you look like. You have a vague clue of what I look like because I've been on camera sometimes. There is a certain what there's a certain um, antiseptic quality. Okay, you don't get to hold hands. You don't get to look this person in the eye. There are a lot of human tactile, for want of a better word, things
Tactile is a good
that
word.
can lead to actual like empathy or even sympathy that you don't get with zeros and ones. This is a data flow. It's not a human interaction.
Okay. With that being said, and I respect it, there are times that I'm afforded the opportunity to just listen to a person's story. I have no idea who they are. They could be AI, okay? I have no idea who they are, but I'm listening to a story and it pulls my heartstrings. So are you, and I appreciate you as an educator, right? Could you tell me whether or not I'm fooling myself into believing that an emotion is different? How can I put this? Like I'm what I'm thinking is I'm experiencing compassion by virtue of hearing this story. Like, oh my gosh, that's so terrible, and
Well,
tears are coming.
you do realize compassion isn't the same thing as empathy, right?
All right, it's different.
You can feel compassion for a character in a novel, a fiction. Uh,
Correct.
so empathy is not. Now, this is me. I'm sure some academic might disagree with me, but compassion is not the same thing as empathy.
And that's where we differ. I believe they're the same. I believe empathy and compassion are are. I believe it's the same. I do.
Well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
So let's get back to what
Okay.
the John Galt has to say here.
Oh, can be linked to your existing security provider like ADT and Chubb. A fence alarm will deter the person from entering the premises as it serves as an early warning device if the wires are cut or shorted. Yes, these electric fences are on farms because the Africans are killing the
No,
farmers.
no, no. Those electric fences are not on farms. What he doesn't understand is the fences he just looked at, all those little fancy wrought iron fences that were connected to little stone, walls. This motherfucker is either too drunk or just too inept to understand subtleties. You can learn things from the pictures. None of those pictures he showed were farms. He doesn't seem to have the experience that there are different types of electric fences, and maybe he's never been on a farm where they don't do fancy electric fences. They're way out of the price range of your average small yeoman farmer. Practical experience, maybe because I have actually been on a farm, or two, or three, or four, or 10. Um, I know how farmers live. Won't say I know how they think, but we literally have one.
Right? That's why.
Thank you for having us, and President, for extending the invitation to us.
I want you to listen to this lady right here. This is one of the state governors or whatever.
Labor. And I must say that we are here to support the initiative that has been made by our government with business, of course, as organized labor. We've been coming to Washington on the AGOA trade relations in the previous regime. And I think at the center of it all, for me, it is exactly what Mr. Rupert has said, the importance of us growing the economy. we have always emphasized when we were here, kept on coming and negotiating on our that the 600 US companies that are based in South Africa, as you said, President Ramaphosa, 500,000 jobs will be wiped out. We need more foreign direct investment in our country. We are not just talking about those that will lose employment, but we are talking about over 40% of people that are unemployed, that have no hope of.
40% of the people in her state unemployed. No hope. Nigga, you should have came with your hat in hand. I guess that's what he really has done. You're going to have to take what that white man got to say to you, boy. You can't run a country. You need his help. You need the Chinese help. You need the Russians' help. You need the Europeans' help. And she's going to tell you, not only are they unemployed, but what do they do when they're unemployed?
Of ever finding job. And we think that correctly, as they have said, that we need to deal with the issue of porous borders in our country so that everyone that comes in is documented. We also need...
Talking about borders, Stanley. She wants them to be documented, registered. You want to make sure who's who. Maybe they're running from war-torn countries. You got to let them all in. That's what we do here. We give them asylum. She don't want to get all these Zimbabweans and Malians asylum in her country. Hell, they already got 40% unemployed. What happens if you bring more?
To, and I would have thought that the minister would address the issue of land expropriation and how the policy works in South Africa. Recently, President, as you were preparing to come here on the news, in I think it was in Natal, there was a handover of farms, and white farmers were saying, we are donating the land, but also...
She said there was a handover of the farms, and the white farmers who were handing over the farms to the Africans who do not know how to farm are basically saying, we just donating our farms to these people. Fucking amazing.
So there's a willing buyer, willing seller in South Africa. So there is no expropriation without compensation, but it is a willing buyer, willing seller. And that white farmer was even saying that they...
Now, this is just some bullshit. Willing buyer. I'm going to show you willing buyer, willing seller. This is, you don't need all these Rube Goldberg like contraptions. Let me see, South Africa here. They came up with some kind of contraption to get the whites to sell their farms to the Africans. And so here we go. The willing buyer, willing seller approach to land reform in South Africa refers to a process where the government seeks to acquire land for redistribution, but only from landowners who are willing to sell and only at market value. So what they're saying is, hey, white man, if you want to sell your farm, we're going to buy it and sell it to one of our people, one of our Africans. This principle has been a central part of South Africa's land reform effort since 1994, aiming to address historical injustices and inequalities in land ownership. However, the approach has faced criticism, has been the subject of debate. Let's see what they're debating on this shit. Let's see if we get somebody. We do this. Let's see. See, this negress is coming up here trying to pull one over Donald Trump's head here. And
wait a minute.
Let's see.
Wait a minute.
Willing seller bullshit.
Wait a minute. He went out of his way to call her a negress.
Oh, he does that all the time. You don't listen much anymore, do you?
Yeah, I have not known him to use that term. Okay.
Oh, he's been using it, well, since I've known it.
Yeah, that's disdain for black people. When
Yeah, you did.
That,
It took you to hear him say negress to know that?
Yeah, that's disdain.
Well,
Okay.
let me answer Kushti's point. Look, the anti-black blacks like John Galt and others basically think that look, it is what it is. At the end of apartheid, or in the United States, the end of the end of Jim Crow, this is what blacks should have done, and it's very Booker T. Washington. Look, we all know where we are, black people. What we need to do is work as hard as necessary to gain the respect of the white people, and we need to work as hard as we can to accumulate assets so we can step to the white man and just buy his land. You know, if he wants $1 million, well, black people need to offer $2 million. We need to work harder than white people. We need to earn their respect by making them want to envy our work ethic. We can't expect equality. We have to work harder. We
Yeah,
have to
that's
be
crazy.
better. And that is like bending the knee to white supremacy. We have to we
Yeah, that's
have to
crazy.
convince them. We have to be better than them. We can't just be human, folks. We have to be superhuman to buy their land. And then
Yeah,
a hundred years after that, maybe their daughters
maybe.
will want maybe their daughters will want to marry us. That's literally what these anti-black blacks, that's their plan. We need to wait our turn. We need to work twice as hard. So when we go to Massa and want to buy his crawl or his his plantation, we're gonna give him double the asking price. We gonna make we're gonna make him a deal he can't refuse. You want $1 million, Massa? We're gonna give you $2 million. Is that good enough, Massa? It's bullshit. That's what they expect black people to be. And if you can't adopt that obsequious attitude,
Right.
well, you are a nightshade. If you want to stand up and assert your humanity, you're a nightshade. It is ridiculous. And this is why I like getting on the channel and kind of fucking around with people, but in the end, motherfucker, I'm blacker than John Galt because I don't give a fuck. I can take a stand. I can afford to. I have enough balls to. I have enough age to. I do what the fuck I want. That is freedom.
You're
And
on
if
your fifth.
people, if
You're
people,
on.
now
You
the
have the
thing is
freedom.
you can't do it if you're 21.
You have the freedom to be on your fifth beer, right?
You know what? Why wouldn't I be? Why?
Mhm.
Why should I? Who's gonna tell me I can't, dear?
I'm only emphasizing that because
Oh,
you
no, no,
said
no. You wanted to bring up fifth beers. How do you know I've only had 5?
I don't know. I'm only
Look,
referencing what you had
the bottom
mentioned.
line, the bottom line is until I have a wife here saying that, hey, you can't have 5 beers, and I don't really care.
No one is
I don't really.
denying.
Hey, let me put it to you this way. I'm not counting.
Yeah, no one's denying.
I'll leave it. I'll leave it to you to count my
No
beers.
one's denying the privilege that exists
Okay, to go
in your
back
realm.
to bring it back to where I was what I was talking about.
Okay.
I can pretty much do what I want to do. And that is the definition of black. Now, there will always be limitations based on wife or, family obligations. There will always be limits imposed. But by and large, I don't have a white man telling me what I need to do. And I have in the past. Some were good, some were bad. Some I married. But you know what? The white people I married, they literally were okay with it. They had no problems because I'm not, kind of wayward in the first place. So, Christy, you're right. The John Galt, anti-black blacks, the nightshades. Fred, you'll love this. I'm calling people like John Galt the white shades. Because they are literally like, they're not nightshades, they're white shades. They like, when the whites want to be horrible and be anti-black, well, I can be more anti-black. Let me give you some other things that you might consider to increase your disdain for the black man, massa. So let's, and I promise we're not going to go through too much. This pretty much explains itself. I'm sure there are
Yeah,
better
it
things we
does.
could be watching. Well, Christy, I don't think Christy, I will stop playing this when you say, "Hey, you get the idea and you believe me." Christy, Nightshade came about. It's a John Galtism. Well, nightshades are poisonous plants, but potatoes, tomatoes, and several other vegetables are in the nightshade family. But John came up with nightshade as a poisonous plant. And it's it's analogous to the black community, or just being black, being a poison to the white man. Black culture, for instance, is a poison to American culture. So nightshades is what he calls blacks who just don't meet his expectations, except he doesn't realize that, sitting around drinking beer, smoking weed is nightshade behavior. He hasn't figured that part out yet. Oh, you think I'm kidding, Christy, huh?
When we take over political power in South Africa,
Julius Malema killed the boy. This is the man in his screen. This is the one that Donald Trump made them play the video where he's in front of a stadium of people saying, screaming, kill the white man.
Yeah, but not a motherfucking white body.
When we take over political power in South Africa, we as the EFF are going to make sure that the state is custodian of all land, because the willing buyer, willing seller approach has dismally failed. The buying of pieces of land by government has also failed because in majority cases, those pieces of land return to control of those who sold it to government. The land belongs to all South Africans, and anybody who
the land belongs to all South Africans. That's what he says.
Otherwise does not appreciate the suffering of the black majority and Africans in particular, who were dispossessed of their land through colonial wars of dispossession.
There you go, right there. And looks like the Orania.
They said it with their chests. Orania, a self-declared whites-only enclave in democratic South Africa, has just looked Julius Malema and the entire EFF movement in the eye and said, "We don't need your permission to exist."
We do not need or seek permission to exist. And it's not for the EFF or any other government to tell this community it may not exist or they don't like our existence.
Let that sink in. A town built on the ideology of apartheid's leftovers is now publicly flexing its defiance and doing it with the language of democracy, coexistence, and community. And yes, you heard that right. This isn't 1985. This is April 2025. Let's get into it.
We are not a political party. We do not march for our existence. We do not depend on the attention of media. We are a community of living people, of mothers and children and schools and roads.
Christy, you're going to have to come back to John Galt channel.
Generators and this is home. We don't march there. But as a community, we do not know, we do not need or seek permission to exist. And it's not for the EF or any other government to tell this community it may not exist or they don't like our existence. That's just not how it works. It doesn't work for any community in South Africa on that basis.
Saying, look, man, I don't want to be a part of what y'all got going on. Shit, let's just go live separately from you all. We'll take some barren land and make it productive. We don't want any part of you. We don't want to take anything from you. We don't want any fertile land that you might feel like you can do better with. Just leave us the fuck alone, man. Just let us live in peace away from you. And the blacks will not allow them to do. They won't allow them. And you have to ask yourself, why not? Right? Why won't they allow these people to live in peace?
You have to ask yourself.
These Africans.
Tell the Zulus they may not exist. They may not have a kingdom. They may not have land. There's not such a thing. So that's not part of the discussion. The discussion of how we coexist, how we engage, what we discuss with each other, that is something that may take us forward if we really apply our minds to that.
Yeah, the difference is that telling the Zulus what you've just said, myself as a Xitsonga speaking woman, I am allowed to be in KZN. I am allowed to interact with the Zulus and be with them as a Xitsonga woman.
Now pause, because here's the uncomfortable truth that few want to say out loud. Orania is working. This small town built by Afrikaners has created its own economy, infrastructure, and governance. Without corruption, without chaos, without crime. They're farming, building, trading, even running a digital currency. They're doing, in many ways, what we wish more communities could do. Stand on their own feet. But here's the tension. The EFF, arguably the most dynamic and visionary political force in South Africa today, sees Orania as an insult, a leftover from apartheid, a denial of the inclusive society that 1994 promised. And yet, both these forces want the same thing: power to the people, dignity for the marginalized, a future that's not written by colonizers or capitalists, but by us. So how did these two end up clashing? Orania was founded in 1991, in the twilight of apartheid, by Karel Boshoff Sr., the son-in-law of Hendrik Verwoerd. That alone paints a certain picture, but...
Well, I think we pretty much get the idea. Unless there is a special request. Let's see. Go back to I didn't, I don't know that I've ever heard an anti-black tell someone to go back to Africa unless they were from Africa. Never heard them say, hey, you're from Georgia, but go back to Africa. But I wouldn't put it past them. Hey, Kimmy, how you doing? We're just reviewing some stuff. So I guess I'm going to bore you folks because I just did this video. You know what, CK, I haven't watched a whole CT show more than like 10 minutes in quite some time. I know there was someone, I can't remember who it was. It might have even been Imperious that was talking some shit up on the panel. And I sent a super chat, like, with a roast. But that was over a month ago. And, if the topic sounds good, I'll hop in there for a few minutes. But usually it just gets so toxic that, I don't bother with it. I'll run into CT on Be Brave's channel, and Be Brave is actually getting pretty close to. He's so repetitive with that racist shit. It's actually quickly becoming uninteresting. So that day is coming too. So let's see. Molo says she starts laughing as soon as she comes over here. Oh, come on now. But anyway, and as a matter of fact, Mela, I'm glad you're on this panel. I'm glad Kushti is in the chat and Fred and CK. Some people and Kimmy too. This is a video that I just did today, and I want to look at it because I think the editing is okay, but the topic is actually much more interesting, and it covers some of the stuff you and I were just talking about, Noah, about the black experience and all this stuff. So I
Yeah.
would definitely be interested. Well, just you'll see where I'm going with this, I think. Um, and again, I hate editing stuff. So let's see here. You know what?
Now that we're getting our first reviews on my forthcoming book, which is called The Devil You Know, a Black Power
That's a first
Manifesto,
edit.
comes out
This is
January
Charles Blow.
26th. We're getting our first reviews. We have review copies out. We have mailings out. And some of the reviews have come in. It is now, I think, safe to discuss in more detail what this book is about. This book is really about a plan for Black people to assume power in America constitutionally. There are a couple of facts you need to remember. At the end of the Civil War, several states in the South were majority Black. Not only having majority Black people, but in the first elections after that, having the majority Black voters. Mississippi, the majority of the people who were registered to vote in Mississippi were Black people, right? So some of that was people, former members of the Confederacy refusing to participate in the post Civil War government, whatever the case. Black people have to vote. Mississippi produces our first 2 Black senators. Mississippi is basically the Black power vanguard in America at that moment. People move from the North to the South to be part of what is happening in Mississippi, right? So you have that. There are 3 other states that are within 4 percentage points of being majority Black. So if Black people had not migrated as part of the Great Migration, and I understand why they did, makes total sense to me, but if they had not done it, and the Civil Rights Act had still passed, and the Voting Rights Act had still passed, Black people would right now control as many as 14 American senators. Right now, at this point, Black people have never popularly elected a senator ever, or been the majority, meaning they were the majority of the coalition that brought that person to power, or they were the major stake in that, meaning the plurality of the people who brought that person to power. Now that could change in Georgia with Warnock. That could change. It's a long shot, but right now it doesn't change. We have 3 Black senators in the U.S. in the Senate right now. All of them.
Let me just give you a little bit of background. This is Charles Blow. He's from Louisiana, I think outside of Baton Rouge. He's roughly my age. He's a few years younger, but he's in his 50s. He's a contemporary of Don Lemon, who's in his 50s. He spent years, he's a journalist, spent years as a New York Times opinion columnist. He wrote a book called The Devil You Know, a Black Power Manifesto, which is nominally what this video is about. It's a very good book that I think it's 5 years old, but I just got around to reading it. I've actually owned it for a couple years, but just never got around to reading it. And I recently did. So that's setting the stage. He's also living in Atlanta now. He moved down from New York. Now, this is kind of longish. It's going to be about 29 minutes total. So I beg your patience. But I really do want opinions on this because I haven't actually released it on YouTube yet. It's going to be a video essay from the Stanley Cross channel. So just bear with me. And I'm open to criticism, even non-constructive, if need be.
Were elected by white people, meaning white people were the plurality of the coalition that brought them to power. Now, in theory, that's not a big issue. But in practice, people are most beholden to the people who place them in power. You know, there are now 7 states where the white population is 90% or more of the population. 7 states. They make up 15% of all senators in the country. They have no responsibility whatsoever to anyone who is not white. Now, maybe they will vote in ways that are more egalitarian. I don't know. But that is not their responsibility. Black people, there are 42 million of you in America. That is 4 times the combined population of all those 7 states that are 90% white. And yet you have not a single senator that you have elected. You don't control a single state. You look forward to 2055. I think 7 of the southwestern states will be majority Hispanic, not majority minority, majority Hispanic. If they choose, they will have a region of the country that they can literally control, sending senators that are beholden to their interests, as they should. Hawaii has always been and will continue to be majority Asian South Pacific Islander. The region from Washington and Oregon down into the Rocky Mountain states will continue to be majority white. Many of the states on the east coast and east of the country, including the Midwest, will be some variation of maybe majority minority, but a plurality white. Not a single state is projected to be majority black. Black people have to decide whether you want power or not. I've listened to my entire life when people talk about black power and assumption of black power and what we're going to do and the revolution is coming without an actual plan other than to pressure white people to recognize your humanity or beg them to recognize your humanity. And I am saying, skip all that. Stop pleading. Stop begging. These southern states, all the way from Louisiana, in some cases all the way up to Delaware, they still consider Delaware the South, which is strange, but they do, already have very high percentages of black people. And those southern states are is where the black middle class is actually thriving. And in many of the states that black people fled to during the Great Migration are experiencing some of the worst of the racial problems around police killings of unarmed black people. If black people really want power, they can just choose to do what Frederick Douglass says and pray with your legs. Decide if you really want it. Decide if you really want it. I think in 1970s, a writer writes in Playboy magazine under a title saying "Take Over Vermont," and he's writing about an obscure article in the Yale Law Review by 2 students at Yale, which said to young white hippies, If you really want power, you have to engage in this thing called radical federalism. Take over a state. Take over Vermont. And you know what those young white hippies did? They grabbed their stuff by the tens of thousands and they moved to Vermont, sometimes sleeping in fields and communes and whatever. And they changed Vermont from one of the most conservative states in the Union to now it is literally one of the most liberal states in the Union. And they did that by colonization. They did that by voting with.
Well, let me answer that. Freddie says this clown is 60 and still wondering whether or not black people want power. My answer is do we? Again, if you'll be patient through it, because I have a comment right after, well, between this video and another one he did with Don Lemon. But I think a lot of black people wonder, and we all have different formulas about whether we want power or control. So just be patient, Fred. And yeah, I appreciate the comments, but again, I think he has a good point, and I think it's doable. But in the end, I think that the way white supremacy works in the United States, wanting power if you are not Donald Trump plus white, it's probably a fool's errand. I think wondering whether you can have power is a better question. And being the Afro pessimist leaning person, my answer is why bother? So complicated answer, but it's how I think.
Their bodies. This is not without precedent. Some of the early reviews have said, it's a great thought experiment. Great food for thought. It's not
That's
food for
his
thought.
point, Fred.
I did not move from New York to Atlanta because I was some food for thought. I had a great life in New York, but I believe so completely in this idea that you can change your reality by taking power in states. Most of the things that you care about, if you are part of the people who are marching for Black Lives Matter, is controlled primarily on a state level. Criminal justice is primarily a state issue. Mass incarceration is primarily a state issue. Health care and health concerns are primarily a state issue. Education of our children is primarily a state issue. If you want power, and if you're tired of just complaining about it, you're tired of just marching about it, if you're tired of always pleading to the powers that be, please recognize me as a full human being.
Well, Fred, this is actually similar to an argument that Aramiose Frimpong makes. If you want power, and I don't know that I agree that blacks are afraid of power. Maybe you're right. I can see your point. I'm just not sure I agree with it. However, the problem with the 60s and the problem with civil rights, and it's Monday morning quarterbacking, but we accepted integration on our knees. That there is a question still in 2025 whether we should have power or can we handle power. The anti-black blacks will talk about, well, Detroit and New York and Chicago are all black-run cities and they are abject failures. Atlanta is another example they bring up. So I would like your response to that. Detroit has been a problem. Chicago has been a problem. But my argument to that is, they are black, it's window dressing. I still think that, these are, if the argument that so many anti-black blacks make and the racist whites is that America is a white country. It really doesn't matter if you have a city government, um, a big city government. It's still a white country. A city is not a country. So I'd be curious to know what your response to that is. I think that, if the argument that Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement in general really were approaching power on their knees, I would agree with that too. I don't, but I think desperate times call for desperate measures. We have the benefit of hindsight. So I kind of don't. Fred, I know you and I tend to, disagree on these sort of matters, but I think, the Martin Luther King generation did the best they could. They were just looking to get somewhere. They were just looking to advance the ball. Um, you know, um, you refine your argument or you get better. I actually think the problem is we believed people like Lyndon Johnson. Those motherfuckers, it was a lot of American politics throughout history has been making sure you don't have mass uprisings from the grassroots. I think President Johnson, who knows, he might have genuinely felt, well, hey, if we give them this, maybe that will satisfy them and we'll have peace in the hinterlands. That's what American government and a white country will think. Give them a bit, pacify them. We don't have to give them everything they want. We just have to give them enough to, kick the can down the road. And that has been American politics literally since the Constitutional Convention. This African slave trade, kick it down the road 80 years. America has kicked the race question down the road even after the Civil War. Things were good for 10 years, but you know what? We're going to compromise. Compromise of 1876. We are going to things will get better. Slavery will go away. Blacks will be a Booker T. Washington project where if blacks work hard, they will earn the respect of the white man. Which that same argument is what John Galt is saying. If we could just stop shooting up the streets in the hood, the white man might respect us. And I think that's absolutely ridiculous. The white man it's literally a Roger B. Taney argument. The white man, blacks don't have any rights that the white man needs to respect, even in 2025, unless you become obsequious. Okay, again, this is a Amy Wax sort of argument. When the whites become when the blacks become a bunch of Thomas Sowells and Glenn Lowrys, then we might just kind of, give them a little bit more than they have now. But seriously, listen to an Amy Wax. They don't want anything but bourgeois values and Northern European blondness. So I'm a little pessimistic. I think we're fooling ourselves. And you know what? We might as well just go and be ourselves and, of course, get along. Don't start a race war. But the bottom line is if you are caring what a motherfucking Jason Kessler or Richard Spencer or Jared Taylor, if you are paying attention to what they think about black people, you are goddamn fooling yourself. They don't care. If race and just kind of like bad behavior or prejudice is genetic, those white boys have bad genes. And the anti-black blacks are basically like their little lap dogs, bred to worship them. So, sorry, another soliloquy. I try not to do those because I'm very bad at them. So, here we go. Let's continue this.
You have the power in you to change that dynamic. I'm going to have several conversations like this with you in the days leading up to the publication of this book and probably after. There's a lot of architecture around publishing books and a lot of events you can go to and sign up to go to. I'm going to talk directly to you. I'm not writing this book for the critics. Like it, don't like it, I don't care what you say. I'm not writing this book for white people to have thought experiments. I hope you do great. I am writing this book to black people to say, do you want power or don't you? Do you want to keep begging or don't you? And if you do not, there is a way around that. And that is what I am now committing my life to illustrating for black people.
The Devil You Know, Black Power Manifesto.
Well, here is my horror.
The Devil You Know is a manifesto or call to action. The thing I like about it is an executable plan that is actually doable. It's unlike, and in my opinion, superior to BLM style protests, which can be hit or miss, as far as public perception of whether the protest is worthy or not, or the goals of the protest are worthy or not. BLM, and other protests, actual street protests, tend to be driven by youthful exuberance, which can be volatile due to lack of discipline and or decentralized leadership. And often that decentralized leadership is unaccountable to its actions. BLM, for instance, was co-opted, as a lot of black protests these days are, by what I'll call white grievance piggybacking. Antifa specifically in the case of BLM, but other examples of are civil rights co-option by groups that are feminist or LGBTQ. A lot of the reverse racism, the white fragility sort of arguments. I consider them white and fragile, and black-brown coalition building. A lot of times building coalitions can wind up, compromising, some goals that might prove, kind of vital to, the overall purpose of the protest. Specifically about the book, I think it does an excellent job as, number one, a synopsis of the Great Migration, which happened between the world wars, primarily between the world wars, though the official end of it is deemed to be 1970. It notes that 56% currently of the Black American or the legacy Black American population resides in the South, with Texas, Florida, and Georgia being the most populous of blacks. And it also notes something I hadn't thought about before, but there was basically a bifurcation of black culture. During the migration, a lot of kids were left with grandparents, And it kind of skewed the southern portion of black culture towards matriarchy. There were there were big mamas out there, and also the migration was primarily younger but male. So a lot of mothers or grandmothers were left to take care of kids, in hopes of later, I'm sure, sending for the kids and reuniting nuclear families. So in the North, the population, the people that migrated tended to skew male and younger, and due to that, unfortunately, it had its own problems in that crime rates increased in the North, and as a result, there were kind of a boomerang effect would be the majority population, which was white, felt threatened and passed a lot of laws to deal with the increased crime that young males tend to, that are don't have family responsibilities. Young males can run wild. So a lot of those laws were discriminatory. Redlining, types of laws being a good example. Let's see, what else do we have here? Basically, in summary, I recommend the book. It's well written for starters, and mainly because it's a great synopsis of 20th century, early 20th century black culture, the migration, a great migration in particular. It's also a bit of a memoir of the author, Charles Blow, and he has a fairly interesting take on black culture in general. He was a New York Times opinion columnist. I do know that he's moved to Atlanta, basically following his own advice. He's originally from Louisiana. It's also a doable action plan, as I said earlier. This is something that, is doable. The other great thing about this action plan is it's something that appeals to, older black Americans. It also can appeal to younger black Americans. It's not, something that, is just meant for young people or old people. The advantages of the South: life is a bit cheaper down here, and the weather's a lot better. I personally swore I would never live north of Baltimore ever again. So there's going to be a 10-minute video or 10-minute or so video that will end this particular video essay. It's Charles Blow and Don Lemon talking briefly about the book. I think this interview, trying to think of when it was done. I think it was done post-publication. But anyway, in conclusion of my part of this video, please make sure that you hit the like button. Also, feel free to leave comments. I'm kind of interested in what some of you will think about the tenor of the book, and hopefully, those who are really interested will be encouraged to read the book. It's been out for a few years now. I think it's about 5 years old, and I just got around to reading it a month or so ago, and I've been meaning to do a show about it. Also, make sure that you are subscribed to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. It is mainly where I do the Stanley versus the World show, Monday through Thursdays around 3:45 in the morning. And occasionally there will be a pop-up on the weekend if I have, news to talk about or something like that. And the show itself is mainly just news, politics, culture critique maybe, and just kind of topics of the day. We do have like open panels occasionally, but I try and keep it as structured as possible for my own sanity. So thank you, and following will be that video I just talked about.
So why'd you move to Atlanta?
So I wrote a book about Black people returning to the South.
Yeah.
For power and consolidation of populations. And in the course of it, I convinced myself that I had to do it too. It made sense to me, not just as a theory, but as a very real thing that was a roadmap for my own life that on some level, it was unpublishable without my own action.
What do you mean unpublishable?
What does it look like for the guy in Brooklyn to tell everybody this?
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So there was that, but there was also, I had really convinced myself in the writing that it was the most powerful thing that I could.
In some way that you have to be in New York, kind of, if you work for the New York Times, if you are a writer, if you're in this media business, that you have to have a connection to New York at least.
Well, I think that, many of the Times columnists do not live in New York, so that's not required. I do believe that the news media business is anchored in New York in a lot of ways, in television and in print. And a lot of the book publishing industry is in New York. So that is very true. But there is a bigger question to me. Are we going to do things for the rest of it? Are you going to be altruistic and be in space with other Black people to lift the whole? I remember when I was about to go to college and I had a full scholarship from LSU, called me down to Grambling. I was only 20 minutes away, but they called me to come into the office, white man. And he says, I also had a scholarship in Louisiana Tech. He says, LSU doesn't need you. Louisiana Tech doesn't need you. Grambling needs you. For real, what he was saying, as I understood it, was they don't need to inflate their numbers with your account. Where you are needed is among the rest of your peers, that you are going to give to them, but you're going to receive from them by being in community. That it is an altruistic choice. It is not the school with the most advantages for you. He's not making that argument. He was making an argument of sacrifice. You need to come here because we need your intellectual power in this community. I took him up on.
In Grambling.
Yes,
at Grambling.
And it was exactly what he said. I gave, but I received because I was in community with my people, and they gave. I learned culturally things that I would never have learned about Blackness, and it wasn't in a Black studies class. Ironically, very few HBCUs have Black studies majors or even tracks because you're living the experience.
You're right about that. There was a different sort of reasoning when I went to college. It's that my sisters, and my sister, one went to Grambling, one went to Southern rivals. My mom went to Southern, my uncle went to Grambling, so there was always this rivalry. But it's like, we wanted you, my dad went to Southern, but then got his law degree, I believe, this is way back in the day, from LSU. We want you to go to an integrated place.
Yes, I understand that.
But I kind of regret that sometimes, because I missed out on the experience that you had.
But there are pros and cons to everything.
Yeah.
Right? There's the idea, for me, what was really powerful was gaining the confidence of never questioning myself in the space. I grew up in a majority Black town, went to an all Black high school, all Black HBCU, all Black college. Every room I walked into, the smartest person in the room was Black.
Yeah.
I never questioned for a minute that every room that I walked into, the smartest person could not be Black, and that could not be me.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
During the course of my journalistic career and interviewing a million different people, met really brilliant Black people. Went to amazing schools, advanced degrees, and they were covered in racial battle scars. Constantly questioning. Constantly unsure.
Whether they were good enough?
Good enough.
Black people.
It was the question, the constant trying to perform to justify their
existence,
their seat at the table. And I was like, what are you doing? I didn't understand, like, what is this? Because you're brilliant.
Yeah. I never had that. So I understand what you said. I was always in rooms where Black people were brilliant and the smartest people in the room. I knew that one. By the time I got to LSU, I knew that because I went to an all Black elementary school and all Black junior high. My high school wasn't all Black. I was tired of Catholic school, so I went to a public school. But I had all the public school Black folks. It was great. It was a great experience. But by the time I got to college, I had been around all Black people. I lived in an all Black neighborhood, which was sort of a W.B. Du Bois talented 10th neighborhood. Yeah. I mean, it was literally a Leave It to Beaver neighborhood with a 2-car garage and the sprinklers and whatever.
You see, you
all
do it being at least Beaver.
It was all Black folks. It was, people who were engineers or they were professors at Southern University or that, that kind of thing. And so I was used to being around brilliant Black people. I was surprised that the white people were not used to my brilliance and seeing that. And so for them, I was just like, yes, here I am in my beauty, my Blackness, and my smartness. And they were always like, oh my God, you're really smart for a Black guy. You know what I mean?
How did you receive that?
I knew then. I was just like, yeah, I'm really smart. I said, how about I'm just smarter than you, was my thing. And sometimes I just shut up because I knew that they were ignorant, and I just showed them by example about how smart.
See, I don't think I've ever had anyone say to me that I'm.
You've never had someone say you're really good looking for a Black man? You're really handsome for a Black man?
I don't. Because I think I would have known that I would have snapped in a crazy way, so I know that I would have remembered it. I don't think that I remember it happening.
Yeah. So that happened to me in college, and by the time I got to the workplace, in the workforce, and it happened to me, it was not surprising to me that kind of thing would happen. And so it prepared me for, I believe, the larger workforce.
Listen, I've heard it insinuated in a way,
yeah,
by a TV producer. He was like, basically saying that I was part of the handsome Black person, quotient, of the show. And I was like, what? Or when I was younger and, would go out, and I was going out with a friend who also worked at the Times, and we'd go out to club, and the promoter would say, oh yes, you're part of my beautiful Black people group. And I was like, what? So
a white promoter?
A Black promoter. Russian. He's Russian.
Really? And?
Yes. And so I was like, what? Like, it's shocking to hear that you are playing a role in some curation that someone's doing. That's shocking.
But it's a weird sort of diluted form of I don't want to call it slavery, but you know what I mean? Like you are performing and I have hired you to do a certain sort of thing. And so it's like dance monkey. Right. You know what I say?
It's that, but it is also, it also allows for people to continue their racism and stereotype. That there are people who can graduate. I can make exceptions, because the only way that white supremacy works is that it has to have exceptions, because that you have to be able to explain away someone who's brilliant.
Yeah.
You have to be able to explain away someone who exceeds your idea of what beauty is. You have to be explained in a way. So they make exceptions so that they can maintain the rule.
Yeah.
And so when you realize that you are the exception that's being used to maintain the rule, the only way that you can be part of the handsome or beautiful Black people group that they allow in is that they are keeping the rest of us out.
Right. And the only reason you're there is that you're exceptional. So you get to be there.
It is implicit to the moment he said that, I will never be back here again.
Yeah.
Because what you are doing is using me to make sure that no one feels like you're being discriminatory. But in fact, you're using me as the rule, as the exception to the rule, which is to keep all of the rest of the people like me out.
Yeah.
Oops. Well, I'm open to critique. Let's see, we're down to 7 total people. Wow. People just got totally bored. Mello, you still there? Mello, you still there? Well, we will move on. CKJ asked about smokers, and kind of curious about that myself. CKJ, you asked me about the best smokers. The best I've come across so far are actually propane, but you use wood chips. So I had this up, and somehow or another X'd it out. You know what? Let's just do this. Let's just do best smokers. This is 2024. Uh-oh. Hold on one sec. There we go.
A smoker is a great way to level up your grilling. Smoking is a great way to impart flavor and preserve food. While you can smoke on any grill, a dedicated smoker is shaped to accommodate larger cuts of meat and impart maximum smoke flavor.
What's up, DiCaprio?
And that's where our guide to the top 5 best smokers you can buy for this year comes in. As always, all the links to products you'll find in the description below, and let us know in the comments which outdoor cooking topics you'd like to see in our next videos. The Connected Joe is an exceptional Kamado grill, enhanced with modern digital features. Its thick ceramic construction not only heats up quickly, but also retains heat efficiently. What sets it apart is the digital control panel, Bluetooth, and wireless app connectivity, which allow for precise temperature regulation via a fan and provide instructions for damper adjustments. This technology ensures a steady temperature throughout long smoking sessions using minimal fuel.
Man.
The fuel efficiency is a major plus, especially since adding more charcoal can be cumbersome. Remarkably, the Connected Joe can smoke pork butts for 10 hours without needing a charcoal refill. This grill is versatile and capable of high heat grilling and baking, though its prowess shines in smoking. A standout feature is the seal around the lid, which traps heat and moisture. maintaining high ambient humidity and reducing the stall effect during smoking. While it functions excellently as a set-it-and-forget-it smoker, it also offers the flexibility to go fully analogous for those who enjoy a hands-on cooking experience. The Connected Joe is both robust and sizable, with dimensions of 47 by 48 inches, weighing 216 pounds and offering a 255 square inch cooking area. This advanced grill is priced at $16.99 US.
$1,600 US. Holy shit.
The Master-Built Gravity Series 800 is an exceptional smoker, ranking as the 4th best on the market. This versatile smoker is designed for both novice and experienced grill enthusiasts, offering remarkable performance and convenience. It can reach 225 degrees Fahrenheit in just 8 minutes, 450 degrees Fahrenheit in 10 minutes, and an impressive 700 degrees Fahrenheit in only 14 minutes, making it ideal for a variety of cooking styles. One of its standout features is the inclusion of a flat-top griddle insert and cast iron grill grates, providing a generous 800 square inches of cooking area. This includes 2 porcelain-coated smoking racks, offering ample space for any culinary endeavor. The digital fan technology ensures consistent temperatures, minimizing heat fluctuations and guaranteeing evenly cooked food. Users can easily control the temperature and cook time via the digital control panel or remotely through smart device control using Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. This smoker also boasts a built-in temperature gauge and a meat probe thermometer, ensuring perfect results every time. With its combination of advanced features and user-friendly design, the Master-Built Gravity Series 800 is priced at $697 US, offering excellent value for those seeking a high-quality smoking experience. Ranked as the 3rd best smoker on the market,
God damn it.
Pit Boss PB44
Why
OFB1
can't
is
I
a
get
powerhouse for any barbecue
thing
enthusiast.
that I want
With a
done?
spacious 518 square inches of cooking area, it offers ample room for all your grilling needs. The dial-in digital control with an LCD screen allows precise temperature management, ranging from 180 to 500 degrees Fahrenheit. For those looking to sear their meats to perfection, this smoker can reach a direct flame-searing temperature
Trevor,
of up to 1,000 degrees.
have you done
The
anything
PB44
that I
OFB1
asked you to
features
do
porcelain-coated steel cooking grids, ensuring durability and easy cleanup. Its 5-pound hopper with a
anything that I
convenient
asked you to
clean-out
do
system
today?
keeps your grilling fueled by 100%
Literally, you've done
all-natural hardwood pellets.
Please get the
The
trash
smoker's
out.
high-temperature matte black powder coat finish not only
And
adds
then
to its
what's in
sleek
the
appearance, but
kitchen
also provides
sink?
lasting protection against the elements. A solid bottom shelf offers additional storage space for your grilling
Nope.
accessories.
Put it on your
The
own time.
automatic start and
You've
cool
had
down
all
features
day
make
to
it
do it.
user-friendly,
Hasn't
ensuring a
happened yet.
hassle-free cooking experience every time. Whether you're a novice griller or a seasoned pitmaster, the Pit Boss PB44 OFB1 delivers top-notch performance. Priced at just $349 US, this smoker is a valuable addition to any outdoor cooking setup, promising unmatched flavor and convenience. Since pioneering the wood pellet smoker grill in 1988, Traeger has consistently set the industry standard. The Pro 780 exemplifies this legacy, balancing cost with impressive features and performance. Priced at $799 US, it offers excellent value for money. Key to its functionality is the auger-driven pellet hopper, which ensures precise regulation of fuel and temperature. This model also boasts modern connectivity, including Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and Alexa integration, complemented by Traeger's proprietary app. During our extensive testing, the Pro 780 delivered a slightly subdued smoke flavor compared to Traeger's pricier models. It also tended to run 10 to 15 degrees hotter than the set temperature. Despite these minor issues, it produced a beautifully barked pork butt with a distinct smoke ring. Beyond smoking, the Pro 780's versatility shines as it also grills and bakes, catering to those who prefer a multi-purpose appliance. With dimensions of 55 by 27 by 49 inches and a weight of 150 pounds, it provides a substantial cooking area of 780 square inches, making it a robust addition to any outdoor cooking setup. The Dynaglow Signature Series DG SS 1382 stands as the premier choice among charcoal smokers. Its size may intimidate novices, but with a bit of assembly help, the learning curve proves gentle. Heat regulation is straightforward, requiring minimal vent adjustments due to its efficient top and side dampers. We only needed to remove a few coals to manage the temperature effectively, showcasing its responsive heat control. Our tests revealed that the Dynaglow excels in producing succulent ribs with an impressive smoke ring and a perfect balance of tenderness and smoky flavor. While the charcoal imparted a mild smokiness to the wings, a slightly bitter aftertaste emerged, though it didn't detract from the juicy chicken. For both seasoned
Well,
smokers
go ahead
and
and do
beginners,
that.
the
Please
Dynaglow
check
Signature
the
Series
mail,
delivers
and then
exceptional
we need to
results
figure
without
out what we're
overwhelming
going to
the
do with
user.
all these boxes.
Measuring 46 by
Do you
25
need
by
an
59
app for
inches
my?
and weighing 124 pounds, it offers a
Can't hear you.
substantial 1382 square inches of cooking
Sorry,
space,
what?
priced at $450 US.
Okay, well, don't keep them out here. Find a place that's better.
Thank you so much for watching today's video. If you enjoyed it, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Your support means the world to me. I always look forward to reading your comments and hearing your thoughts, so be sure to drop a comment down below. Let me know what you'd like to see next on this channel.
Okay. CKJ3, if you're still there, this is the smoker I have. Which, I don't use it, maybe once a month, maybe once every couple months. But I've not been disappointed. So this is a company called Bradley, and I have one of these refrigerator looking things. I would recommend it, but it is kind of different. You've got the little hockey pucks, but you can get different types of wood, and they're two different units. One attaches to the other, but this is like a digital thing that controls temperature, and it lowers these pellets in like one at a time on a timer thing. And then not their electric elements inside the actual cabinet here. It works well. And you can time it. You can smoke it for a certain amount of time. You can it's the wood burning and the actual temperature, the oven temperature, is two separate operations. So now this isn't exactly the one I have. Let's see. This is actually, yeah, it's a 6-rack. So this sucker works. It's not it's what, I don't know, $800, something like that, which ain't cheap, but it works. Thank you. Yeah, it's funny. I actually, a couple things I have to kind of replace, like the door. I broke a hinge, but yeah, I cannot complain. And it was actually something my brother bought, and he wanted a new smoker. So he's like, "Hey, you want a smoker?" So it's not like I spent $700. And so anyway, now that Kim has mentioned it, I probably will. I've got a pork shoulder. Actually, it's a pork loin roast, which I hadn't planned on doing anything with because I got a next weekend. I'm going to Savannah for a week or 2 or 3 or 4, just whenever we get back. So my father actually has a homemade um, barbecue pit with like a custom top, and honestly, he and I built it like 30 years ago, maybe four. Well, shit, not 30, probably closer. Let's see, what am I, 60? So let's just say 40 years ago, and um, probably more like 45, because I think it was built either during high school or before high school, but it's been there forever. It's been moved once, but it is literally a brick fire pit with fire brick inside. Like there's outside brick to match the house bricks, same color, and then inside is fire brick. And this thing is easily maybe 4 wide, maybe it's probably 4 feet wide by about 4 feet, probably 4 by 3, but it's wide. You could literally get a whole hog on it. Split the hog in half. You could lay it side by side, and it is massive, and it's still there. And not last summer, but um, last summer, I would say a year from last December, we actually did barbecue on it. It was just a bunch of slabs of pork ribs, and yeah, it still works. It is still in pristine condition. But my father's like barbecue is his thing. So anyway, let's see. We are down to 6 people, and I guess people have gone off to find their anti-black fix. So I guess I won't be on too much longer. Let me hit YouTube here just to see if there are any videos that are still watchable. Um, Hey, 12 man.
Hey, Stanley, how's it going, man?
Pretty good.
I had a little something I wasn't sure if you was in the mood for it, but is that I think her name's Tiffany Silver.
Yeah, I know who she is.
Played some of her videos before. I wasn't sure if you've seen the one yet that I just sent you, but I thought it was.
No, I actually haven't watched her in quite some time. Well, quite some time. I mean, you know, it's maybe once or twice a month. But yeah, she is always a welcome a welcome video on this channel.
The first part of it's kind of a promotion, probably Blue Eddie's their sponsor. So I don't know if you want to skip through that and jump right to the.
Well, you know what? She's been on, I've been watching her for like 5 years, some ungodly number. So I'm glad to see people like her be successful because she is nothing but positive. This is what folks should be doing.
She's quite the gatherer, too. I'm really impressed.
Welcome guys, welcome back to my channel. So we're back at my favorite camping spot. We're going to be doing some camping for 24 hours. We're going to be cooking, catching food. It's going to be a
More
vibe
like
today.
glamping.
We are currently off the grid right now. So big up today's sponsor of this video, Bluety. All right, so Bluety sent me a brand new power station. It's literally going to be powering us to the next 24
Oh, this
hours.
is
I
interesting.
can't wait to test this bad boy out. So let's turn it on right now. All right, guys, so as you can see, it's at 89%. It was at 100% earlier when I left home, but because I had to charge my battery for my electric chainsaw to clear the campsite, and it actually took a couple times for me to charge it too. So in the meantime, while we're getting prepared for the adventure, let me tell you about Bluety. This is the Bluety AC180. One of the best power stations I've ever used. Now, having an essential power station is super important, especially for what I do, which is camping, outdoor cooking, and video equipment that needs charging. This has 1800 watts of total output and 1152 watt hours. Now, that means you're going to be running a lot of your high quality electrical items like my electrical power saw and my portable stove. Now, most power stations that are up to 2000 watts
Now,
of output are very
I'm gonna say this. I understand. However, that's not fucking camping. Motherfucker, build a fire. And I'm sorry, this is glamping, not camping.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with a little convenience while you're camping.
Fuck that. Just stay home and do it in the backyard.
and heavy. And this is something that you can easily prepare and you can still run a lot of your items on it. It's so perfect in power, size, and also affordable. It has 4 AC outputs,
Now,
multiple.
if she said, Stanley, this is what we're going to do on our camping trip, it's not like I would say no, but still.
Right.
USB DC ports, and it even comes with a cigarette lighter, and you can plug your car pump in it as well. It also has
ganja lighter.
a wireless charger on top. To easily switch from AC to DC, one go, one click. You see? AC off, DC off. AC on, DC on. My advice is always keep them off whenever you're not using it because it tends to drain the battery. We have the AC input here where you charge the power station. All right, guys, so now that we know a little bit more about Bluety Power Station, if you are an adventurer like myself, go ahead and secure your very own power station. The link is in my description. Let's jump right into the adventure.
Really?
All right, guys, so I got my pole spear, I got my mask. The target today is crayfish. I am starving. It's currently after 1 right now, so I'm starving. I'm about to see if I can catch some crayfish to cook some lunch because, like I said, we're gonna be here for the next 24 hours. So I gotta catch my own food. So let's see what happens. Stay tuned.
I don't know where she's at, but those are some huge crawfish, dude. I've never seen one that.
I'm sure she's in Jamaica.
Guys, but they were jamming food, but we catch him. Ah, nice.
We didn't have them that big in Arkansas.
Good. What up there, book number? Guys, look at how big the car is. Oh, what? The water they were pitch me though. Nice. I think I saw one around there, so I'm gonna go back and see if it's still there.
Now, I do have to say that she tends to be, it tends to be the same thing over and over. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it is the same thing over and over.
I wonder how many she got. Oh, it looks
Just
like
done
a nice
crayfishing,
set.
so now I'm just gonna peel this pineapple before I actually start cooking. Because I haven't had any fruits all day.
She has a thing for pineapples.
Mosquitoes here are crazy. Woo.
Yeah, I love me some crawfish myself. Like she's gonna have pretty good dinner.
Mm-hmm. Nice. All right, guys, so it's time for cooking. I have here my very own portable stove that I'll be using with Bloety Power Station. I didn't bring any coal stove, nothing like that. So we're gonna do everything with Bloety Power Station. Let's see how it goes. I'm gonna turn it on. I'm gonna press AC because I'm gonna be using the AC output units here. Plug it in and then turn this on. Yes. So I'm gonna turn it on the highest one, which is 5. And see what going on. So it's showing how much watts it's using. So it's 960, 61. It's not bad.
Fire to cook on.
And we have 87% right now. So we're on good time. We're going good. I brought my mosquito zapper because the mosquito them down here crazy. So, and it wants to charge because I've been using it all day. So I'm just screwing it off and I'm gonna plug it in as well, like that. So this is all that I cut.
Oh boy.
Give me kind. Oh guys, these are sweet
Part of the
potato.
video myself.
So we'll show you what I'm gonna do with them.
I'm
And
sorry,
then we
what?
have
I only
corn.
watched part of the
We'll split
video
these
myself.
in half.
Well, I'm never gonna be mad at her.
All right, let's do this real quick.
Bet you that hot plate drains that fluid pretty fast.
Have some sweet pepper. We have the thyme and pepper.
Yeah, them Scots bonnets.
What's that, Stanley?
Scots bonnet peppers, habaneros.
Well, that's gonna be spicy.
They're a giant crayfish, Portia.
One of them had claws on it, so big you could
Freshwater
eat out of those.
crayfish.
All right, guys. So now we're gonna throw in the seasoning. Just gonna add in some all-purpose. Gonna cover it and let it cook down.
Actually, it doesn't look too bad. Oh my lord.
Then I'm gonna charge up all my equipment because I'm gonna go back in the water later on. So I'm gonna charge up my GoPro, camera, flashlight, all of that. But we're doing pretty good. It's like after 7 right now, so we're doing pretty good. So after everything that I just did, the cooking and all of that, I'm left back with 60%. And like I said, we're gonna be here for 24 hours. So we're gonna be here tomorrow morning, and we're gonna see how much percent is left. But for now, just stay tuned. So I currently have my GoPro battery on charge and my 2 batteries from a flashlight. And clearly you can see that there are lights here that are assisting me because I charged these earlier on the power station. Yeah. All right, so like I said, what we have left is the 2 batteries from my flashlight, because this is my diving flashlight, and then my GoPro battery because I'm going back into the water. I'm gonna charge these for 2 hours because I'm not gonna stay long, so it doesn't need much charge. But yeah, we're going good, man.
That is glamping.
It's about 9:30 in the night, and I'm just gonna see if I can catch a couple more crayfish and call it a night. But yeah, man. The flashlight is charged, the GoPro is charged, so we're ready for the road and all. Let's go. Whew.
I want my woman to be able to dive in cold water. If you love me, honey, you're gonna be diving.
First one. First one felt right.
Coach, I know you're hungry.
Massive.
I just finished catching a few crayfish. I didn't want to stay too long. There's a bag. Can see it. Yeah, just a few. But I'm gonna get some sleep. It's getting pretty late, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good morning, guys. Like these mosquitoes, as I wake and get out the tent, they're attacking me. That's how they are down here. Because nobody's really down here. Like I said, it's a private property. So, you hear that?
Nice piece of property.
You. Stay. Okay. I'm grabbing.
Uh-oh, where'd Stanley go?
Truck man, can you
There
hear?
he is.
What is wrong with?
Yeah, in and out. Try again, Stanley. Talk again.
Wow, what is going
Yeah,
on?
I could hear
Well,
you now.
yeah, this. You know what? StreamYard is really. It's getting weirdo on this computer. So you can still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear now. You went out for a minute.
Well, yeah, I backed out because I couldn't hear the video, nor could I hear the. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure this out. Apparently, 16 gigs is not good enough.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because I was thinking about starting a more steady, like starting a new channel and doing a show. And I was wondering how your laptop is working out for you doing that.
Well, it works pretty well, but I have to tell you, I will put up, if you're doing 10 or 12 news stories plus videos, you will suck up even 16 gigs fairly fast. So I'm either going to have to do either get a new computer or figure out. I don't like working on laptops. I don't like installing new RAM and stuff like that. But I have to figure out whether it's just better to get a brand new laptop or add RAM. It's a Dell, which people kind of, hate Dell. I have never had bad service with Dell. So
Yeah, I
anyway,
think that's what my desktop is. But it's in the storage trailer, though. I don't use it off grid, but I think I have enough power I could run a laptop.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the main problem I have, I think I need more RAM or I need to be less ambitious. I do a
Yep.
lot of stuff, with these
Is it
browsers.
pretty easy to install on that? Like maybe you
Probably,
could.
maybe. I haven't looked into it. Usually RAM is easy to install. I don't like
Yeah.
working on laptops though. Desktops, those full size computers are a lot easier to deal
Oh
with.
yeah. Yeah. I replaced a broken screen on a laptop once. That wasn't too bad. But
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. This is an interesting, at least interesting looking. I don't know if it'll pan out, but since the theme is Black excellence, let's see if we can continue it.
I love my purse in his car. I think in the back seat. Uncle, come on.
I can't even hear this video, and usually,
it doesn't seem like it's playing.
yeah, I think I know what the problem is. Let's do this. All right. I think I've fixed it.
Back with another video. We're going to go meet Babe. He is going to fly us to Houston. Okay. So I'm grabbing I left my purse in his car. I think in the back seat, maybe. Close that front right for me. Oh yeah, I left it. I gotta get my wallet out. You ready?
Fly?
Yeah.
Are you flying with me?
Yeah.
And then Miss Tori will take care
Stay
of
right
me and Million.
Huh?
Miss Tori will take care of Million.
Yes, but you're flying with me and Daddy.
Yeah.
Daddy's flying us. Daddy is gonna be the pilot.
Pilot?
Yeah. He's gonna be flying us.
He can't have no to fly.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to add this right quick. This is what people like the John Galts and the B Braves don't like to see. There's nothing wrong with these black people. I'm sure they will find something wrong with them, but black excellence just has to be excellent. How you speak, how you are. The lovers of white mediocrity, like the anti-black blacks, the lovers of white bottom feeders, like the anti-black blacks, are the biggest problem in the quote black community. Are the anti-black blacks. White racists, not that big a problem. The anti-black blacks, internal problem. And I literally mean, y'all know who you are. Do better, folks. Nothing wrong with black people. There's something wrong with y'all.
Yeah, Daddy know how to fly a plane.
Fly a plane?
Yeah.
Other pilots do.
Yeah. Here, let's not mess up those new white, baby. We can't mess up them white forces now.
Why you can't?
Girl, cause they white forces, you need to keep them clean. Okay. You see Daddy?
Yes.
Okay, stay next to mommy because we gotta watch out, okay?
Okay. No cars are coming. Planes are coming. No planes are coming.
No planes are coming.
Hi, Daddy.
Look.
Mm. Good one, season.
What it means, Samuel, Sam I am, is don't be a nightshade and criticize nightshades. Hopefully that clears it up for you. Don't be behaving badly and then turn around and behave badly. Describing bad behavior while doing bad behavior is not Black excellence. If you have more questions, let me drop the link because I haven't talked with you in a while. How you been there, Sam? But I'm kind of tired of nightshades criticizing nightshades. It gets boring.
This is Vector Approach. This is my school. This is my...
A motherfucker who owns a flying school. Last I checked, he was Black. I don't see anything wrong with this. This is what the motherfucking nightshades like John Galt and CT and all their little Black Crow, who I'm sure can fly. This is what these motherfuckers don't want to talk about. They don't go out looking for it. And maybe their point is, oh, I shouldn't have to go out looking for it. Motherfucker, live your nightshade lives and pretend you're not the nightshades you're talking about. All I have to say is I know better. Y'all are the nightshades. Y'all are the problem. Be brave, the white racists, even Donald Trump is not Black people's problems. It is the anti-Black Blacks that are the problem.
Your academy.
Say hi, Murray.
Hi.
This is where... Oh,
this is where Daddy goes on his flights.
Training.
Simulation.
Flight simulations. This is what we'll be flying today. The vision jet that will look like this inside.
What do you normally? Where's yours, Norm? Oh, do you always do this one inside? Do you always practice on this unit?
I've only been on this twice. I've done like 3 flights with a landing. I did like 10 landings on it.
No, yeah, little bitty golf clubs.
Yeah. It's a putt in the back. You want to go back there? Here, carry it. Roll it.
Roll it.
Now let me
Like
tell you, because
I mean, not the.
I'm thinking like a anti-Black right now. Someone like a John Galt is going to go, well, they're just renting it. It's not for real. They probably got a mortgage. They probably are getting paid by the white man. The white man.
One that you can, yeah, just like
Fucking
that.
self-hating Negroes are a problem. Yep.
Hey, this is Murray.
Like, who cares who someone works for, really? I mean, I've worked for Mexicans. Why is that a thing? Also worked for a Navajo rancher once. Grew those hatch green chili peppers. I'd help them roast them. We'd sell them by the 5-pound bag on the side of the
Right.
road,
Hold on. Let me
roasting,
answer
chilling.
this right quick. Sam, I
Oh,
am.
go ahead.
If you live in the ghetto like John Galt, what do you think you're going to see? Black excellence, or you going to see ghetto behavior? This is what idiots like John Galt will fucking fool the Sam I Ams with. Motherfucker, if you live in the ghetto, of course you're going to see ghetto behavior. Sam I Am.
Yeah.
If you don't get out and meet black people, if you live in the hood, if you live a hood life, of course it's going to be occurring more frequently and easily observable. Motherfucker, I'm 60 years old and I haven't seen half the shit that John Galt has seen because I don't have to. I
Yeah.
don't think my reality is any less real than a motherfucker who spends 35 years or whatever the ungodly number that he quotes. If you live in the hood, motherfucker, you're going to see hood behavior. The hell? You must think that I'm Garian for somebody. Motherfucker, I know what I'm talking about, Sam, and I am. I think I know what I'm talking about more so than you or John Galt for that matter.
Sin
Y'all,
can be.
if you live in the
Sorry,
mud,
Ken.
you're gonna get motherfucking muddy, son. Motherfucker, see, and this is the other thing. Sam I Am says, you moved away from black people though, right? No, Sam I Am. Once again, you're listening to the nightshade, John Galt. Nope. Black people live in my neighborhood. I still go back home to the home I grew up in. My father still lives in the black neighborhood I grew up in. Sammy Miami. Motherfucker, keep listening to the John Galts when I say the fucking anti-black blacks are the biggest problem. And the second biggest problem is the Sam I Ams listening to the John Galts about where they live. All them blacks that he lives around act like where they live, Sam I Am. Motherfucker, if you live in the ghetto, don't expect people not to act like they live in the ghetto. The silliest fucking Negroes are the ones who want to criticize other Negroes instead of fucking either be happy where the fuck you live or move. It is some of the dumbest shit I hear from the Sam I Ams and the John Galts. Ridiculous bullshit. Let me go back because John Galt likes to repeat shit over and over and over ad nauseum. Does that mean bad behavior can't be criticized or pointed out? Of course, bad behavior can. And then he says, you're doing the typical black thing. Motherfucker, where you live, the typical blacks do typical black things. Where I live, the typical blacks do the typical black thing. See, this is the retardation that living in the hood, pursuing the hood, and then being the hood produces. It's that you think everything is hood, and then, hey, all blacks have to be like Sam I Am. All blacks have to be like John Galt, or they're not really black. All blacks have to be like Solid Snake, or they're not really black. All blacks behave badly like me and the other blacks in my hood. That is some fucking weak motherfucking bullshit. And anti-blacks like Solid Snake, Sam I Am, and John Galt are the problem with the black community. Not even the people who shoot up the streets like bottom feeding white man says. It's literally y'all. Now look at this motherfucker. Wait, hold it. Let's see here. Can you talk highly of black people while also being literal digester of the black community? Oh, divester of the black community? Well, Sam, I am. If you think the black community is something you join or have to live around, you ain't black. You are a fucking Joe Biden black. Joe Biden told dumbasses like you and John Galt, if you don't vote for me, I ain't black. Well, motherfucker, like Joe Biden can tell y'all what black is. Y'all dumb fucks actually think a white man defines blackness. And to a certain extent, you're right, but y'all don't know that. Motherfucker, you can't divest yourself. I am black. I am more black than you and John Galt and Solid Snake and Sam I Am combined. Cause I don't have to motherfucking wonder if I'm black. I don't have to live in the hood to be black. See, that's the problem with y'all motherfuckers. Y'all can't divest. If I move out of the hood, I ain't black. That's what y'all are. You sound like fucking anti-black blacks. That's why I call you out. Motherfucker, let me drop the link once again. Let's see if which pussy who thinks he's black because he lives in the hood wants to come up and tangle with me. I am more black than Sam I Am. I am more black than Solid Snake. I am more black than John Galt, and y'all motherfucking live in the hood, and I'm blacker than y'all. And by the way,
you're not.
I live in a mixed neighborhood. I have some black neighbors. I have some white neighbors. In that little Sammy Iami and little Johnny Galt and little Solid Snake can't imagine a place where black people don't have to live in the hood. That's a y'all problem. It's not mine. But I will roast your dumbasses. Here's the link, Sammy Iami.
We got black folks living off the grid out here, Stanley.
I don't give a fuck.
Well, I'm just saying that goes along with what you're saying.
Hey, who? Don't just say.
They don't.
I'm not interested.
They don't have to live there.
Which
they
part?
choose not to.
Okay, dude. See, don't get involved in black folks' business, 12th man. Sometimes you need to understand you have nothing to contribute. Sorry to be mean, but
I was agreeing with you.
Well, good for you. I didn't need you to agree. I know I'm right.
And to be fair, the same can be said about the trailer park.
I don't give a fuck about fairness. Life isn't fair, now is it?
Well, the same could be said about the trailer park. I don't like
motherfucker,
the way they live in a trailer park. So I choose not to live there.
This is where you tend to lose me, 12th man. Stay out of stuff that you don't understand, because you don't.
I think I do a little bit because I've lived there.
I literally am telling you, you don't deal with it.
And I choose not to live there.
This again, these are the sort of white motherfuckers that a John Galt wants to deal with. A motherfucker, a fucking person who just cannot accept that he has no thing to say. I'm not interested in your opinion, 12th man. Just deal with it. You don't have anything salient to point out.
Say nice to meet you.
Oh, don't touch.
Neither. Oh, whoa, whoa. I'm glad you're here.
Oh,
I'm
yes.
glad you. Latino for Trump, you ain't black either. So, you know what? You hit that goddamn link so I can remind you you have nothing to offer either, Latino. You ain't black. And maybe you could be, but you're too anti-black to be black, Latino.
She's the artist.
All right, so we're gonna finish recording. Let's go take a Let's go take a look. Oh, good idea. Practice hitting it on the course. Look, but you don't do it too hard, okay? Oh.
Ah. Wow. Oh, Ray, you gotta hit it into the hole.
Hit it into the hole, mama.
Into the hole.
Both hands, both hands. Good.
Real steady and control. Steady and in control. Good job. Okay. We'll stay out here. So, you guys, what do y'all think? We crazy or no? No, he's really serious about getting his pilot license so that he can.
Oh, I've said more than you are white, Latino. As far as I know, you are white. I don't really care that much about whether you're white or whatever. So please don't think I get wrapped around your axle. I can say that you're an anti-black. So white, anti-black can be black. It can be white. It can be Latino. I know you're anti-black. That's really that's all I need to know.
Fly, and he wants to be a pilot, but not commercial. At least not right now, but he definitely wants to do private. And
you know what?
His-
I've never watched the whole thing. I just assume Sam I am. Much like anti-blacks like yourself want to fucking make a big deal. Who gives a fuck? It's a video. I made an assumption. I'm wrong. Oh, I'm wrong, Sam I am. I'm wrong. What a fucking idiot.
His own plane so we can go wherever we want. We like to travel. So, that would be a really nice investment. And this is how we invest. We invest in ourselves, and we also invest in our future. We know we like to travel, but we also travel because our kids learn from traveling and going to the different places and experiencing new different things. And then we love that we are able to take you guys with us too. So, welcome. This is our journey right now. Yes, he is retired. I know a lot of y'all are asking, is he retired? Yes, technically he's retired because he didn't get picked up by any teams. But we are enjoying life and living life to the fullest.
Well, Sam, let me tell you something about being an actual black. And I know sometimes you kind of have that imposter syndrome, for whatever reason that might be. I can admit I'm wrong, but you know what? I'm black enough to make an assumption, and then if I'm wrong, I admit it. You and the John Galts and the other anti-blacks fucking y'all get your thrills from body cam videos. Y'all assume all blacks are like the body cam videos, and then when a motherfucking bottom feeding white comes up here, you shuck and jive, bow and talk all Uncle Tom to make that white man feel accommodated. Sam I am, you and John Galt and motherfucking Latino and other anti-blacks are anti-black. You have no opinion I need care about. You are a wreck. Anti-black blacks, like John Galt, are a bigger problem to the legacy black community than motherfucking white racists are. Jared Thomas ain't got nothing on John Galt. Hey, Latino, of course you would like that kind of shout out. You're proudly anti-black.
As you can see, we got trips coming up and getting planned. I might post this before we go on our next trip. Because I still got Italy videos coming out. We went to Italy back in November of 2024. So that's why all the kids still look young. And Miss Murray and Million is walking at, like, y'all, it's been so much going on. I've been trying to keep up, but it'd be so hard to get my footage from my phone to my computer since we didn't do it on a camera, and that's would be the holdup, like just trying to download all the footage. Anyways, we'll tap back in with y'all when we are about to get on the plane. Got my coffee, so you know I ain't playing.
We are flying the airplane. We're going to Houston, and then we're going to have fun.
We're gonna have fun?
Yes.
You so pretty, mama. Yes. Girl, say thank you.
Thank you.
Talking about yes, I know. Why you gotta tell me that? But when somebody else tell you that, you say thank you. You say thank you to mommy too. Look, the plane is about to take off. No, this is somebody else. Remember that guy we saw pull out his aircraft? Look, he's about to fly. Not yet. He is now. It happened so fast. You're off. Y'all, that was the coolest thing ever. Like, we're just sitting back here playing, and then all of a sudden we hear the plane about to take off, and that's about to be us. Am I nervous? Yes, this is a little bitty aircraft. I've been on a little aircraft before. And y'all, when I tell you those smaller aircrafts be a little bit like more choppier and like, you know, it just, I don't know. I be scared of it. But you know what? I just pray about it and enjoy the ride and then the experience and just pray. Thank you, Jesus. We pray before we take off. Pray before landing. Pray at landing. And thank Jesus when you land and kiss that ground, baby. Okay? That part.
I love small aircraft myself.
Oh, I hate
more
them.
Fun.
No.
A lot more fun.
I hate helicopters even more.
I don't think I've done a helicopter, but float planes and seaplanes and all that. Man, I get a natural rush, Stanley, when I'm on an aircraft like that.
You ever get tired, you know what I'm saying, after a long day of flying or training, right up here, I can come up here anytime I want. Got the bed in here. Fully furnished. It's got bathroom, walk-in shower. We got a kitchen. It's usually stacked up with some water. Got a nice bar, island. We got views
Nice crib.
so we can see other planes land.
I'm jealous, Stanley. Shit.
Okay.
We were down there on the putt-putt. Nice.
I didn't catch where this is. I'm guessing it's in California, but I'm not sure. Somewhere out west.
He's out here on the plains, the desert plains.
Of course, I'd like something a little more mountainy and away from people, but
You can go directly from
which is what I got. Just
Fuck.
not nice a pad
This
as
guy
that.
has a plane in his garage. Let's check this the fuck out.
So we're back downstairs
Awesome.
and we're getting ready to watch the jet land, the
There's
one
a
that we're about to
plane
take to
community?
Houston.
I didn't know that.
I'm ready. You
We
ready?
have those here too, Stanley.
Really? You know
Yeah.
what? I think I knew they existed, but I've actually never seen one. Fuck. My other car is a plane.
Your plane. That's where we about to fly, Mama.
We have, I think, 3 dedicated small plane airports, as a matter of fact.
Download his data. Check him out. Yes. Here it is. Look at that V-tail. Check it out.
Okay, Texas then.
Is that a drum?
God damn, no, it's a jet. Oh,
Oh, shit. I thought it was a big ass drum for a minute.
Motherfucker.
That's his own little jet. Son of a bitch.
You know, this is not a life I would want to live,
You ready, baby?
but fuck.
Oh,
More power to them if that's what they want to do. Hell
Well,
yeah.
my whole point is that you know, these anti-blacks like Sam I Am and John Galt, they'll just call him an N-word.
wow.
He's just a rich N-word.
No plane. This is the Batmobile.
Come here, Ray. She's not even. Come on. Look, let's back up. Hi, Ray.
You ready?
Yes.
First flight with Daddy?
Yes.
Wonder
you
how
wanna
far
fly,
he can
Mom?
go in that.
Fly a plane one day?
Yes, when I grow up, I'll fly one.
You will?
Yes.
When you turn 17, you're going to get your license. And you can fly Daddy around.
You know, my cousin Wayne got his civilian license at 16 or 17, and he wound up retiring from the Navy. He was an NFO, and actually, he was why I joined the Navy. He did AOCS down in Pensacola. Now he wound up retiring. He retired as an 05, and to make 06, he would have to go to Afghanistan, and he's like, no, thank you. So, you know, I told him, you know what? I'd go to Afghanistan and take my chances, you know, but shit, motherfucker's way richer than me right now. You know what he did after he got out, 12th man?
What's that?
That motherfucker's a defense contractor. He started a small business.
Shit.
And I don't exactly know what he does. Something with might be technology. I honestly don't know what he does, but the motherfucker's like rich, like not a billionaire, but let me put it to you this way. I'll have to tell you a story. During the Hurricane Helen, he lives out like on Amelia Island or some place like that in Florida. So this motherfucker's backyard has a boat slip. So he has like some fucking, I don't even ask. But so the hurricane hit, he had like 2 or 3 feet of water in his house. So I'm like, well, damn, you know what? I'm so sorry to hear that. You know what his response was? Well, that's what we have insurance for. I was like, well, that's so Navy. But see what the Sam I Ams and the Latino for Trump and the John Galts don't understand is that there are black people who have insurance. Like they live places, and when disaster happens, they have insurance. My parents were kind of like that. Well, you can't help natural disasters, but that's why you have insurance. So these little motherfuckers who choose to live in the hood and choose to live a hood life and can't think outside of their little hoods, I don't have any mercy for them. They sound like fucking morons. And it is my job to roast their dumb asses.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I've had a few beers and I'm just going to let loose.
I do that? You want daddy to
Black
buy you a
excellence is
plane?
real, motherfuckers. And if
Daddy to
you
buy you a
don't
plane?
live amongst it, that is
I
a
think
you
daddy
problem.
might. Oh, we're gonna have a pink plane.
You want a pink plane?
Oh, God,
I
not a
think we
pink
should do a
plane,
pink
though.
plane too.
I don't know. Why not blue?
No, I think pink. I like pink, right?
Or green?
Now we could definitely do green.
Let's do the same color as the Cyber Beast.
Now that would be nice.
Yeah, I'm baby blue.
So your friend you were talking about, he got a pilot's license,
It's my
Stanley?
cousin. He is my first cousin.
Me.
Your cousin.
Hey, y'all.
I'm
You
sorry,
got a
what?
pilot's
I love
license?
it. Yes, sir.
You, I
Not
thought you were
only
saying
that,
earlier you
well,
got a
he got
pilot's
it.
license or something.
My first cousin. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's literally like my first cousin. He was in the Navy too. Well, he got me interested in the Navy because I was just like, you know what? I'm done, with Army ROTC. I'm done with it all. And so yeah, he basically, the getting a civilian pilot's license is good on a resume. When you apply for AOCS, saying, "Hey, I'm serious enough to have a pilot's license," at like 17 or 18, sure, looks good.
Wow. 18
However,
years old with a pilot's license.
my point
That's
is,
impressive.
well, my point is he was serious enough to retire as a naval aviator. So, and then, he started his own business, whatever it is he does. He's very successful at doing it. So, he's literally like, his father was my father's brother. So, literally a first cousin. In my family, we have black excellence. I literally don't know anyone in my family who's ever been divorced. Well, one person, but no one. We're all contiguous. We all commit. These little nightshades like John Galt and Latino for Trump and Solid Snake. They love to fucking drag me, but I don't get deterred because I know they're not black excellence. John Galt isn't black excellence.
This is Good One Season, y'all, on our YouTube channel. This is Steven.
That motherfucker thinks that farmers have electric fences on their farms that repel humans. Chain link fences, yeah, like in the city. Motherfucker, if you are out in the rural, you can barely generate electricity, and if you're a small farmer, you're not going to be able to afford that electric bill. Keeping a fence electrified 24 hours a day, motherfucker, no one does it, even in the United States. What the fuck is that nightshade talking about? He literally has no clue what the fuck is going on sometimes. So let me
Kelly.
rewind this because I missed it.
Yeah.
I think we should do a pink plane too.
I don't know. Why not blue?
No, I think pink. I like pink, right?
Yeah.
Now we could
Get another hiccup, Stanley?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Latino for Trump, I don't give a fuck. Okay, this is what he's saying. We got people lighting up blunts in the movie theaters, subways, disrupting public thinking, whatever that means, that the world revolves around them. This is real. It's your reality, Latino for Trump. I don't give a fuck. See, this is what the Be Brave anti-blacks and the black anti-blacks, and apparently there's a Latino for Trump anti-black. I don't give a fuck. That's a them problem. I don't have to live around them, especially not voluntarily. I live around black people who don't do that, Latino for Trump. And honestly, that you believe that all blacks do this is why I don't consider you a brown ally. Motherfucker, if that is what you think all blacks do, or even most of them, most blacks don't do that shit. Most blacks don't even live in the hood, but the the anti-blacks want to worry about South Africans and their electrified fences. That's why y'all are fucked up.
Stanley, the only reason a farmer puts a fence like that around their farm is to keep like the other animals they have. Like they might have some cows or some goat or some sheep,
Hey,
and they still find a way in there. That's the
hey,
only reason they have
but the
fences up.
cows or the humans?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's for the cows, like, because you don't want the cows ripping up your newly planted crop of broccoli,
Hey,
just say, for instance, right?
hey, 12th
That's
man,
what the
12th
fences
man,
are for.
12th man. I tried to tell John Galt that, and he fucking laughed at me. Like out in the rural, do you know how much it would cost to keep like a chain link fenced electrified? A small
Oh, man.
farmer can't fucking afford that. The electricity they have, the little barbed wire looking electrified fence, it might
Right,
be
right.
3 strands, especially if you got acres you have to electrify, like acres you have to electrify, like a cow pasture.
Oh, man.
See,
Yeah,
these Negroes have never been out of the hood. They don't
most,
know it though. If you have a bunch of land or you live rural, these anti-black blacks who live in the hood have no fucking clue what country living is
well,
like.
Stanley, probably 99.99% of the fencing is just plain barbed wire with fence post every 10 feet or so. And it's just regular barbed wire. That's all it is.
You,
That
you,
doesn't
you
keep
need to
any
tell.
two-legged creep out.
You
That
need to
doesn't keep
tell.
anyone out.
You need to tell John Galt this. I literally tried to explain this to him, and this motherfucker acted like I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about.
I can't believe that since he's from Georgia, but that's
Oh, he's
been a
from
long
He's
time
from
ago.
Alabama. Hey, look, he's from
Alabama,
Alabama,
I meant. I'm sorry.
and you know what? That is. I was like, you are from Southern Alabama, and you've never been on a farm. But no, that motherfucker had to show out like that nigga John Galt. He had to be that nigga and just prove Stanley wrong. This
You should
motherfucker,
replay that clip, Stanley.
honestly,
I want to hear that. I missed that part.
John Galt is a motherfucking city boy. That's why he, and there's nothing wrong with being a city boy, but dude, I have done both. What he doesn't like is someone who actually knows what the fuck he's talking about. There's not a goddamn small farmer who's going to have a human repelling electric fence. That's what they fucking have shotguns for.
Yeah, and farm dogs and shit like that.
It's fucking cheaper to have a shotgun than it is an electric fence. And motherfucker, if you've ever been if you've ever been like out in the South, motherfucker, you know what? When I lived on the mountain, 12th man, if I couldn't call, because sometimes you just walk the road and just drop in. You fucking have a few beers on your porch. Hey, I wonder what Irv is doing. Fucking walk up there. But I tell you what, if you are fucking gonna visit someone and you don't know if they're home or not, motherfucker, you don't even knock on the door. You fucking like yell before you get there.
Yeah.
Fucking go.
I'll try it. It's common sense stuff for country boys, but
hell yeah. And you know what? I'm a city boy, but I've lived there long enough to know you just don't fucking walk up on somebody's porch. And you know what? 9 times out of 10, it'll be okay, but you just don't do it. It's not etiquette.
Definitely do green.
Let's do the same color as the Cyber Beast.
Now that would be nice.
Yeah, I'm baby blue. Yeah.
Ooh, y'all.
Fly me to Paris.
Hey, y'all.
I love it. Yes, sir. This is Good One Season. Y'all on our YouTube channel. This is Steven.
Hi there.
And Kelly.
Subscribe.
Yeah. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Y'all ready?
All right, let's think about where we want to be. Okay, you're in the front seat.
Right. Mommy gonna get in first.
Yeah, let Mommy get in first. Okay. Yeah, Daddy will help you up. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
God damn.
Right here.
Man.
Sit right there.
Now, see, I'd be,
Gonna buckle you
I don't know.
So come here.
I'm not that into aviation.
It smells so good.
The lock intentionally so the pilot can
That's a goddamn nice looking plane, though.
grab his handle.
Hell yeah, it is.
He got a motherfucking bucket seat.
You are the pilot. You the man. Yes, sir. No, it's called.
I thought the black dude was going to drive the plane.
I'm not short.
You know what? I did too. I thought he owned a flight school too, but it's Sammy Iami told me I'm wrong.
Close out your right hand. Yeah. But if I got to put. There we go.
Well, he could get his pilot's license too. Maybe he's working on it.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
There you go. Slide forward.
Or maybe he just likes planes.
Yeah, it does.
Fucking, they got seatbelts.
I'm gonna teach you this about this stuff.
It literally looks like a minivan.
So all I did.
What do you think that cost, Stanley? About $5 million?
Shit, I don't even know.
Drop it. Stabilizing. Low pressure. So you don't have to do the right or the left. Make sure your vents are all open back there.
Damn.
I'd ride in it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I've never been in a small jet like that. way we get back and forth to Anchorage if we want to fly is like a little prop propeller plane. Holds about 10 people, probably about that size, maybe. But it's run by propellers, not a jet engine.
You know what? I'm almost certain I'd be okay with the props. There's only one engine on that fucking thing. God damn.
Matter of fact, those are single prop, not even double.
Yeah, this is a jet. Wow.
I'd pay
Shit, I
for a
wonder how
flight
much
on it if I really had business to do in Anchorage. Definitely pay a few $100 round trip. I think that's what he might be doing is just renting the plane for a day, Stanley, or something like that.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, that sucks. That I never would have even thought to do this. I only take planes if I have somewhere to go. I don't do it for fun.
Yeah, right. Just fly around for the heck of it,
I
right?
hate flying.
It'd be even more fun if it had floats on the bottom. You could land on the water and shit. I love those motherfuckers. So much fun landing and taking off from the water. Gotta say, she seems pretty happy. She ain't gotta wake up to no gunshots in her neighborhood. Nope.
Yeah, that almost looks like a fucking flight simulator.
Definitely gotta be a 4K video.
I can't. If this is some sort of flight instruction, I'm surprised they have that many people on board.
Well, like I say, Stanley, they might have just rented the plane for a day to go have fun. Do a lot of the charter plane stuff around here. You can charter a plane for a day.
Well, do you think he's actually flying it?
The pilot? Yeah.
Oh, no, I mean this guy.
Well, looks like a pretty advanced piece of aircraft where once he gets up there, he doesn't have to do a whole lot.
Yeah, I see where he takes his hand off like that.
Now, if it's windy out, which I've been in some turbulent winds in a small aircraft, then he'd have his hands on the steering thing for sure.
I am okay with her. She has no visible tattoos. Nice skin.
Good job.
Could just be renting out that whole place.
Boom.
Good job. Not like you have to own something like that to take your family on a nice outing.
Seriously.
The flowers. Look at the flowers.
Baby, how was your flight? Flying and taking off and landing?
It was nice. It was awesome.
It was like bumpy during a certain part, but once we,
how'd I fly?
I mean, you flew well. I still was a little nervous in the beginning, but when we got up above the clouds, it was like a breeze. Just
Yeah, because when you get up high, it's smooth air.
yeah, it was nice.
It's pressurization where you don't have
My pilot.
any sense of anything with your ear.
You're like,
Did you have fun?
yes.
Did you enjoy being in the air?
Yeah.
You like
Look
to
at the
talk on
airplane.
the
Look at the
Yeah,
airplane.
I see. You like to talk
Yes.
on the airplane and the microphone?
Yes.
Or what else did you like on the flight?
I like talking to Daddy.
You like talking to Daddy while he was flying?
Yeah.
You know Daddy was flying the airplane?
Yes.
Ooh, he did good, didn't he? He did good, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like,
I didn't see him.
All right, you guys.
Did they switch seats somewhere, Stanley? Did I miss that?
No. Well, you can fly a plane
Catch y'all on
from both
next.
sides.
Can't even talk. Catch y'all on the next one.
You know, like in commercial flights, they
Yeah, I thought he was sitting.
No,
I thought he was sitting behind the pilot, though, not next to him.
No, he's sitting next to him.
Oh,
Well, this is even better. Let's see if this causes the Sam I Ams and the Latinos for Trump to have a conniption. One thing, you know what? I'm just gonna be pissy about it. Where's Latino? Where's Sam I Am? These motherfuckers are basically basing all Negroes on their own personal experiences, and I'm in the mood to mock the dumb son of a bitches. Not all Negroes are y'all Negroes.
See New York in a whole different way. Let's go, baby!
Well, I don't know. Let's see if Russ can fly. Let's see if Russ can fly.
All right, so I got some work to do here. We're in the airplane, but of course, since we are going to be flying this New York Hudson corridor, I definitely want to make sure that I am dialed in and everything is good to go. So definitely going to get this engine started, and then we are going to make magic.
It actually sounds
All right,
like
so let's make it happen.
Universal
Engine
Jump.
off. circuit breaker, so watch yourself. There you go.
I didn't watch myself.
Watch yourself.
You watching?
All right, battery master is gonna go on.
No, I hear. Is it John Galt? Is it John Galt? Is it John Galt or Latino for Trump that's going? Niggers can't fly. It's these fucking anti-black blacks. They are hilarious.
All right, so we've got this airplane started.
I turned on the heat.
Yeah, so heat is up top, and it's so all the way over is on.
Okay.
Northeast ground. Archer 3576 Mike at Legacy, ready to taxi for Northeast.
Yeah,
CFR
Bob's a
Archer.
motherfucking Uncle Tom anti-black too, and I'll tell Bob to his face, and he would probably nod and go, "I am."
All right, so we're
Latino,
taxiing on
I don't know who the
Alpha
fuck.
Northeast Tower.
Let me
Archer.
bring this little boy up here. Motherfucker, yeah, Bob is a goddamn Uncle Tom. Any problems with that? I don't think Bob would have a problem with me telling him that because he embraces it. At least that motherfucker knows who he is. So, Latino, you are, motherfucker, you're anti-black. Deal with it, god damn it. And I'm fucking saying it. You can't stop me from saying it. We know who you are. You know who you are. So fucking deal with it. And if you don't like it, fuck you. You am who you am.
Archer 3576 Mike, holding short of runway 33.
Wait, hold it. Let me even go farther. About 90 motherfucking 8 of the black people in this John Gall Urban Landlord YouTube space are fucking Uncle Toms. So they know what I think, and I know what they think of me. So this is no surprise, son. The answer is Bob, the pilot, isn't Uncle Tom, you dumb fuck. Do I have to say it in Spanish?
Now I'm confused, Stanley.
About what?
Because, like, here is Bob, a successful black person like you're talking about.
Wait, hold it. Successful black men can't be Uncle Toms?
I'm just saying you're promoting successful black people.
That's why I keep telling you to stay out of shit you don't understand. If you're
promoting successful black people, Stanley.
If you're confused, deal with someone who has this that kind of patience. Is the question, is it Bob a pilot? I'm sure he meant, isn't Bob a pilot is anti-black? Yes. Bob the pilot is anti-black. Motherfucker, do you think I'm scared to say that?
Why?
Because he's an Uncle Tom.
Why is he an Uncle Tom?
The motherfucker does not like black people enough to date black women. That is Uncle Tom. If you don't like black people, I'm going to call you an Uncle Tom.
You married a black woman or a white woman.
Once again, you don't get to be an expert. I'm not interested in your opinion.
I'm not trying to be an expert, bro.
12 man, motherfucker. I'm literally not interested in your opinion. Why offer it? Why would you offer?
I didn't come up here to argue with you, Stanley.
Leave.
I just asked a question, man.
Okay, let me answer your question. I don't care about your question enough to answer it.
Okay.
I don't care about your questions or your opinions. Stay out of shit you don't understand. Which part of this can't you get?
Well, I don't get how you can be promoting like successful black people and then calling a successful black man like an Uncle Tom.
Whoa. you don't seem to also understand that Bob is not, you can be excellent in one area and not excellent in another. Humans are multifaceted. He might be
Fair
a
enough.
good, he might be a good pilot and still anti-black. Do you understand how that could be? You can
Yeah, I
be
do.
an Uncle Tom who can fly a plane. And I don't like Uncle Tom's. But hey, he's still a great pilot. I don't mind Uncle Tom's getting me safely from point A to point B. So
Seems like a nice enough
I
guy to
am
me,
not
Stanley.
negating his excellence. I'm saying he's anti-black. You can do both.
He seems like a nice enough guy to me.
I don't
I
give a
don't.
fuck if he's nice or not. I don't care how he seems. I'm giving an opinion. I don't
Yeah.
even know if he's a good pilot. I just know he is a pilot. But I do know he's anti-black based on what I've seen on YouTube. Any
Thank
other
you.
dumb questions?
I did send you a link in the back about a
I saw
propane
the link. I'm not
pilot.
done with this yet. Would you mind if we just finish
No, no,
this?
no. I just
I
thought
saw the link.
you already seen it.
Let's see
It's
what
all good.
the other anti-blacks have to say. Wasn't Uncle Tom a great person that helped free blacks? Latino, let me ask you a question. Have you ever read Uncle Tom's Cabin? If the answer is yes, then you shouldn't be asking this question. No, he did not help free blacks, motherfucker. How about read a goddamn book before you ask me stupid questions? As a matter of fact, he wound up dying for a bad white man. Simon Legree was not a good black man, a good white man. Read the book, son. There you go, 12. There is no putting sense into this man. Motherfucker, there's no putting anti-black bullshit. Latino, dude, don't make me start in on you. You don't want the smoke that I've observed. You are on this channel all times of the day, and that's your warning. Don't make me start asking you questions, son. Oh, that's Palomino Ricky Z. Who gives a fuck what he says? No. Number one, there is no such word as contradictive. And no. And I'm gonna be honest, Latino. I don't know whether it's a language gap, but you honestly don't understand English well enough to fucking ask me if something is contradictive. Contradictive is not a word, son. I'm sure you meant contradictory.
departure. 2576 Mike, still on ground, contact tower 126.9.
Affirm, roger for that. Sorry about that. In Northeast Tower, Archer 3576 Mike, holding short runway 33 at Alpha 1, ready for a Northeast VFR departure.
Archer 3576 Mike, Northeast Tower, hold short runway 33, traffic landing.
Holding short runway 33 for 76 Mike.
There's another plane coming in. You have to wait for that?
Yeah, probably. So she'll tell me. She'll be like, you know, she said hold for landing traffic.
Tower, Cessna 4268 inform, short 33 Alpha 1, number 2 ready.
Cessna 4268 uniform, Northeast Tower, hold short runway 33, number 2 for departure.
Short 3368.
Archer 76 Mike, runway 33, clear for takeoff, no delay, traffic 1.5 mile final, Cherokee on course approved.
When she says no delay, she means it. Hit it.
Okay.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
All right, heroes to the floor, full power. All right, engine instruments in the green. Suction. Oil tempo,
Let's
pressure,
go.
all look good.
Crew track 289, turn base,
Airspeed is alive.
traffic will depart with your arrival.
Bless you.
Thank you.
And she'll be ready to fly.
Turn base runway 33, crew track 289.
Crew track 289, runway 33, clear to land.
Waiting for the right altitude. Make my right turn. I see traffic in front of me, but it's pretty high.
Archer 76 Mike to altitude climbing to.
3,000 for 76 Mike.
Archer 76 Mike, roger. Traffic 12 o'clock, 5 miles, orbiting Archer. Altitude indicates 3,100 is 291 Lima Alpha.
All right, I'll be looking for traffic for 76 Mike. You see him?
Straight ahead.
Okay.
Well, I guess towards the west.
All right, so we are on our way. And those takeoffs are always a little interesting. And so now what we need to do is just be mindful of traffic and airspaces. And you can see we're getting ready to go like over the water.
Yep.
And it looks like it's like so far away, but it really isn't.
Right, yeah. We'll get there quicker than we did yesterday.
Yes, indeed. So that's the thing one of the things that white people were just talking about is
Archer 76 Mike, additional traffic, 1 o'clock, 3 miles, northeastbound, type unknown, altitude indicates 2,500.
All right, looking for traffic for 76 Mike. Yeah, I think I got him on the scope.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
You see him?
Yep.
It's amazing how you're able to see that. I can't see nothing.
Archer 76 Mike, traffic now 1 o'clock and 1.5 miles, northeastbound, 2,500, type unknown.
All right, looking for traffic for 76 Mike.
To your right, north.
Archer 3 Lima Alpha, left at golf, ground point 7.
Yeah, I think I got him.
3 Lima Alpha, thanks.
Northeast.
Yeah. Yeah, that traffic is in sight for 76 Mike. And if you get cold, you can turn the heat back on. When I'm taking off, man, it's like there's so much adrenaline pumping, you know what I mean?
Can you do it halfway?
Traffic no longer effective, frequency change approved.
All right, frequency change approved for 76 Mike. Thank you so much for your help.
Archer 1 Lima Alpha, previous
All right, go ahead.
no longer effective.
Yeah, you can turn it on.
Roger,
I'm just gonna do it halfway.
Yeah. Now, I just get hot just taking off.
Yeah.
There's just like so many things going on. All right, so what this paper has is all the frequencies and the reporting points. So the first point you have to report is the Verrazano Bridge. We actually came across it, but you were asleep. It's very nice.
Okay.
Very beautiful crossing that bridge. And so this particular flight just simply amazes me that we get to do this.
I know.
You'll see how close we are and stuff. It's just nuts to me.
Well, that's Manhattan right over there, right?
Exactly.
Wow. That's crazy.
Now, too bad it's just a little hazy, but not too bad. You'll still be able to see.
Yeah.
It's not cloudy. It's just haze.
Right. It's a little windy.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because normally, so we didn't feel as much like this when we flew to Martha's Vineyard. That's because we were higher.
Oh.
So it tends to be a little less.
I love the windows they have on that plane. You can literally see everything.
Up high.
Okay.
That's what you usually feel when you're in a jet.
Oh.
And that's the one thing about this flight. It's highly technical, but I'm glad I took that class.
Yeah.
And this FAA training.
Okay.
It definitely prepared you for this flight.
Oh, okay.
What to expect, what your airspaces are,
okay,
what the requirements are, all that good stuff. All right, so now I am descending. You see anybody? I see somebody who's kind of like...
I just see that 12 o'clock, he's circling.
Okay. All right, so we're just flying out. You can look out front there, people. You can see, I guess this is called Raritan Bay out here. And they just kind of go up the bay. And then eventually we'll be up the Hudson. And I forget the other river. All right, now I got to start cheating over this way a little bit because people are going to be coming southbound.
Okay.
All right, so we are at 1,000 feet, and we're ready to enter the corridor.
There's a little island right there.
Yeah, ain't that crazy?
Yeah, it's just random.
So I got to kind of keep going this direction.
Okay.
Because I got to go over the bridge to the right.
Oh, what bridge is that?
The Verrazano.
Oh.
And that's one of the reporting points.
Oh.
So I believe off to the right here is Governor's Island.
Okay.
It looks like there's actually a beach on that joint.
Yeah. Wow, that's nuts.
Yeah, that's real nuts. Just preparing for my next frequency. All right, so we're about to go over our first reporting point.
It never ceases to amaze me that we get to do this, and I get to fly this close to the bridge. My wife was like amazed that we were so close, and she kept remarking like, wow, we're really close to this bridge.
River traffic, Archer VZ Bridge, 1,100 feet, northbound. All right, next we're going to is the Statue of Liberty. And see, you're out to the front there.
We're going to descend down to 1,500
Oh, yeah.
north.
Well, we get to go close?
So I have to stay over this way.
Oh, okay. So she'll be to our left?
She'll be to our left, yep. Because I got to stay to the right.
Gotcha. This is so exciting.
So there's Liberty Tower or Freedom Tower.
Right, yep. I did see that.
Hearing my wife say that this was so exciting was like music to my ears. And this is the reason why I tell anyone who's watching this video right now, if you are just contemplating doing aviation, do it. It just opens up such amazing opportunities for fantastic experience.
So yeah, isn't this crazy?
Yeah, this is real crazy. Wow.
So I think this is like Brooklyn over here.
Okay.
And
Well, man, I missed your last comment. I was talking to my son.
If this camera wasn't here,
Oh,
I
my
could take
bad.
a picture.
That's okay.
You'll be
Wasn't
able to
nothing
get it right
important.
alongside it.
Okay.
This is where you start to feel a little bit from the building.
Wow, look. I'll wait till the...
No.
Oh, yeah.
Let me deal with little Palladino Zeta. No, I've literally never heard the word contradictive Palomino Ricky Zeta. What does it mean? What does contradictive mean? You dumb fuck.
11 o'clock.
Yep, I got them. Hudson River traffic departure. Statue of Liberty, 1100 feet, northbound.
I got it.
Got it?
Yep.
Yep, she's facing us.
Oh, yeah, it's a little blurry, but...
Yeah. All right, so we're going to be going past all the major buildings.
Okay. That's incredible.
Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
Let me deal with little punky Z here. I guess Pastor Manning is right. Well, apparently you talk to Pastor Manning all the time. He's never fucking who knows? Pastor Manning is right, okay. Contradictive is literally a made-up word. You can Google this shit. Contradictive is not a motherfucking word. There are all kinds of words in the modern dictionary that aren't really words. It's just because a lot of ignorant motherfuckers make up words. Palomino, you're not in my league. Stop pretending you are.
Sounds like making up another word for contradicting.
Well,
which is a word.
Contradictory is actually the right word. Contradictive is just fucking like be brave level English. And motherfucker, just because it's in a dictionary does not mean it is a correct word. The fucking dictionary is full of words that are just kind of made up and or vernacular. You know, ain't is in the goddamn dictionary too, moron. Not you. Palomino Zeta.
Well, it made me think of like heterosexual or like you're
1100.
Like you're a heterophobe or a bisophobe. They make up all these different phobias that do not exist in the DSM or the APA. So,
well, you know, and then
people make up words all the time.
The contradiction in terms like Palomino Ricky Z is a member of the human species, let alone a male. So, hey, you know, when I say masculine and, and Palomino Ricky Z, that's contradictive. Dumb fuck.
That's like Islamophobia. That doesn't exist. Homophobia, none of that shit.
Well, it does. It does in
That building like
Palomino
the
the
Legos is
Man.
crazy over there.
Yeah.
His
Oh,
brick
wow.
mill.
Guess that's an apartment building.
Yeah, I guess so. There's somebody down there saying shh down here, in the white.
Oh.
She's doing like this.
But we go around that way?
So we've come back this way on the way back. Hudson River traffic, Archer, Intrepid, 1,100 feet northbound.
This is the flight that truly makes me so thankful for being part of the aviation community, and I never want to take it for granted. The most important thing is I got to share this amazing flight with my wife and take you all along for the ride with us. Thank you for flying with us, and thank you so much for supporting the Russ Can Fly efforts. It really means a lot to me.
Yeah, I hope you got all of the good shots, though.
Yeah, I did. I just said video.
Okay.
Yep.
So did you see? So there's the stadium there.
I don't say. Oh, yeah. Yep.
And did you see Central Park? So once Central Park was up, then you were in Harlem.
Oh, okay.
So that space, that blank space in the middle was Central Park.
Oh.
And I think that's the Henry Hudson Highway over there.
Okay.
And this is all Upper Manhattan.
Okay. Look how close you are to the bridge.
I know, I told you, it's crazy, isn't it?
That's insane.
It's a GW. Is there a bunch of traffic on it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it's heavy.
God damn, that's
Hudson River
too close
traffic.
for me.
Archer, GW Bridge,
That's
1,100 feet
way too
northbound.
close for me.
Look at that.
I'd be having a blast on that, Stanley.
Man,
Crazy,
motherfucker,
I love
I'd be
that shit.
pulling up. I want
Right,
more distance.
GW, and then the tower.
I want
And
more
then it's going to
distance
keep on and
to those,
into Connecticut.
to those
Yeah,
towers.
one more reporting point. So, see this,
I don't know.
like
I
a
don't like
antenna
flying.
sticking up over there, that red and white?
So,
Yep.
That's called Alpine Tower. Why? I don't know.
Oh.
But that's just the name of it. I'm really surprised there weren't too many people out
Well,
here
it's
today.
not for everybody, I
But isn't
guess.
it crazy? So,
well, I mean, I've
what we
been
can
in
do on the way
planes.
back,
You know, I will fly
I
if
wasn't
I
going to
have
come
to.
down the corridor, but we can.
Okay.
Well, Stanley, I feel safer in a
Same
plane
thing.
like
But
that
I
than
was
I
going to
do one of these
Connecticut. I was just
great
going to fly
big
out
jumbo jets.
and then just do an L.
I'd rather be on a plane like that.
Yeah, so that we can see it's on the right side.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
that wall
okay.
is crazy.
Oh,
So that's
wow.
the New Jersey side. So isn't that crazy?
That's real crazy.
That means
So
you're
this is
having fun if
Yonkers.
you're in a plane like that.
So this is upstate.
You know,
So
I've been in
Yonkers
the
is not
commuter,
considered upstate. Upstate would
prop-driven
be like
commuter plane
Syracuse,
from
Oswego.
it was
Yonkers is
Baltimore.
Yonkers.
I
don't know why
think
I thought
it
Yonkers
was
was
DWI
upstate.
to Charlottesville,
No, I don't think people
Virginia.
from Yonkers would be considered themselves upstate New York.
Maybe
It's just
100
Yonkers.
miles.
Okay.
I think
And
things like, and
no,
I'm sure there's
I
somebody in the
don't like
comments
small
that'll,
planes. I've been in
flame me if I'm wrong.
C-130s. Bigger
But
planes
I
work for
believe
me. But I have
you're
a
talking
thing.
about more like
I don't like height.
Oswego and Cortland and
Being in a plane
Syracuse,
is actually easier for me
Rochester.
than like standing on the edge, like on a cliff.
Yeah, same here, Stanley. I'm just like that, man.
But
I'm way up there on a mountain cliff looking thousands and thousands of feet down. It's scared as shit. It makes my nuts go up in my stomach, right? But if I'm in a plane like that, it's like, oh, it's cool, beautiful, man.
Right.
You know, I can
But,
see everything.
I've never been in a plane this small. You know, like maybe a 10-passenger commuter. I've done, but helicopters. I've been in helos a few times. I don't like helos either.
Was that in the Navy?
Yeah. And I've been
right on.
when I was in Army ROTC, I've done helos then too. But the thing is you get used to it. It's not like
Isn't that mandatory that you have helicopter experience in the military in general?
No.
Like, you're gonna be on one eventually.
No.
Right.
I mean, I'm trying to think. I don't think I was ever Army ROTC, but no, it's not necessarily a requirement. It's just, if you go from point A to point B at some point in time, you're going to need, some sort of aircraft to get there. Yeah. Like my first deployment, they flew the whole crew from Philadelphia to I think it was Bahrain. And it was like a 16-hour flight. It was like horrible. And the last leg of it was on a C-130. But oh motherfucker, I was so jet lagged. I literally didn't sleep for like 3 days. And when I say didn't sleep, I literally mean I didn't even take a nap. I was fucking jet lagged. And then we were on a minesweeper in the Persian Gulf, and I kept like, oh my God, I can't go to sleep because if I die, if I die while I'm asleep, yeah, it was just a whole thing. But you know, you get so tired, you just eventually have to sleep. And then, you know, I was fine after I got some sleep. Yeah, CK, fucking helos, I fucking hate them because they're so susceptible to up and down drafts. They're so they're just like shaky, you know. And then you've got the blades. I mean, it's inherently, you know, there's a mini vibration all the time. However, you know, you're not going to tell your shipmates you're fucking scared. So then there's that.
Yeah, there's a couple of times taking off in a prop plane from Anchorage that the downdraft was so heavy I didn't think the plane would, and it would just drop like 30 feet in midair, like whoa!
Oh Jesus!
And that definitely makes your fucking balls go up to your stomach, dude.
Yeah, and helos are weird. Oh, fuck that. I've never done the carrier landing. Don't even want to think about it, CK. You have, I have not. And it's not like I wouldn't do it. You know, you have to trust the equipment. You have to trust the pilot. But, you know, actually.
We got top notch. I'm just going to say, Stanley, we have top notch air mechanics up here, and there's rarely an accident. But usually when there is, it's some self-operating bush pilot. But we did have one go down in Seldovia just a few weeks ago from the air service that delivers everything from groceries to whatever hardware you might need on the farm, right? And like just one person got away. So I mean, I don't know if it really makes a big difference if you're in like a great big jumbo jet versus one of these planes. I mean, as far as if you go down, it's a good chance everyone board is gonna die. That's the gamble you take when you fly. So.
I remember coming in, I think it was to Raleigh, Durham, and it was kind of rainy the whole time. And then when it was a big plane, it wasn't a 747, but we took a bank down into the cloud cover, and I swear to God, once we got into the clouds, and I knew we were banking because we were banking when we went into the cloud cover. I didn't even know we were banking. It was so weird because it felt level, but I knew we were banking. And you know what? The fucking runway didn't even appear. Like most of the way through that. Oh, it fucking freaked me out. I was mid-plane. It was a commercial flight, but I was like, holy.
Why wasn't the goddamn runway lit?
Huh?
Why wasn't the goddamn runway lit? What the hell?
Because there was cloud cover all the way to the, the ceiling was low.
It was that thick.
Oh, hell yeah. And I literally, like, no, it was just I knew where we were conceptually, but if you were just doing visual, you wouldn't have fucking even known. The only thing you would know is you were level. It
So basically,
freaked me the hell out. And you know, again, I'm a passenger, so I'm not going to get that
yeah,
rep. But I'm like, God damn, you know, thank God these pilots know what the hell they're doing.
yeah, and I guess they know how to go by all the compasses and shit too if they have to, but
Well,
they
yeah,
also have that.
it had to
They
be.
have that GPS, and
Yeah,
they got that GPS. They can get right on point, right in Stanley.
They were doing instruments. That's the
Longitude and latitude.
The instruments
Yeah, yeah.
would have been the only way, because even in a bank, it felt level. But you know, it was my mind telling me it was level. So, yeah, those pilots, you know. So here we go.
Yeah, I always thank my pilot too,
But of course, if
Stanley.
I'm wrong, you guys can let me
Like
know in the
after
comments. I'm
each
sure you
flight.
will. Gosh, you have no idea what you're talking about. It's like, you know, guess what? You are correct.
But for me, it's kind of hard geographically. Plain, I'm just all thrown off.
Yo, absolutely. Hudson River traffic. Archer. Alpine Tower, 1100 northbound. All right, that's it. And this is
That's funny.
Tappan Z.
Oh.
I don't even
Oh,
want to
yeah,
think
remember
about that. Okay.
the way it was designed?
Yeah, exactly.
Are we going to be above it the whole time?
No, we're going to fly over it.
Just so I can go like how I did the GW?
Yeah, we're going to go. So we're going to be a little higher because I'm climbing up.
Okay.
So as we fly out over the Tappan Zee Bridge, we spend a lot of time on that bridge when we take our daughter to summer camp at Mount Holyoke College up in Massachusetts. This flight continued. I mean, I use this as like, you know, a double whammy. We were able to do the corridor, but we also ended up flying to the Tweed, New Haven airport. I had never been there because, you know, I always want to add a new airport. And we spent some time around the Yale area, Yale University. So let's get on with that part of the flight.
Yeah, I'm always floored by the fact that you get to fly that like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Absolutely nuts to me.
Yep.
Be that close to like the buildings and stuff.
I know.
So yeah, we're on our way. So that was a great flight through the corridor.
Yep.
And I'm glad I had a chance to share that with wifey. It still amazes me. I mean, that was only my second time flying it, but my fourth time doing that corridor.
Oh. Yeah, that would
the
freak
first
me out
time
there.
I flew it, I flew it with my CF5, so he really kind of flew it. And the first time was with Derek from BPA, and so that's only my second time, and it still trips me out.
11 o'clock below.
Yeah, got him. All right, so once we get over, so basically, this is my route here. So this is us. This is the line. And so you see how I kind of got waypoints. So what I'm doing is I'm avoiding these different airports.
Okay.
So yeah, that was one of the things that I wanted to share with you before the end of the year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's perfect.
Just share that. I mean, and that's the thing about this aviation stuff. It's just a whole different world. I mean, you can see when even when we flew to Lancaster. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, but definitely, I mean, flying to Martha's Vineyard. I mean, that was just, but even stuff like that, that's sightseeing stuff. Crazy.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Yeah. So you can see when you're flying that corridor, a little bit of turbulence.
Below 368, it's on visual for rolling.
And so, as you can imagine, like with the wind being calm, and you still feel like, imagine what it's like when it's windy. You just get these rotors.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
And it's just not enjoyable. That's why, like, kind of pick a day. And believe it or not, it's better to do it when it's cooler. Because the airplane behaves better in cooler air because the air is more dense. See, is when it just gets peaceful.
Yeah, very peaceful. Yep.
You know, you just watch the ground go by.
Yep.
And then, of course, the hum of that engine doesn't help.
No.
It feels like
I'm ready to take a nap.
CKJ3, I'm going to tell you right now, However, the 12 the 12 on 12 off, or the rotating fours, which I did a lot in the Navy. There are things, I'd rather do 12 on 12 off at sea than be in port. And the inspections and just the bullshit you have to go through pierside, about 2 or 3 days, maybe 4 days out at sea. Once you get into the routine, it's almost like a well-oiled machine. I to this day, if you said, "Hey, Stanley, we're going to we're going to cross the Atlantic, do a 6-month deployment," you know when to do stuff, you know when not to do stuff. It's just so organized that those I would rather be deployed sometimes than be home ported in at the pier. Just so many goddamn inspections and just bullshit, from the shore folks.
But when we start doing our longer cross countries in our own airplane, I'll be fully expecting you to release that seatbelt and climb into the back seat.
I'll put something up because you're gonna be filming.
I did. I guess it was 120 days. Literally, it was. You have to tell me how they do it on carriers. Does anyone on the carrier do? Like on a 9-month deployment, are there people who don't touch land for 9 months? Do they ship y'all off, fly y'all off, and then bring you back? 4 months, 120 days, and it wasn't planned. It's just how it worked out. But I remember we were in the Red Sea. And then when we finally hit Hurghada, Egypt, I set foot on the fucking pier, and I literally thought I was going to get seasick on solid land because I was so used to the motion of the ship. You set foot on solid land, and it took me a few minutes to get rid of the nausea. It was the weirdest thing.
So I think it's going to be over that way somewhere.
Okay.
I just kind of have to do a little bit of a dog leg here.
Okay.
So there's another Class Delta airport, which means it has controlled airspace.
Oh.
So there's a Class Delta in front of it.
Okay.
And I think that's downtown, basically. Downtown New Haven, Connecticut.
Oh. that little pocket over there? Oh, gotcha.
All right, starting our descent down into New Haven, Connecticut. And good afternoon, New Haven Tower, Archer 3576 Mike.
Archer 3576 Mike, New Haven Tower.
New Haven Tower, Archer 3576 Mike, about 12 northwest of the field. Information Sierra, inbound for full stop landing.
Archer 76 Mike. Altimeter 3039er, enter left downwind for runway 2, report midfield.
Left downward, runway 2, report midfield, and altimeter 3039er for 76 Mike. So it should be right off our nose here.
Is that? No, I don't think that's it.
Now, airport spotting is difficult. And New Haven Tower, Archer 76 Mike, midfield, runway 2.
Archer 76 Mike, runway 2, clear to land.
Runway 2, clear land, 76 Mike. Okay, so it's time to get on the ground and land at Tweed, New Haven Airport. Let's make it happen.
Kind of boring flyover country right there. I go on an
Yeah.
airplane. I want to see mountains. I don't want to see a bunch of flat shit. I guess most airports are flat for a
Clear
reason.
runway 2 at Bravo, going to Robinson Aviation.
76 Mike, remain at 60, taxi part via
Yeah.
Bravo, Charlie, Alpha Hotel.
Bravo, Charlie, Echo Hotel for 76 Mike.
Alpha Hotel.
Alpha Hotel, 76 Mike. All right.
Nice plane.
Whew.
I love that prop jet.
Welcome to New Haven, Connecticut. So we're gonna come here, get some lunch, and let it do what it do.
Got the overhead window too.
Wifey's in there.
That's an incredible airplane.
Crew car, so it's gonna be awesome. And so we're gonna go to this place called The Place to Be. So definitely excited. So let's go in, get the crew car, and go get some grub. So we're in the crew car. Little Mazda. I haven't driven one of these joints in a minute. Yo, check this out. Wait a minute. What is that? Crazy. All right, I got some driving to do, so wait for us to get to the place to be, New Haven, Connecticut, Robinson Aviation. These people are awesome. So we're gonna go ahead and make it do what it do.
What landing
Guys,
on the You know what?
Gonna go
Actually,
CK,
gonna
go grab a
mention
grub.
that.
And this was recommended to us from the people at the airport. You can see we're just kind of a little bit of downtown New Haven, Connecticut. And so we're gonna go on in, see what the place to be is all about. I'm sorry, I gotta come get this. This is crazy. That is crazy. Oh my gosh. You see this? This is crazy.
Oh my lord! They have
Yeah, so that
black
was the trick
friends
basically in this
and
place.
white friends. Oh my
So
god!
basically, it's
Yeah,
I
they
don't even
must
know how
not
she's
live
gonna
in the
drink that
ghetto
damn
with
thing.
John Galt.
Yeah, it's been crazy. So I had to get that. So as you can see, I was so hungry.
They
I
faking it. They faking
almost
it. They don't
finished my
really
food
have
before
white
I thought
friends.
to like share what I was eating. But suffice it to say, it was good. Wifey had a nice healthy salad. This place was awesome. So if you go to Tweed, New Haven, Connecticut Airport, go to the place to be. All right, good people, we have dined sufficiently at the place to be. So anyway, we thank you for flying with us. I hear something playing. Anyway, thank you for flying with us. We really appreciate the support. So we're gonna make our way back. Of course, that'll be in the next video. But this has been a great flight, a great opportunity to show my wife New York in a very special way. And so I really appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day to watch this video. All right, we're out. Russ Kid, Caroline, we can fly. See ya. Hey.
Well,
And
I
he
just
ain't
want
black.
to.
Oh my bad, Stanley.
Oh no, that's all right. No, I was just going to take another dig at the anti-black blacks. If you live in the ghetto and want to live in the ghetto, don't talk about the ghetto. Don't think every black you meet is from the ghetto. It is literally harebrained to think that.
Well, that guy can't be black because he married a white woman, and he can't be black.
Really?
Right?
Who taught you that?
So you're talking about, or somebody was on one of these Black Conspiracy family
Well,
shows
shit.
that was saying
John
that.
Galt. John Galt himself.
If you marry a white woman, you can't be black. I'm like, what?
Let me point something out to you. John Galt himself pretty much thinks that, and every other anti-black motherfucker on this John Galt channel pretty much thinks that. HB thinks that. So it wasn't an anomaly. Your little black buddies on this channel think that.
You ain't seen HB around in a while. Hope he's doing all right. Regardless of his political status or whatever.
Political status?
Well, you know what I mean. Like cultural status, this and that. I just wish well for everybody, you know. I spend a lot of time with on these YouTube streets.
Oh, well, you know what? His political status is he knows nothing about politics. So
anyway,
I never go beyond the ignorance.
Yeah, I wonder why he ain't been coming around so much, Stanley.
I think he changed jobs. He'll be back. He was in the chat last weekend. I think it was last Saturday.
Oh,
so he is alive.
Yeah, that new job he's got hauling cars.
Yeah, well,
not everybody could haul cars like that.
He will figure it out.
I guess he probably has to load and unload a lot of them himself too, but the pay is good. So yeah, the cars.
Wait, hold it. He gets to drive the cars off the car carrier?
Yeah, on and off.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. I wish I could do that.
Hell yeah. Not always, but sometimes he has to do that. Imagine that takes up a lot more of his time than, say, hauling toilet paper to Georgia.
Well, that's why he gets paid so much then. They have to
It takes an incredible amount of skill to land a plane on an aircraft carrier. Today, we're doing the top 5 amazing aircraft carrier landings.
No, that's almost like a man overboard drill. Go back and find the wake.
Did you miss that floodplain video, Stanley? I thought you might be interested in that.
Yeah, I'll get to it.
I like to watch those F-35s take off and land on aircraft carrier. That's some shit, dude.
Be right back.
So it was a normal flight day. We were going out to repunch currency for landing at the ship in the evening. There was nothing crazy about it. I took off, and as I was climbing away from the deck, I put my gear up, realized I had a gear malfunction, so I immediately pulled the power back, slowed the aircraft down so I wouldn't overspeed the landing gear, and then went just above the ship at about 2,000 feet and started talking to Paddles, who is another jet pilot in the tower that controls us when we land. They're also up there if we have a problem. They have their book readers that help us walk through the situation since we're a single piloted aircraft. For a while, I flew by the ship. I did an approach at 300 feet so he could see my landing gear and give me an idea of what was going on, and determined that my nose gear did not come back down. At this point, it's time to figure out how do I get the jet back on the deck safely with only 3 landing gear. So eventually Major Murphy came over the radio and told me that the ship had this amazing invention that was like basically a stool that was built specifically for this reason. The ship has a lighting system on what we call spot 7 that we use to land at an exact spot every time. So the difference with this landing was that I was going to step it down 50, 40, 30, 20 feet to make sure I was aligned and stabilized before Major Murphy would clear me to land at 20 feet, so that it's had the best chance to actually put the nose on the stool. So I come in, and at this point, I've kind of forgotten that I don't have a nose gear. I'm just focused on landing. That's what I decided I had to do. So I'm at 20 feet stabilized, and I can't see the stool. I don't even know it's there. I didn't see it coming over the end of the ship. I looked for it. I remember looking for it and thinking, oh boy, this is going to get interesting. So I never saw the stool. So I go to idle. I remember my main gear hitting, and all of a sudden my nose dropping, and it dropped more than I expected. But at that point, I was along for the ride. I don't remember feeling it bounce like it did on the videotape. I remember feeling it just kind of hit, and that was it. But then I had to sit there for a minute and remember how to shut the jet off and everything. It was a pretty big relief. I didn't realize how much I was shaking until I got out of the aircraft. The most interesting part, looking back at the video and watching the video, was I didn't realize that nobody was on the flight deck when I came over to land in case something went bad. That was neat having everyone come out and congratulating me and stuff. It was a little overwhelming at first. For a moment, I just wanted to catch my breath. We pride ourselves at landing on the ship perfectly like this, in the same spot every time, and doing the same thing over and over again.
Here's a few more that didn't quite make the list.
The missing left wheel and makes a safe landing. The plane handling crews take every precaution. Another pilot brings down a damaged hell diver, which is minus its tail hook. As the plane can't be stopped by the arresting gear, the pilot must rely on his brakes. This ship is trailing smoke as the pilot covers the last yards to the carrier.
Are you back, Stanley?
Yeah.
I was wondering if it was okay. I wanted to give a big shout out to all the pilots that aren't with us today.
In this engagement are reported to total more than 100.
Go right ahead.
Since it's Memorial Day weekend and all, I don't think they get enough recognition, really, for all they do.
Oh, is there more than Bob?
What's that, Stanley?
Is there Bob's the only pilot I know of? Are there others?
Well, yeah, I know a lot of pilots myself.
No,
but
I mean, you said all the pilots here. Oh, do you mean?
Yeah, they're not with us today.
Oh.
I wanted to salute the ones that are not with us since it's Memorial Day, both, in the military and civilian.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking like a nightshade. I was thinking only in the John Galt urban landlord ghetto. I forget.
No,
I forget there.
We got to remember what Memorial Day is. Memorial Day is, and
okay. Well, if you actually want to know what Memorial Day is, thank Black women.
Okay.
So that's what Memorial Day
is.
I
just wanted to thank all the pilots that aren't with us.
I don't. Yeah. Okay. But you need to understand that Memorial Day is not what a lot of Americans think it is. It's a Confederate holiday, mostly, that's been adopted, co-opted, however you want to put it.
Kind of like Easter and Christmas, and Columbus Day, and all that other shit. I get you.
Well, Columbus Day is for the people who think Columbus was a hero.
Well, everyone knows the Vikings were here a long time before Columbus. So.
Yeah, we're not going into that bullshit.
Subscribe for more Top 5 videos, and check out my previous upload on the Top 5 amazing
Well, all right. We'll play your video, then I think I am done for the day.
It's starting to get late out there, Stanley, about 8 o'clock at night.
No, it's about 16 after 7. And
Oh, it's
I
only
could go
4 hours.
I could go longer, but I'm out of beer. So
Yeah, right.
yeah,
Time for a nap when you run out of beer.
yeah. You know what? Honestly, I don't even know that I'm going to do that. Let's see, need frankly, I'm hungry more than anything. So, I'm going to have to go make dinner.
You having a ribeye and some pizza? Is that right?
Well, it's ribeye or pizza.
Oh, okay. Or
Looks like it's going to be chicken or pizza now.
oh,
My steak was absconded with. That was
what does that mean?
That was the discussion I was having.
Someone ate your steak?
Yep.
Absconded.
Yeah. That's going to be the kind word I'm going to use. You know what? I always forget about the fucking music.
So, and I left super early this morning. Usually do a little intro video, but it was too dark. We're getting at that time of year.
Is this in Alaska?
More and more daylight.
So yeah.
Obviously it is if you got a link guy.
When we left this morning.
Right here where I'm at, as a matter of fact.
We're on site.
On the Kenai.
Sure if we're gonna
didn't show them flying in and landing on the floodplain.
But we will be taking
Did you skip through that?
Yeah, because there was music and
sure to try to get some good footage for
I
you
get
guys.
fussed at.
Hopefully we visit some
All right.
areas and see some good wildlife and whatnot.
After they already landed.
Pilots. And
Wait, hold it. This must be the part right here. Because I don't actually see the plane.
Usually do a little intro video, but it was too dark. We're getting at that time of year. We're starting to lose more and more daylight. So pitch black when we left.
Oh, maybe they'll show the plane in a minute.
Well, we made it down here.
I didn't watch it. I just seen some black people were doing it. Thought you might like it.
Yeah. Black people are doing it. I want to see it. Is he a pilot?
On the peninsula.
I'm not sure. I've never watched these guys before.
Hopefully we
got plenty of fishermen.
See some good wildlife and whatnot. Right now we're about to go over here and link up with the pilots and the
oh, here we go.
that we're linking up with to go on this flight. So and get cracking before it gets too late and I miss my flight. All right, guys. See you.
A little airstrip right there on the beach. Taking off from the water, let's go. I was swear, Stanley, these cameras make those planes look a lot bigger than they are.
Right.
Kind of hate the way they block out the noise from the prop engine. Play music. I like the rumble of the prop motor. Probably can't tell it from the video, but the mountains are so gorgeous in the. Oh, I think I know where they're landing. That's a wicked airport. There was a crash there recently. Oh shit.
Yeah. Let's hope I don't get dinged for all this music. You know, it's so funny. I get so
Yeah,
into
I thought it'd be more fun than that.
Well, you know what? I don't mind that. I just, get to watching the video and the music just kind of sinks into the background. And I don't realize, you know, until after, we get the little copyright thing that and then you have to go back and trim it out. Oops.
I don't know if that. I guess a float plane can land on ice, or are they landing
well,
on the water?
Where they put skis. I don't know if you can do it with the pontoons, but I've seen planes with skis land on ice.
Yeah.
And actually, I think I've seen you can put skis on the bottom of the pontoons. I've seen the combination. I don't know, in some Mutual of Omaha Wild Kingdom.
Yeah, just cruising the peninsula. It says, yeah, that piano's kind of annoying, actually. That's where I live, Stanley, right there. You could almost see my house from right there. Glad my poor white cracker ass got out of the ghetto and the white trash trailer neighborhood. I choose not to live like that. Beautiful plane.
Well, let's see.
Yeah, sorry about the music, Stanley. I didn't know it was gonna have all that.
No, that's all right.
Now they're flying back home in the float plane. I was hoping they'd visit like an off-grid waterfront cabin or something. Is what it is.
Well, it looks like your trailer.
I have a shack. I don't have a trailer.
Well, no, didn't you have one out in the front yard or something?
Oh, yeah. I got a fifth wheel out there. Wanting to get rid of it. I got materials to build a new shed and get everything out of that camper and put it in a shed and then get rid of that dumpy looking camper.
Yeah, I have another YouTube buddy who lives out in Alaska, but he's more a city dweller. I don't even know.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
Are you talking about, what's his name? Clemson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
He's
don't.
been up here a couple of times.
Yeah, I don't know if he hunts or does any of that actual fun
He
stuff.
goes fishing and shit.
Does he? Well, good for him.
Yeah. He was on, I don't know if it was Porch's show or John Galt's show or what, but
yeah, he's been
up there.
on mine. I know him from a whole nother space.
Yeah, we have them out here too. We have blacks that chose to get out of the ghetto. And they live off
Yeah.
grid and happy.
First place,
They're farmers, you know.
First place those
Shit like
blacks
that.
do when they get out of the ghetto is go to Alaska. Mighty cold.
Not a lot, man. I didn't say we had a lot.
No, you
Well,
know what?
some.
Like I said, I don't really, as long as you are doing well, you can pretty much do what you want to do. And all I'm gonna say is, goddamn, you're doing good.
Yeah.
This anti-black bullshit where we have to pretend that if you marry outside your race, you're something else, or it's all. To be honest, I get amused when I hear people like Latino for Trump go, well, Latino for Trump doesn't know shit about black people. He may know the hood, the barrio or something, but he doesn't know black people. If he did, he wouldn't fucking sound as foolish as he does. And quite frankly, the only thing that resembles black that I know of about John Galt is he has the skin tone and he smokes and drinks and he lives in the hood. To be honest, that's the only thing black about John Galt that I can think of.
Yeah,
What's up?
well, I'm not going to comment on that, Stanley, because
Oh, well,
obvious
good.
reasons.
You shouldn't. Don't feel obligated. But what if she's white African? See, this is the other thing. Why are you even talking about white African? What the fuck is he even talking about? It must be something going on in the chat. So
Yeah, last I checked, we were talking about Americans, not Africans.
probably something in the chat I didn't notice. So let's see here. It looks like we might be winding this puppy down. Let's see. 5 in the chat. And I am thinking that I don't put out enough anti-black maliciousness to attract a bunch of people on a Saturday night. So this is probably, let's see, what does John say? No stand dating outside your race. What if she's white African or Egyptian? She's just a woman. She might be an African woman, Egyptian woman. She may describe herself as white or not. I don't know that I've never dated an Egyptian, but a lot of I wouldn't imagine that they might call themselves white. I don't assume until I meet the woman, John. So I also really find racial hypotheticals annoying. White African, okay. She is a woman, I assume. And then woman is the first thing that I look for. Is she a good looking woman? Is she a smart and good looking woman with a sense of humor? And then race is probably 4th or 5th down the line, if it's considered at all. Good looking, smart, worth being around. So that's my answer. So everyone who's left in the chat, not many of you are, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the John Galt I Am the Anti-Black channel, because everyone who doesn't live like I live is not black channel. And please also subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. Let's see, hit the like, subscribe. Also make sure you support the host. someone supported me this weekend, so I've had enough Bud Light for the night. And make sure you support Portia J, our executive producer, and the one who keeps me fairly organized, and most of the others on the channel. And I will see you Monday morning. Today was a pop-up show, by the way. I hadn't intended on doing it, but I had just so many anti-Trump. I had so much Trump news that I wanted to talk about. It became compelling, if not mandatory, to tell the Trump voters out there that I told you so. And that's pretty much it.
That's a great picture you paused it on, Stanley.
Any what?
That's a great picture you paused it on, like a black guy and a white guy in the woods with shotguns.
You sure that's a guy?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know what? I wish it could be me.
I don't know. What about that short one? That might be a woman. You're right.
The fishing is a good thing. You know, I'm more a fisherman than hunter, but yeah, take me quail hunting. I'm perfectly happy.
Wonder what those are they got there. Those ermines or what the fuck kind of?
They do. Yeah, they do.
Oh, that one's a bird.
Yeah, I mean, ermines and stuff like that, they trap. Why would you shoot them?
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't want bullet holes in the
That
fur.
one is definitely a bird, isn't it?
I can't.
It looks like she got a
I'm going to guess you don't want to put pellets in your fur. You know, if you're a fur trapper, you don't want to shoot them. You trap them.
Well, it could be double aught, but that might ruin the meat. Birdshot might be okay.
On a fur? If you're a fur trapper?
Well, no, if you're doing it for food.
Do people
pellets come out?
People eat ermines, whatever they are. People eat those.
I guess you'll eat anything if you're hungry enough. But
well, yeah, but I mean,
not really.
Like, hey, I'm gonna get a bunch of them and make a stew.
I'm just trying to figure out. Is that a duck he has in his hand?
It could
trying to figure out what the fuck that is.
It could be. You definitely hunt those with shotguns. Look, I'm looking at the little legs right there. Right there. I don't think there's a bird. Maybe they're rabbits, or do birds have feathers on the leg like that?
Might be rabbit, snowshoe hair.
Yeah.
Odd picture though.
Well, it's the brotherly love with shotguns.
That's the go-to in Alaska, although the Alaska state gun is a 30-06. Just your basic 30-06. That's our state gun. Does Georgia have a state gun?
Not that I know of.
Really?
Well, you know, having a state gun is rather odd, but all right, well, let's see. Jewel is on Miller Lite 1 and John is 2 in. So is this going to be dueling cans of beer?
Gotta get Uber Stanley another 12-pack.
I'll be all right. I got to get food more than anything. Then probably going to get some sleep. You know, I've been up for quite some time. So,
yeah.
All right. Well, I enjoyed it, 12th man. I will be back, folks, Monday morning, probably around 3:45 in the morning.
Thanks for having me on, buddy. Have a good day or night.
You too. Take it easy. By the way, Here for the Tea's going to be on around 8:30. I'll probably hop in her chat and read while I listen to folks chat. So y'all have a good night.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk, twerk.